Section 22 of A Visit to the Holy Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11 of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy, Part 2, by Ida L. Pfeiffer. During my stay here I made an excursion to the grotto, said to be the scene of St. George's combat with the dragon. This grotto is situate to the right of the road, near the quarantine house. The ride thither offers many fine views, but the grotto itself is not worth seeing. Frequently in the evening I went to visit an Arab family, when I would sit upon the top of the tower and enjoy the sight of the beautiful sunset. A very strong military force was posted at Beirut, consisting entirely of Arnauts. They had pitched their tents outside the town, which thus wore the appearance of a camp. Many of these towns do not contain barracks, and, as the soldiers are not here quartered in private houses, they are compelled to bivouac in the open field. The bazaar is very large and straggling. On one occasion I had the misfortune to lose myself among its numerous lanes, from which it took me some time to extricate myself. I had an opportunity of seeing many of the articles of merchandise and an immense number of shops, but none which contained anything very remarkable. Once more I found how prone people are to exaggerate. I had been warned to abstain from walking in the streets, and above all to avoid venturing into the bazaar. I neglected both pieces of advice, and walked out once or twice every day during my stay, without once meeting with an adventure of any kind. I had already been at Beirut 10 long days, and still no opportunity offered of getting to Alexandria. But at the end of June the worthy artist Sattler, whose acquaintance I had made at Constantinople, arrived here. He found me out, and proposed that I should travel to Damascus with Count Berchthold, a French gentleman by the name of de Rousseau, and himself, instead of wasting my time here. This proposition was a welcome one to me, for I ardently desired to be released from my fowl's nest. My arrangements were soon completed, for I took nothing with me except some linen and a mattress, which were packed on my horse's back. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon we were all assembled before the door of Monsieur Baptiste's inn, and an hour later we were in our saddles hastening toward the town gate. At first we rode through a deep sea of sand surrounding the town, but soon we reached the beautiful valley which lies stretched at the foot of the Anti-Libanus, and afterwards proceeded towards the range by pleasant paths, shaded by pine woods and mulberry plantations. But now the ascent of the magnificent Anti-Libanus became steeper and more dangerous, as we advanced on rocky paths, often scarcely a foot in breadth, and frequently crossed by fissures and brooklets. Some time elapsed before I could quite subdue my fear, and could deliver myself wholly up to the delight of contemplating these grand scenes, so completely new to us Europeans, leaving my horse, which planted its feet firmly, and without once stumbling among the blocks of stone lying loosely on each other, to carry me as its instinct directed, for these horses are exceedingly careful, being well used to these dangerous roads. We could not help laughing heartily at our French companion, who could not screw up his courage sufficiently to remain on his horse at the very dangerous points. At first he always dismounted when we came to such a spot, but at length he grew weary of eternally mounting and dismounting, and conquered his fear, particularly when he observed that we depended so entirely on the sagacity of our steeds, and gave ourselves completely up to the contemplation of the mountains around us. It is impossible adequately to describe the incomparable forms of this mountain range. The giant rocks, piled one above the other, glow with the richest colors, lovely green valleys lie scattered between, while numerous villages are seen, sometimes standing isolated on the rocks, and at others peering forth from among the deep shade of the olive and mulberry trees. The sun sinking into the sea shot its last rays through the clear pure air towards the highest peaks of the mighty rocks. Everything united to form a picture which when once seen can never be forgotten. The tints of the rocky masses are peculiarly remarkable, exhibiting not only the primary colors, but many gradations, such as bluish green, violet, etc. Many rocks were covered with a red coating resembling cinnabar. In several places we found small veins of pure sulphur, and each moment something new and wonderful met our gaze. The 5 hours which we occupied in riding from Beirut to the village of El Helmsen passed like 5 minutes. The Khan of El Helmsen was already occupied by a caravan bringing wares and fruit from Damascus, so that we had nothing for it but to raise our tent and encamp beneath it. July 2nd. The rising sun found us prepared for departure, and soon we had reached an acclivity from whence we enjoyed a magnificent view. Before us rose the lofty peaks of Lebanon and Anti-Libanus, partly covered with snow, while behind us the mountains, rich in vineyards, olive plantations, and pine woods, stretched downward to the seashore. We had mounted to such a height that the clouds soaring above the sea and the town of Beirut lay far beneath us, surrounding the city from our gaze. Vineyards are very common on these mountains. The vines do not, however, cling round trees for support, nor are they trained up poles as in Austria. They grow almost wild, the stems shooting upwards to a short distance from the ground, towards which the vine then bends. The wine made on these mountains is of excellent quality, rather sweet in flavour, of a golden yellow colour, and exceedingly fiery. We continued to climb, without experiencing much inconvenience from the heat, up a fearful dizzy path, over rocks and stones, and past frightful chasms. Our leathern bottles were here useless to us, for we had no lack of water. From every crevice in the rocks a clear crystal flood gushed forth, in which the gorgeously coloured masses of stone were beautifully mirrored. After a very fatiguing ride of 5 hours, we at length reached the ridge of the Anti-Libanus, where we found a khan, and allowed ourselves an hour's rest. The view from this point is very splendid. The 2 loftiest mountain ridges of Lebanon and Anti-Libanus enclose between them a valley, which may be about 6 miles long and 10 or 12 broad. On our way across the mountain's brow and down into this picturesque valley, through which we journeyed for some miles to the village of Magdalenscher, in the neighbourhood of which place we pitched our tents. It is, of course, seldom that a European woman is seen in these regions, and thus I seemed to be quite a spectacle to the inhabitants. At every place where we halted, many women and children would gather round me, busily feeling my dress, putting on my straw hat, and looking at me from all sides, while they endeavoured to converse with me by signs. If they happened to have anything eatable at hand, such as cucumbers, fruits, or articles of that description, they never failed to offer them with the greatest good nature, and seemed highly rejoiced when I accepted some. On the present evening several of these people were assembled round me, and I had the opportunity of noticing the costume of this mountain tribe. Excepting the headdress, it is the same as that worn throughout all Palestine, and indeed in the whole of Syria. The women have blue gowns, and the men white blouses, wide trousers, and a sash. Sometimes the women wear spencers, and the more wealthy among them even display caftans and turbans. The headdress of the woman is very original, but does not look remarkably becoming. They wear on their foreheads a tin horn, more than a foot in length, and over this a white handkerchief, fastened at the back and hanging down in folds. This rule, however, only applies to the wealthier portion of the community, which is here limited enough. The poorer women wear a much smaller horn, over which they display an exceedingly dingy handkerchief. During working hours they ordinarily divest themselves of these ornaments, as they would render it impossible to carry loads on the head. The rich inhabitants of the mountains, both male and female, dress in the Oriental fashion, but the women still retain the horn, which is then made of silver. The village of Magdalenscher is built of clay huts thatched with straw. I saw many goats and horned cattle, and a good store of corn lay piled up before the doors. We were assured that the roads through the mountain inhabited by the Druses and Maronites were very unsafe, and we were strongly urged to take an escort with us, but as we met caravans almost every hour, we considered this an unnecessary precaution, and arrived safely without adventure of any kind at Damascus. July 3rd. This morning we rode at first over a very good road, till at length we came upon a ravine, which seemed hardly to afford us room to pass. Closer and more closely yet did the rocky masses approach each other, as we passed amongst the loose shingle over the dry bed of a river. Frequently the space hardly admitted of our stepping aside to allow the caravans we met to pass us. Sometimes we thought, after having painfully labored through a ravine of this kind, that we should emerge into the open field, but each time it was only to enter a wilder and more deserted pass. So we proceeded for some hours, till the rocky masses changed to heaps of sand, and every trace of vegetation disappeared. At length we climbed the last hill, and Damascus, the vaunted city of the East, lay before us. It is certainly a striking sight when, escaping from the inhospitable domains of the mountain and the sandhill, we see stretched at our feet a great and luxuriant valley, forming in the freshness of its vegetation a singular contrast to the desert region all around. In this valley, amid gardens and trees innumerable, extends the town, with its pretty mosques and slender lofty minarets, but I was far from finding the scene so charming that I could have exclaimed with other travellers, "This is the most beauteous spot on earth." The plain in which Damascus lies runs at the foot of the Anti-Lebanus as far as the mountain of Sheikh, and is shut in on three sides by sandhills of an incomparably dreary appearance. On the fourth side the plain loses itself in the sandy desert. This valley is exceedingly well watered by springs descending from all the mountains, which we could not, however, see on our approach, but no river exists here. The water rushes forth but to disappear beneath the sand, and displays its richness only in the town and its immediate neighbourhood. From the hill whence we had obtained the first view of Damascus, we have still a good 2 miles to ride before we reach the plantations. These are large gardens of mishmish, walnut, pomegranate, orange, and lemon trees, fenced in with clay walls, traversed by long broad streets, and watered by bubbling brooks. For a long time we journeyed on in the shade of these fruitful woods, till at length we entered the town through a large gate. Our enthusiastic conceptions of this renowned city were more and more toned down as we continued to advance. The houses in Damascus are almost all built of earth and clay, and many ugly wooden gables and heavy window frames give a disagreeable ponderous air to the whole. Damascus is divided into several parts by gates, which are closed soon after sunset. We passed through a number of these gates, and also through the greater portion of the bazaar, on our road to the Franciscan convent. We had this day accomplished a journey of more than 24 miles, in a temperature of 35° to 36° Reaumur, and had suffered much from the scorching wind, which came laden with particles of dust. Our faces were so browned that we might easily have been taken for descendants of the Bedouins. This was the only day that I felt my eyes affected by the glare. Although we were much fatigued on arriving at the convent, the first thing we did, after cleansing ourselves from dust and washing our burning eyes, was to hasten to the French and English consuls, so eager were we to see the interior of some of these clay huts. A low door brought us into a passage leading into a large yard. We could have fancied ourselves transported by magic to the scene of one of the fantastic Arabian Nights, for all the glory of the East seemed spread before our delighted gaze. In the midst of the courtyard, which was paved with large stones, a large reservoir with a sparkling fountain spread a delightful coolness around. Orange and lemon trees dipped their golden fruit into the crystal flood, while at the sides flower beds filled with fragrant roses, balsams, oleanders, etc., extended to the stairs leading to the reception room. Everything seemed to have been done so that it could contribute to ornament this lofty and large apartment, which opened into the courtyard. Swelling divans, covered with the richest stuffs, lined the walls, which, tastefully ornamented with mirrors and painted and sculptured arabesques, and further decked with mosaic and gilding, displayed a magnificence of which I could not have formed a conception. In the foreground of this fairy apartment, a jet of water shot upwards from a marble basin. The floor was also of marble, forming beautiful pictures in the most varied colours, and over the whole scene was spread that charm so peculiar to the Orientals, a charm combining the tasteful with the rich and gorgeous. The apartment in which the women dwell, and where they received their more confidential visitors, are similar to the one I have just described, except that they are smaller, less richly furnished, and completely open in front. The remaining apartments also look into the courtyard. They are simply but comfortably and prettily arranged. All the houses of the Orientals are similar to this one, except that the apartments of the women open into another courtyard than those of the men. After examining and admiring everything to our heart's content, we returned to our hospitable convent. This evening the clerical gentlemen entertained us. A tolerably nice meal, with wine and good bread, restored our exhausted energies to a certain extent. At Beirut we were quite alarmed at the warnings we received concerning the numbers of certain creeping things we should find here in the bedsteads. I therefore betook myself to bed with many qualms and misgivings, but I slept undisturbed, both on this night and on the following one. Section 22. Section 23 of A Visit to the Holy Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 12 of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy, Part 1, by Ida L. Pfeiffer. July 4th. Damascus is one of the most ancient cities of the East, but yet we see no ruins, a proof that no grand buildings ever existed here, and that therefore the houses, as they became old and useless, were replaced by new ones. Today we visited the seat of all the riches, the Great Bazaar. It is mostly covered in, but only with beams and straw mats. On both sides are rows of wooden booths, containing all kinds of articles, but a great preponderance of eatables, which are sold at an extraordinarily cheap rate. We found the mishmish particularly good. As in Constantinople, the rarest and most costly of the wares are not exposed for sale, but must be sought for in closed storehouses. The booths look like inferior hucksters' shops, and each merchant is seen sitting in the midst of his goods. We passed hastily through the bazaar, in order to reach the great mosque, situate in the midst of it. As we were forbidden, however, not only to enter the mosque, but even the courtyard, we were obliged to content ourselves with wondering at the immense portals, and stealing furtive glances at the interior of the open space beyond. The mosque was originally a Christian church, and legend tells that St. George was decapitated here. The Khan, also situate in the midst of the bazaar, is peculiarly fine, and is said to be the best in all the East. The high and boldly arched portal is covered with marble, and enriched with beautiful sculptures. The interior forms a vast rotunda, surrounded by galleries, divided from each other, and furnished with writing tables for the use of the merchants. Below in the hall the bales and chests are piled up, and at the side are apartments for travelling dealers. The greater portion of the floor and the walls is covered with marble. Altogether marble seems to be much sought after at Damascus. Everything that passes for beautiful or valuable is either entirely composed of this stone, or at least is inlaid with it. Thus, a pretty fountain in a little square near the bazaar is made of marble, and a coffee house opposite the fountain, the largest and most frequented of any in Damascus, is ornamented with a few small marble pillars. But all these buildings, not even excepting the great bathing house, would be far less praised and looked at if they stood in a better neighborhood. As is the case, however, they shine nobly forth from among the clay houses of Damascus. In the afternoon we visited the grotto of St. Paul, lying immediately outside the town. On the ramparts we were shown the place where the apostle is said to have leaped from the wall on horseback, reaching the ground in safety, and taking refuge from his enemies in the neighboring grotto, which is said to have closed behind him by miracle, and not to have opened again until his persecutors had ceased their pursuit. At present nothing is to be seen of this grotto, excepting a small stone archway, like that of a bridge. Tombs of modern date, consisting of vaults covered with large blocks of stone, are very numerous near this grotto. We paid several more visits, and everywhere found great pomp of inner arrangement and decoration, varying of course in different houses. We were always served with coffee, sherbet, and argile, and in the houses of the Turks a dreary conversation was carried on through the medium of an interpreter. Walks and places of amusement there are none. The number of Franks resident here is too small to call for a place of general recreation, and the Turk never feels a want of this kind. The most he does is to saunter slowly from the bath to the coffee house, and there to kill his time with the help of a pipe and a cup of coffee, staring vacantly on the ground before him. Although the coffee houses are more frequented than any other buildings in the East, they are often miserable sheds, being all small, and generally built only of wood. The inhabitants of Damascus wear the usual Oriental garb, but as a rule I thought them better dressed than in any Eastern town. Some of the women are veiled, but others go abroad with their faces uncovered. I saw here some very attractive countenances, and an unusual number of lovely children's heads looked at me from all sides with an inquisitive smile. In reference to religious matters, these people seem very fanatical. They particularly dislike strangers. For instance, the painter S. wished to make sketches of the Khan, the fountain, and a few other interesting objects or views. For this purpose he sat down before the great coffee house to begin with the fountain, but scarcely had he opened his portfolio before a crowd of curious idlers had gathered around him, who, as soon as they saw his intention, began to annoy him in every possible way. They pushed the children who stood near against him, so that he received a shock every moment, and was hindered in his drawing. As he continued to work in spite of their rudeness, several Turks came and stood directly before the painter, to prevent him seeing the fountain. On his still continuing to persevere, they began to spit upon him. It was now high time to be gone, and so Mr. S. hastily gathered his materials together and turned to depart. Then the rage of the rabble broke noisily forth. They followed the artist yelling and screaming, and even threw a few stones at him. Luckily he succeeded in reaching our convent unharmed. Mr. S. had been allowed to draw without opposition at Constantinople, Brusa, Ephesus, and several other cities of the East, but here he was obliged to flee. Such is the disposition of these people, whom many describe as being so friendly. The following morning at sunrise Mr. S. betook himself to the terrace of the convent, to make a sketch of the town. Here too he was discovered, but luckily not until he had been at work some hours, and had almost completed his task, so that as soon as the first stone came flying towards him, he was able quietly to evacuate the field. July 5th. In Damascus we met Count Zichy, who had arrived there with his servants a few days before ourselves, and intended continuing his journey to Baalbek today. Count Zichy's original intention had been to make an excursion from this place to the celebrated town of Palmyra, an undertaking which would have occupied 10 days. He therefore applied to the Pasha for a sufficient escort for his excursion. The request was, however, refused, the Pasha observing that he had ceased for some time to allow travellers to undertake this dangerous journey, as until now all strangers had been plundered by the wandering Arabs, and in some instances men had even been murdered. The Pasha added that it was not in his power to furnish so large an escort as would be required to render this journey safe, by enabling the travellers to resist all aggressions. After receiving this answer, Count Zichy communicated with some Bedouin chiefs, who could not guarantee a safe journey, but nevertheless required 6,000 piastres for accompanying him. Thus it became necessary to give up the idea altogether, and to proceed instead to Baalbek and to the heights of Lebanon. At the hour of noon we rode out of the gate of Damascus in company with Count Zichy. The thermometer stood at 40° Reaumur. Our procession presented quite a splendid appearance, for the Pasha had sent a guard of honor to escort the Count to Baalbek, to testify his respect for a relation of Prince M. At first our way led through a portion of the bazaar. Afterwards we reached a large and splendid street which traverses the entire city, and is said to be more than 4 miles in length. It is so broad that 3 carriages can pass each other with ease, without annoyance to the pedestrians. It is a pity that this street, which is probably the finest in the whole kingdom, should be so little used, for carriages are not seen here any more than in the remaining portion of Syria. Scarcely have we quitted this road before we are riding through gardens and meadows, among which the country houses of the citizens lie scattered here and there. On this side of the city springs also gush forth and water the fresh groves and the grassy sward. A stone bridge, of a very simple construction, led us across the largest stream in the neighbourhood, the Barada, which is, however, neither so broad nor so full of water as the Jordan. But soon we had left these smiling scenes behind us, and were wending our way towards the lonely desert. We passed several sepulchres, a number of which lie scattered over the sandy hills and plains around us. On the summit of one of these hills a little monument was pointed out to us, with the assertion that it was the grave of Abraham. We now rode for hours over flats, hills, and ridges of sand and loose stone, and this day's journey was as fatiguing as that of our arrival at Damascus. From 12 o'clock at noon until about 5 in the evening we continued our journey through this wilderness, suffering lamentably from the heat. But now the wilderness was past, and suddenly a picture so lovely and grand unfolded itself before our gaze that we could have fancied ourselves transported to the romantic vales of Switzerland. A valley enriched with every charm of nature, and shut in by gigantic rocks of marvellous and fantastic forms, opened at our feet. A mountain torrent gushed from rock to rock, foaming and chafing among mighty blocks of stone, which, hurled from above, had here found their resting place. A natural rocky bridge led across the roaring flood. Many a friendly hut, the inhabitants of which looked forth with stealthy curiosity upon the strange visitors, lay half hidden between the lofty walls. And so our way continued, valley lay bordered on valley, and the little river which ran bubbling by the roadside led us past gardens and villages, through a region of surpassing loveliness, to the great village of Zedeni, where we at length halted, after an uninterrupted ride of 10 hours and a half. The escort which accompanied us consisted of 12 men, with a superior and a petty officer. These troopers looked very picturesque when, as we travelled along the level road, they went through some small manoeuvres for our amusement, rushing along on their swift steeds and attacking each other, one party flying across the plain, and the other pursuing them as victors. The character of these children of nature is, on the whole, a very amiable one. They behaved toward us in an exceedingly friendly and courteous manner, bringing us fruit and water whenever they could procure them, leading us carefully by the safest roads, and showing us as much attention as any European could have done. But their idea of mine and thine does not always appear to be very clearly defined. Once, for instance, we passed through fields in which grew a plant resembling our pea, on a reduced scale. Each plant contained several pods, and each pod 2 peas. Our escort picked a large quantity, ate the fruit with an appearance of great relish, and very politely gave us a share of their prize. I found these peas less tender and eatable than those of my own country, and returned them to the soldier who had offered them to me, observing at the same time that I would rather have had mishmish. On hearing this he immediately galloped off, and shortly afterwards returned with a whole cargo of mishmish and little apples, which had probably been borrowed for an indefinite period from one of the neighbouring gardens. I mention these little circumstances, as they appeared to me to be characteristic. On the one hand, Mr. S. had been threatened with the fate of St. Stephen for wishing to make a few sketches, and yet on the other these people were so kind and so ready to oblige. This region produces an abundance of fruit, and is particularly rich in mishmish or apricots. The finest of these are dried, while those which are overripe or half decayed are boiled to a pulp in large pots, and afterwards spread to dry on long smooth boards in the form of cakes, about half an inch in thickness. These cakes, which look like coarse brown leather, are afterwards folded up, and form, together with the dried mishmish, a staple article of commerce, which is exported far and wide. In Constantinople, and even in Servia, I saw cakes of this description which came from these parts. The Turks are particularly fond of taking this dried pulp with them on their journeys. They cut it into little pieces, which they afterwards leave for several hours in a cup of water to dissolve. It then forms a really aromatic and refreshing drink, which they partake of with bread. From Damascus to Baalbek is a ride of 18 hours. Count Zichy wished to be in Baalbek by the next day at noon. We therefore had but a short night's rest. The night was so mild and beautiful that we did not want the tents at all, but lay down on the bank of a streamlet, beneath the shade of a large tree. For a long time sleep refused to visit us, for our encampment was opposite to a coffee-house, where a great hubbub was kept up until a very late hour. Small caravans were continually arriving or departing, and so there was no chance of rest. At length we dropped quietly asleep from very weariness, to be awakened a few hours afterwards to start once more on our arduous journey. July 6th. We rode without halting for 8 hours, sometimes through pleasant valleys, at others over barren, unvarying regions, upon and between the heights of the Anti-Lebanus. At the hour of noon we reached the last hill, and Heliopolis, or Baalbek, the city of the sun, lay stretched before us. We entered a valley shut in by the highest snow-covered peaks of Lebanon and Anti-Lebanus, more than 6 miles in breadth and 14 or 16 miles long, belonging to Kalos, Syria. Many travelers praise this vale as one of the most beautiful in all Syria. It certainly deserves the title of the most remarkable valley, for excepting at Thebes and Palmyra we may search in vain for the grand antique ruins which are here met with. The title of the most beautiful does not, according to my idea, appertain to it. The mountains around are desert and bare. The immeasurable plain is sparingly cultivated and still more thinly peopled. With the exception of the town of Baalbek, which has arisen from the ruins of the ancient city, not a village nor hut is to be seen. The corn, which still partly covered the fields, looked stunted and poor, the beds of the streams were dry, and the grass was burnt up. The majestic ruins, which become visible directly the brow of the last hill is gained, atone in a measure for these drawbacks, but we were not satisfied, for we had expected to see much more than met our gaze. We wended our way along stony paths, past several quarries, towards the ruins. On reaching these quarries we dismounted, to obtain a closer view of them. On the right hand one lies a colossal block of stone, cut and shaped on all sides. It is 60 feet in length, 18 in breadth, and 13 in diameter. This giant block was probably intended to form part of the Cyclops wall surrounding the Temple of the Sun, for we afterwards noticed several stones of equal length and breadth among the ruins. Another to the left side of the road was remarkable for several grottos and fragments of rocks picturesquely grouped. We had sent our horses on to the convent, and now hastened towards the ruined temples. At the foot of a little acclivity a wall rose lofty and majestic. It was constructed of colossal blocks of rock, which seemed to rest firmly upon each other by their own weight, without requiring the aid of mortar. 3 of these stones were exactly the size of one we had seen in the quarry. Many appeared to be 60 feet in length, and broad and thick in proportion. This is the Cyclops wall, surrounding the hill on which the temples stand. A difficult path, over piled-up fragments of marble and pieces of rock and rubbish, serves as a natural rampart against the intrusion of camels and horses, and this circumstance alone has prevented these sanctuaries of the heathen deities from being converted into dirty stables. End of section 23. Section 24 of A Visit to the Holy Land. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 12 of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy, Part 2, by Ida L. Pfeiffer. When we once passed this obstruction, delight and wonder arrested our footsteps. For some moments our glances wandered irresolutely from point to point. We could fix our attention on nothing, so great was the number of beauties surrounding us. Splendid architecture, arches rising boldly into the air, supported on lofty pillars, everything wore an air so severely classic, and yet all was gorgeously elegant, and, at the same time, perfectly tasteful. At first we reviewed everything in a very hasty manner, for our impulse hurried us along, and we wished to take in everything at one glance. Afterwards we began a new and more deliberate survey. As we enter a large open courtyard, our eye is caught by numerous pieces of marble and fragments of columns, some of the latter resting tastefully on sculptured plinths. Almost everything here is prostrate, covered with rubbish and broken fragments, but yet all looks grand and majestic in its ruin. We next enter a second and a larger courtyard, above 200 paces in length and about 100 in breadth. Round the walls are niches cut in marble, and ornamented with the prettiest arabesques. These niches were probably occupied in former times by statues of the numerous heathen gods. Behind these are little cells, the dwellings of the priests, and in the foreground rise 6 Corinthian pillars, the only trace left of the great temple of the sun. These 6 pillars, which have hitherto bid defiance to time, devastation, and earthquakes, are supposed to be the loftiest and most magnificent in the world. Nearly 70 feet in height, each pillar a rocky colossus, resting on a basement 27 feet high, covered with excellent workmanship, a masterpiece of ancient architecture, they tower above the Cyclops wall, and look far away into the distance, giant monuments of the hoary past. How vast this temple must originally have been is shown by the remaining pedestals, from which the pillars have fallen, and lay strewed around in weather-stained fragments. I counted 20 such pedestals along the length of the temple, and 10 across its breadth. The lesser temple, separated from the greater merely by a wall, lies deeper and more sheltered from the wind and weather. Consequently, it is in better preservation. A covered hall, resting on pillars 50 feet in height, leads round this temple. Statues of gods and heroes, beautifully sculptured in marble, and surrounded by arabesques, deck the lofty arches of this corridor. The pillars consist of 3 pieces fastened together with such amazing strength, that when the last earthquake threw down a column it did not break, but fell with its top buried in the earth, where it is seen leaning its majestic height against a hill. From this hall we pass through a splendid portal into the interior of the little sanctuary. An eagle with outspread wings overshadows the upper part of the gate, which is 30 feet in height by 20 in breadth. The 2 sides are enriched with small figures prettily executed, in a tastefully carved border of flowers, fruit, ears of corn, and arabesques. This portal is in very good preservation, excepting that the keystone has slipped from its place, and hangs threateningly over the entrance, to the terror of all who pass beneath. But we entered and afterwards returned unhurt, and many will yet pass unharmed like ourselves beneath the loose stones. We shall have returned to dust, while the pendant mass will still see generation after generation roll on. This lesser temple would not look small by any means, were it not for its colossal neighbor. On side 9, and on the other side 6 pillars are still erect, besides several pedestals from which the pillars have fallen. Walls, niches, everything around us, in fact, is of marble, enriched with sculptured work of every kind. The sanctuary of the sun is separated from the nave of the temple by a row of pillars, most of them prostrate. To judge from what remains of both these temples, they must originally have been decorated with profuse splendor. The costliest statues and bas-reliefs, sculptured in stone resembling marble, once filled the niches and halls. The remains of tasteful ornaments and arabesques bear witness to the luxury which once existed here. The only fault seems to have been a redundancy of decoration. A subterranean vaulted passage, 250 paces in length and 30 in breadth, traverses this temple. In the midst of this walk a colossal head is hewn out of the rocky ceiling, representing probably some hero of antiquity. This place is now converted into a stable for horses and camels. The little brook Litany winds round the foot of the hill on which these ruins stand. We had been cautioned at Damascus to abstain from wandering alone among these temples, but our interest in all we saw was so great that we forgot the warning and our fears, and hastened to and fro without the least protection. We spent several hours here, exploring every corner, and meeting no one but a few curious inhabitants, who wished to see the newly arrived Franks. Herr S. even wandered through the ruins at night quite alone, without meeting an adventure of any kind. I am almost inclined to think that travellers sometimes detail attacks by robbers, and dangers which they have not experienced, in order to render their narratives more interesting. My journey was a very long one, through very dangerous regions. On some occasions I travelled alone, with only one Arab servant, and yet nothing serious ever happened to me. Heliopolis is in such a ruined state, that no estimate can be formed of the pristine size and splendor of this celebrated town. Excepting the 2 temples of the sun, and a very small building in their vicinity, built in a circular form and richly covered with sculpture and arabesques, and a few broken pillars, not a trace of the ancient city remains. The present town of Baalbek is partly built on the site occupied by its predecessor. It lies to the right of the temples, and consists of a heap of small, wretched-looking houses and huts. The largest buildings in the place are the convent and the barracks. The latter of these presents an exceedingly ridiculous appearance, fragments of ancient pillars, statues, friezes, etc., having been collected from all sides, and put together to form a modern building according to Turkish notions of taste. We were received into the convent, but could command no further accommodation than an empty room and a few straw mats. Our attendant brought us pilau, the everyday dish of the East, but to-day he surprised us with a boiled fowl, buried beneath a heap of the Turkish fare. Count Zichy added a few bottles of excellent wine from Lebanon to the feast, and so we sat down to dinner without tables or chairs, as merry as mortals need desire to be. Here, as in most other Eastern towns, I had only to step out on the terrace roof of the house to cause a crowd of old and young to collect, eager to see a Frankish woman in the costume of her country. Whoever wishes to create a sensation, without possessing either genius or talent, has only to betake himself, without loss of time, to the East, and he will have his ambition gratified to the fullest extent. But whoever has a great objection to being stared at as I have, will easily understand that I reckoned this among the greatest inconveniences of my journey. July 7th. At 5 o'clock in the morning we again mounted our horses, and rode for 3 hours through an immense plain, where nothing was to be seen but scattered columns, toward the foremost promontories of the Lebanon range. The road towards the heights was sufficiently good and easy. We were little disturbed by the heat, and brooks caused by the thawing of snowfields afforded us most grateful refreshment. In the middle of the day we took an hour's nap under the shady trees beside a gushing stream. Then we proceeded to climb the heights. As we journeyed onwards the trees became fewer and farther between, until at length no soil was left in which they could grow. The way was so confined by chasms and abysses on the one side, and walls of rock on the other, that there was scarcely room for a horse to pass. Suddenly a loud voice before us cried "Halt!" Startled by the sound, we looked up to find that the call came from a soldier, who was escorting a woman afflicted with the plague from a village where she had been the first victim of the terrible disease, to another where it was raging fearfully. It was impossible to turn aside, so the soldier had no recourse but to drag the sick woman some paces up the steep rocky wall, and then we had to pass close by her. The soldier called out to us to cover our mouths and noses. He himself had anointed the lower part of his face with tar, as a preventive against contagion. This was the first plague-stricken person I had seen, and as we were compelled to pass close by her, I had an opportunity of observing the unfortunate creature closely. She was bound on an ass, appeared resigned to her fate, and turned her sunken eyes on us with an aspect of indifference. I could see no trace of the terrible disease, except a yellow appearance of the face. The soldier who accompanied her seemed as cool and indifferent as though he were walking beside a person in perfect health. As the plague prevailed to a considerable extent throughout the valleys of the Lebanon, we were frequently obliged to go some distance out of our way to avoid the villages affected with the scourge. We usually encamped for the night in the open fields, far from any habitation. On the whole long distance from Baalbek to the cedars of Lebanon, we found not a human habitation, excepting a little shepherd's hut near the mountains. Not more than a mile and a half from the heights we came upon small fields of snow. Several of our attendants dismounted and began a snowballing match, a wintry scene which reminded me of my fatherland. Although we were travelling on snow, the temperature was so mild that not one of our party put on a cloak. We could not imagine how it was possible for snow to exist in such a high temperature. The thermometer stood at 9° Reaumur. A fatiguing and dangerous ride of 5 hours at length brought us from the foot to the highest point of Mount Lebanon. Here, for the first time, we can see the magnitude and the peculiar construction of the range. Steep walls of rock, with isolated villages scattered here and there like beehives and built on natural rocky terraces, rise on all sides. Deep valleys lie between, contrasting beautifully in their verdant freshness with the bare rocky barriers. Farther on lie stretched elevated plateaus, with cows and goats feeding at intervals, and in the remote distance glitters a mighty stripe of bluish green, encircling the landscape like a broad girdle. This is the Mediterranean. On the flat, extended coast several places can be distinguished, among which the most remarkable is Tripoli. On the right the grove of cedars lay at our feet. For a long time we stood on this spot, and turned again, for fear of losing any part of the gigantic panorama. On one side the mountain range, with its valleys, rocks, and gorges; on the other side the immense plain of Kalosira, on a verge of which the ruins of the Sun Temple were visible, glittering in the noontide rays. Then we climbed downwards and upwards, then downwards once more, through ravines and over rocks, along a frightful path, to a little grove of the far famed cedars of Lebanon. In this direction the peculiar pointed formation which constitutes the principal charm of these mountains once more predominates. The celebrated grove of cedars is distant about 2 miles and a half from the summit of Lebanon. It consists of between 500 and 600 trees; about 20 of these are very aged, and 5 peculiarly large and 5 specimens are said to have existed in the days of Solomon. One tree is more than 25 feet in circumference. At about 5 feet from the ground it divides into 4 portions, and forms as many good-sized trunks. For more than an hour we rested beneath these ancient monuments of the vegetable world. The setting sun warned us to depart speedily, for our destination for the night was above 3 miles away, and it was not prudent to travel on these fearful paths in the darkness. Our party here separated. Count Zischi proceeded with his attendants to Huma, while the rest of us bent our course towards Tripoli. After a hearty leave-taking, one company turned to the right and the other to the left. We had hardly held on our way for half an hour before one of the loveliest valleys I have ever beheld opened at our feet. Immense and lofty walls of rock, of the most varied and fantastic shapes, surrounded this fairy vale on all sides. In the foreground rose a gigantic table rock, on which was built a beautiful village, with a church smiling in the midst. Suddenly the sound of chimes was borne upwards towards us on the still, clear air. They were the first I had heard in Syria. I cannot describe the feeling of delicious emotion this familiar sound caused in me. The Turkish government everywhere prohibits the ringing of bells, but here, on the mountains, among the free Maronites, everything is free. The sound of church bells is a simple, earnest music for Christian ears, too intimately associated with the usages of our religion to be heard with indifference. Here, so far from my native country, they appeared like links in the mysterious chain which binds the Christians of all countries in one unity. I felt, as it were, nearer to my hearth and to my dear ones, who were, perhaps, at the same moment, listening to similar sounds, and thinking of the distant wanderer. The road leading into this valley was fearfully steep. We were obliged to make a considerable detour around the lovely village of Bishari, for the plague was raging there, which made it forbidden ground for us. Some distance beyond the village we pitched our camp beside a small stream. This night we suffered much from cold and damp. The inhabitants of Bishari paid us a visit for the purpose of demanding bakshish. We had considerable difficulty in getting rid of them, and were obliged almost to beat them off with sticks to escape from their contagious touch. The practice of begging is universal in the East. So soon as an inhabitant comes in sight, he is sure to be holding out his hand. In those parts where poverty is everywhere apparent, we cannot wonder at this importunity, but we are justly surprised when we find it in these fruitful valleys, which offer everything that man can require, where the inhabitants are well clothed, and where their stone dwellings look cheerful and commodious, where corn, the grapevine, the fig and mulberry tree, and even the valuable potato plant, which cannot flourish throughout the greater part of Syria on account of the heat and stony soil, are found in abundance. Every spot of earth is carefully cultivated and turned to the best account, so that I could have fancied myself among the industrious German peasantry, and yet these free people beg and steal quite as much as the Bedouins and Arabs. We were obliged to keep a sharp watch on everything. My riding whip was stolen almost before my very eyes, and one of the gentlemen had his pocket picked of his handkerchief. Our march to-day had been very fatiguing; we had ridden for 11 hours, and the greater part of the road had been very bad. The night brought us but little relaxation, for our cloaks did not sufficiently protect us from the cold. Section 24. Section 25 of A Visit to the Holy Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13 of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy, Part 1, by Ida L. Pfeiffer. July 8th. Today we quitted our cold, hard couch at 6 o'clock in the morning, and travelled agreeably for 2 hours through this romantic valley, which appeared almost at every step in a new aspect of increased beauty. Above the village a foaming stream bursts from the mighty rocks in a beautiful waterfall, irrigates the valley, and then vanishes imperceptibly among the windings of the ravine. Brooks similar to this one, but smaller, leapt from the mountains round about. On the rocky peaks we seemed to behold ruined castles and towers, but discover with astonishment, as we approach nearer, that what we suppose to be ruins are delusive pictures, formed by the wonderful masses of rock, grouped one above the other in the most fantastic forms. In the depths on the one side, grottos upon grottos are seen, some with their entrances half concealed, others with gigantic portals, above which the wild rocks tower high. On the other a rich soil is spread in the form of terraces on the rocky cliffs, forming a lovely picture of refreshing vegetation. Had I been a painter, it would have been difficult to tear me away from the contemplation of these regions. Below the greater waterfall a narrow stone bridge, without balustrades or railings, leads across a deep ravine, through which the stream rushes foaming to the opposite shore. After having once crossed, we enter upon a more inhabited tract of country, and travel on between rows of houses and gardens. But many of the houses stood empty, the inhabitants having fled into the fields, and there erected huts of branches of trees, to escape the plague. The Maronites, the real inhabitants of these mountains, are strong people, gifted with a determined will. They cannot easily be brought under a foreign yoke, but are ready to defend their liberty to the death among the natural strongholds of their rocky passes. Their religion resembles that of the Christians, and their priests are permitted to marry. The women do not wear veils, but I saw few such handsome countenances among them as I have frequently observed in the Tyrol. In the first mountain range of Lebanon, in the direction of Kelosira, many Druses are found, besides a few tribes of Mutuales. The former incline to the Christian faith, while the latter are generally termed calf worshippers. They practice their religion so secretly that nothing certain is known concerning it. The general supposition is, however, that they worship their deity under the form of a calf. Our way led onwards for about 6 miles from Bishare, through the beautiful valleys of the Lebanon. Then the smiling nature changed, and we were again wandering through sterile regions. The heat, too, became very oppressive, but everything would have been borne cheerfully had there not been an invalid among us. Herr Sattler had felt rather unwell on the previous day. To-day he grew so much worse that he could not keep his seat in his saddle, and fell to the ground half insensible. Luckily we found a cistern not far off, and near it some trees, beneath which we made a bed of cloaks for our sick friend. A little water mixed with a few drops of strong vinegar restored him to consciousness. After the lapse of an hour the patient was indeed able to resume his journey, but lassitude, headache, and feverish shivering still remained, and we had a ride of many hours before us ere we could reach our resting place for the night. From every hill we climbed the ocean could be seen at so short a distance that we thought an hour's journeying must bring us there. But each time another mountain thrust itself between, which it was necessary to climb. So it went on for many hours, till at length we reached a small valley with a lofty, isolated mass of rock in the midst, crowned by a ruined castle. The approach to this stronghold was by a flight of stairs cut in the rock. From this point our journey lay at least over a better road, between meadows and fruit trees, to the little town which we reached at nightfall. We had a long and weary search before we could obtain for our sick comrade even a room, destitute of every appearance of comfort. Poor Herr Sattler, more dead than alive, was compelled, after a ride of 13 hours, to take up his lodging on the hard ground. The room was perfectly bare, the windows were broken, and the door would not lock. We were fain to search for a few boards, with which we closed up the windows, that the sick man might at least be sheltered from the current of air. I then prepared him a dish of rice with vinegar. This was the only refreshment we were able to procure. The rest of us lay down in the yard, but the anxiety we felt concerning our sick friend prevented us from sleeping much. He exhibited every symptom of the plague. In this short time his countenance was quite changed. Violent headaches and exhaustion prevented him from moving, and the burning heat added the pangs of thirst to his other ills. As we had been travelling for the last day and a half through regions where the pestilence prevailed, it appeared but too probable that Herr Sattler had been attacked by it. Luckily the patient himself had not any idea of the kind, and we took especial care that he should not read our anxiety in our countenances. July 9th. Heaven be praised! Herr Sattler was better to-day, though too weak to continue his journey. As we had thus some time on our hands, the French gentleman and I resolved to embark in a boat to witness the operations of fishing for sponges, by which a number of the poorer inhabitants of the Syrian coast gain their livelihood. A fisherman rowed us about half a mile out to sea, till he came to a place where he hoped to find something. Here he immersed a plummet in the sea to sound its depth, and on finding that something was to be gained here, he dived downwards armed with a knife to cut the sponges he expected to find from the rocks, and after remaining below the surface for 2 or 3 minutes, reappeared with his booty. When first loosened from the rocks, these sponges are usually full of shells and small stones, which give them a very strong and disagreeable smell. They require to be thoroughly cleansed from dirt and well washed with sea water before being put into fresh. After our little water party, we sallied forth to see the town, which is very prettily situated among plantations of mulberry trees in the vicinity of the sea coast. The women here are not only unveiled, but frequently wear their necks bare. We saw some of them working in their gardens and washing linen. They were half undressed. We visited the bazaar, intending to purchase a few eggs and cucumbers for our dinner, and some oranges for our convalescent friend. But we could not obtain any, and moderate as our wishes were, it was out of our power to gratify them. By the afternoon Herr Sattler had so far regained his strength that he could venture to undertake a short journey of 10 miles to the little town of Jebel. This stage was the less difficult for our worthy invalid from the fact that the road lay pleasantly across a fruitful plain skirting the sea, while a cool sea breeze took away the oppressiveness of the heat. The majestic Lebanon bounded the distant view on the left, and several convents on the foremost chain of mountains looked down upon the broad vale. We seemed to have but just mounted our horses, when we already descried the castle of the town to which we were bound rising above its walls, and soon after halted at a large khan in its immediate neighbourhood. There were rooms here in plenty, but all were empty, and the unglazed windows could not even be closed by shutters. Houses of entertainment of this description barely shield the traveller from the weather. We took possession of a large entrance hall for our night's quarters, and made ourselves as comfortable as we could. Count Berchthold and I walked into the town of Jebel Byblos. This place is, as I have already mentioned, surrounded by a wall. It also contains a small bazaar, but we did not find much to buy. The majority of dwellings are built in gardens of mulberry trees. The castle lies rather high, and is still in the condition to which it was reduced after the siege by the English in 1840. The side fronting the ocean has sustained most damage. This castle is now uninhabited, but some of the lower rooms are converted into stables. Not far off we found some fragments of ancient pillars. An amphitheatre is said to have once stood here. July 10th. To-day Herr Sattler had quite recovered his health, so that we could again commence our journey, according to custom, early in the morning. Our road lay continually by the seashore. The views were always picturesque and beautiful, as on the way from Betram to Jebel, but to-day we had the additional luxury of frequently coming upon brooks, which flowed from the neighbouring Lebanon, and of passing springs bursting forth near the seashore, one indeed so close to the sea that the waves continually dashed over it. After riding forward for 4 hours, we reached the so-called Dog's River, the greatest and deepest on the whole journey. This stream also has its origin in the heights of the Lebanon, and after a short course falls into the neighbouring sea. At the entrance of the valley where the Dogs River flowed lay a simple khan. Here we made halt to rest for an hour. Generally we got nothing to eat during the day, as we seldom or never passed a village. Even when we came upon a house, there was rarely anything to be had but coffee. We were therefore the more astonished to find here fresh figs, cucumbers, buttermilk, and wine, things which in Syria make a feast for the gods. We revelled in this unwonted profusion, and afterwards rode into the valley, which smiled upon us in verdant luxuriousness. This vale cannot be more than 500 or 600 feet in breadth. On either side high walls rise towering up, and on the left we see the ruins of an aqueduct quite overgrown with ivy. This aqueduct is 700 or 800 paces in length, and extends as far as the spot where the Dogs River rushes over rocks and stones, forming not a lofty, but yet a fine waterfall. Just below this fall, a bridge of Roman architecture, supported boldly on rocky buttresses, unites the two shores. The road to this bridge is by a broad flight of stone stairs, upon which our good Syrian horses carried us in perfect safety, both upwards and downwards. It was a fearful, dizzy road. The river derives its name from a stone lying near it, which is said to resemble a dog in form. Stones and pieces of rock, against which the stream rushed foaming, we saw in plenty, but none in which we could discover any resemblance to a dog. Perhaps the contour has been destroyed by the action of wind and weather. Scarcely had we crossed this dangerous bridge when the road wound sharply round a rock in the small but blooming valley, and we journeyed towards the heights up almost perpendicular rocks, and past abysses that overhung the sea. The rocky mountains we were now climbing juts far out into the sea, and forms a pass towards the territory of Beyrout, which a handful of men might easily hold against an army. Such a pass may that of Thermopylae have been, and had these mountaineers but a Leonidas, they would certainly not be far behind the ancient Spartans. A Latin inscription on a massive stone slab, and higher up 4 niches, 2 of which contain statues, while the others display a similar inscription, seem to indicate that the Romans had already known and appreciated the importance of this pass. Unfortunately, both statues and writing were so much injured by the all-destroying hand of time that only a man learned in these matters could have deciphered their meaning. In our party there was no one equal to such a task. We rode on for another half-hour, after which the path led downwards into the territory of Beyrout, and we rode quietly and comfortably by the seaside towards this city. Mulberry trees and vineyards bloomed around us, country houses and villages lay half hidden between, and convents crowned the lower peaks of the Lebanon, which on this side displays only naked rocks, the majority of a bluish-grey colour. At a little distance from Beyrout we came upon a second giant bridge, similar to that over the Dogs River. Broad staircases, on which 4 or 5 horsemen could conveniently ride abreast, led upwards and downwards. The steps are so steep, and lie so far apart, that it seems almost incredible that the poor horses should be able to ascend and descend upon them. We looked down from a dizzy height, not upon a river, but upon a dry river bed. At 5 o'clock in the evening we arrived safely at Beyrout, and thus ended our excursion to the lovely and incomparable city of the East, to the world-renowned ruin, and to the venerable grove of cedars. Our tour had occupied 10 days. The distance was about 180 miles, namely, from Beyrout to Damascus about 60, from Damascus to Baalbek 40, and from Baalbek across the Lebanon to Beyrout about 80 miles. Of 4-footed beasts, amphibious creatures, birds, or insects we had seen nothing. Count Berchtold caught a chameleon, which unfortunately effected its escape from its prison a few days afterward. At night we frequently heard the howling of jackals, but never experienced any annoyance from them. We had not to complain of the attacks of insects, but suffered much from the dreadful heat, besides being frequently obliged to endure hunger and thirst. The thermometer one day rose to 40 degrees. End of section 25. Section 26 of A Visit to the Holy Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13 of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy, Part 2, by Ida L. Pfeiffer. In Beirut, I once more put up at the house of the kind French lady. The first piece of news I heard was that I had arrived 24 hours too late, and had thus missed the English packet boat. This was a most annoying circumstance, for the boat in question only starts for Alexandria once a month, on the 8th or 9th, and, at other times, is as great chance of an opportunity of journeying thither can be found. On the very next day I hastened to the Austrian consulate, and begged the vice-consul, Herr C., to let me know when a ship was about to start for Egypt, and also to engage a place for me. I was told that a Greek vessel would start for that country in 2 or 3 days, but these 2 or 3 days grew into 19. Never shall I forget what I had to endure in Beirut. When I could no longer bear the state of things at night in the Noah's Ark of my good Pauline, I used to creep through the window on to a terrace, and sleep there, but was obliged each time to retire to my room before daybreak lest I should be discovered. It is said that misfortunes seldom happen singly, and my case was not an exception to the rule. One night I must have caught cold, for in the morning when I hastened back to my prison, and lay down on the bed to recover from the effects of my stone couch, I experienced such an acute pain in my back and hips that I was unable to rise. It happened to be a Sunday morning, a day on which my kind Pauline did not come to the house, as there was no school to keep, and so I lay for 24 hours in the greatest pain, without help, unable even to obtain a drop of water. I was totally unable to drag myself to the floor, or to the place where the water jug stood. The next day, I am thankful to say, I felt somewhat better. My Pauline also came, and prepared me some mutton broth. By the 4th day I was once more up, and had almost recovered from the attack. Journey from Beirut to Cairo and Alexandria. It was not until the 28th of July that a Greek brig set sail for Alexandria. At 10 o'clock in the evening I betook myself on board, and the next morning at 2 we weighed anchor. Never have I bid adieu to any place with so much joy as I felt on leaving the town of Beirut. My only regret was the parting from my kind Pauline. I had met many good people during my journey, but she was certainly one of the best. Unhappily, my cruel fate was not yet weary of pursuing me, and in my experience I fully realized the old proverb of "out of the frying pan into the fire." On this vessel, and during the time we had to keep in quarantine in Alexandria, I was almost worse off than during my stay in Beirut. It is necessary in dealing with the captain of a vessel of this description to have a written contract for everything, stating, for instance, where he is to land, and how long he may stay at each place, etc. I mentioned this fact at the consulate, and begged the gentlemen to do what was necessary, but they assured me the captain was known to be a man of honour, and that the precaution I wished to take would be quite superfluous. Upon this assumption I placed myself fearlessly in the hands of the man, but scarcely had we lost sight of land when he frankly declared that there were not sufficient provisions and water on board to allow of our proceeding to Alexandria, but that he must make for the harbour of Limassol in Cyprus. I was exceedingly angry at this barefaced fraud, and at the loss of time it would occasion me, and offered all the opposition I could. But nothing would avail me, I had no written contract, and the rest of the company offered no active resistance, so to Cyprus we went. A voyage in an ordinary sailing vessel, which is not a packet boat, is as wearisome a thing as can be well conceived. The lower portion of the ship is generally so crammed with merchandise that the deck alone remains for the passengers. This was the case on the present occasion. I was obliged to remain continually on deck, during the daytime, when I had only my umbrella to shield me from the piercing rays of the sun; at night, when the dews fell so heavily that after an hour my cloak would be quite wet through, in cold and stormy weather. They did not even spread a piece of sailcloth by way of an awning. This state of things continued for 10 days and 11 nights, during which time I had not even an opportunity to change my clothes. This was a double hardship, for if there is a place above all others where cleanliness becomes imperative to comfort, it is certainly on board a Greek ship, the generality of which are exceedingly dirty and disgusting. The company, I found, did not make amends for the accommodation. The only Europeans on board were 2 young men, who had received some unimportant situation in a quarantine office from the Turkish government. The behaviour of both was conceited, stupid, and withal terribly vulgar. Then there were 4 students from Alexandria, who boarded at Beirut, and were going home to spend the vacation, good-natured but much neglected lads of 14 or 15 years, who seemed particularly partial to the society of the sailors, and were always talking, playing, or quarrelling with them. The remainder of the company consisted of a rich Arab family, with several male and female negro slaves, and a very few poor people. And in such society I was to pass a weary time. Many will say that this was a good opportunity for obtaining an insight into the customs and behaviour of these people, but I would gladly have declined the opportunity, for it requires an almost angelic patience to bear such a complication of evils with equanimity. Among the Arabs and the lower classes of Greeks, moreover, everything possessed by one member of the community is looked upon as public property. A knife, a pair of scissors, a drinking glass, or any other small article, is taken from its owner without permission, and is given back after use without being cleaned. On the mat, the carpet, or the mattress, which you have brought on board as bedding, a negro and his master will lie down, and whenever a vacant space is left, some one is sure to stand or lie down. Take what precautions you may, it is impossible to avoid having your person and garments infested by certain very disgusting parasitical creatures. One day I cleaned my teeth with a toothbrush. One of the Greek sailors, noticing what I was about, came towards me, and when I laid the brush down for an instant, took it up. I thought he only wished to examine it, but no, he did exactly as I had done, and after cleansing his teeth returned me my brush, expressing himself entirely satisfied with it. The diet on board a vessel of this kind is also exceedingly bad. For dinner we have pilau, stale cheese, and onions. In the evening we get anchovies, olives, stale cheese again, and ship biscuit instead of bread. These appetizing dishes are placed in a tray on the ground, round which the captains, of whom there are frequently 2 or 3, the mate, and those passengers who have not come furnished with provisions of their own, take their places. I did not take part in these entertainments, for I had brought a few live fowls, besides some rice, butter, dried bread, and coffee, and prepared my own meals. The voyage in one of these agreeable ships is certainly not very dear, if we do not take the discomforts and privations into account, but these I cannot really estimate at too high a price. For the voyage to Alexandria, a distance of 2,000 sea miles, I paid 60 piastres. The provisions I took with me cost 30 more. Thus the entire journey came only to 90 piastres. In general the wind was very unfavourable, so that we frequently cruised about for whole nights, and awoke in the morning to find ourselves in almost the same position we had occupied the previous evening. This is one of the most disagreeable impressions, and one which can scarcely be described, to be continually driving and driving without approaching the conclusion of your journey. To my shame I must confess that I sometimes shed tears of regret and annoyance. My fellow passengers could not at all understand why I was so impatient, for with their constitutional indolence they were quite indifferent as to whether they spent their time for a week or a fortnight longer in smoking, sleeping, and idling on board, or on shore, whether they were carried to Cyprus or Alexandria. It was not until the 4th day that we landed at Limassol. This place contains pretty houses, some of which are even provided with slatted roofs, and resemble European habitations. Here, for the first time since my departure from Constantinople, I saw a vehicle. It was not, however, a coach, but simply a wooden 2-wheeled cart, and is used to transport stones, earth, and merchandise. The region around Limassol is barren in the extreme, almost like that of Locarno, except that the mountains here are much nearer. We stayed in this port the whole of the day, and now I learnt for the first time that the captain had not put in here so much on account of scarcity of provisions as because he wanted to take in wine and endeavour to take in passengers. Of the latter, however, none presented themselves. The wine is very cheap. I bought a bottle containing about 3 pints for a piastre. As soon as we were again at sea, our worthy captain gave out that he wished to call at Damietta. My patience was at length exhausted. I called him a cheat, and insisted that he should bend his course to no other port than to Alexandria, otherwise I should have him brought before a judge if it cost me 100 piastres. This remonstrance produced so much effect upon the captain, that he promised me not to cast anchor anywhere else, and, marvellous to relate, he kept his word. One other circumstance occurred during this journey which is interesting as furnishing a sample of the heroism of the modern Greeks. On the 5th of August, about noon, our sailors discovered a two-masted ship in the distance, which altered her course immediately on perceiving our vessel, and came sailing toward us. It was at once concluded by all that this ship must be a pirate, else why did she alter her course and give chase to us? The circumstance was indeed singular, yet these maritime heroes ought to have been used to all kinds of adventures, and not at once to have feared the worst, particularly as, so far as I am aware, the pirates' trade is very nearly broken up, and attempts of this kind are unprecedented, at least in these regions. A painter like Hogarth should have been on board our ship, to mark the expression of fear and cowardice depicted on the several countenances. It was wonderful to behold how the poor captains ran from one end of the ship to the other, and huddled us travellers together into a heap, recommending us to sit still and keep silence; how they then hurried away and ran to and fro, making signs and gestures, while the pale sailors tumbled after them with scared faces, wringing their hands. Any one who had not witnessed the scene would think this description exaggerated. What would the Grecian heroes of antiquity say if they could throw a glance upon their gallant descendants? Instead of arming themselves and making preparations, the men ran about in the greatest confusion. We were in this enviable state when the dreaded pirate came within gunshot, and the reason of her approach turned out to be that her compass was broken. The whole scene at once changed, as though a beneficent fairy had waved her hand. The captains instantly recovered their dignity, the sailors embraced and jumped about like children, and we poor travellers were released from durance and permitted to take part in the friendly interview between the two heroic crews. The captain who had spoken to us asked our gallant leader in what latitude we were, and hearing that we were sailing to Alexandria, requested that a lantern should be hung at the mainmast sail, at which he might look as a guiding star. With the exception of Cyprus, we had seen no land during all our weary journey. We could only judge when we arrived in the neighbourhood of Damietta by the altered colour of the sea. As far as the eye could reach, the beautiful dark blue wave had turned to the colour of the yellow Nile. From these tokens I could judge of the magnitude and volume of that river, which at this season of the year increases greatly, and had already been rising for 2 months. August 7th. At 8 o'clock in the morning we safely reached the quay of Alexandria. End of section 26. Section 27 of A Visit to the Holy Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 14 of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy, Part 1, by Ida L. Pfeiffer. At first we could only perceive the tops of masts, behind which low objects seemed to be hiding as they rose from the sea. In a little time a whole forest of masts appeared, while the objects before mentioned took the shape of houses peering forth amongst them. At length the land itself could be distinguished from the surrounding ocean, and we discerned hills, shrubberies, and gardens in the vicinity of the town, the appearance of which is not calculated to delight the traveller, for a large desert region of sand girdles both city and gardens, giving an air of dreariness to the whole scene. We cast anchor between the lighthouse and the new hospital. No friendly boat was permitted to approach and carry us to the wished-for shore. We came from the land of the plague to enter another region afflicted with the same scourge, and yet we were compelled to keep quarantine, for the Egyptians asserted that the Syrian plague was more malignant than the variety of the disease raging among them. Thus a compulsory quarantine is always enforced in these regions, a circumstance alike prejudicial to visitors, commerce, and shipping. We waited with fear and trembling to hear how long a period of banishment in the hospital should be awarded us. At length came a little skiff, bringing 2 guardians, servants of the hospital, and with them the news that we must remain in the hospital 10 days from the period of our entrance, but that we could not disembark today, as it was Sunday. Excepting at the arrival of the English packet boats, the officials have no time to examine vessels on Sundays or holidays, a truly Egyptian arrangement. Why could not an officer be appointed for these days to take care of the poor travellers? Why should 50 persons suffer for the convenience of one, and be deprived of their liberty for an extra day? We came from Beirut furnished with a Teksheret certificate of health by the government, besides the voucher of our personal appearance, and yet we were condemned to a lengthened imprisonment. But Mehemet Ali is far more mighty and despotic in Egypt than the Sultan in Constantinople. He commands, and what can we do but obey, and submit to his superior power? From the deck of our ship I obtained a view of the city and the desert region around. The town seems tolerably spacious, and is built quite in European style. Of the Turkish town, which lies in the background, we can distinguish nothing. The proper harbour, situate at the opposite side of the city, is also invisible, and its situation can only be discerned from the forest of masts that towers upwards. The eye is principally caught by 2 high sand hills, on one side of which stands Fort Napoleon, while the other is surmounted by several cannon. The foreground is occupied by rocky ridges of moderate elevation, flanked on one side by the lighthouse, and on the other by the new quarantine buildings. The old quarantine house lies opposite to the new one. In several places we notice plantations of date palms, which make a very agreeable impression on the European, as their appearance is quite new to him. August 8th. At 7 o'clock this morning we disembarked, and were delivered with bag and baggage at the quarantine house. I now trod a new quarter of the globe, Africa. When I sit calmly down to think of the past, I frequently wonder how it was that my courage and perseverance never once left me while I followed out my project step by step. This only serves to convince me that, if the resolution be firm, things can be achieved which would appear almost impossible. I had expected to find neither comfort nor pleasure in the quarantine house, and unfortunately I had judged but too well. The courtyard into which we were shown was closely locked, and furnished on all sides with wooden bars. The rooms displayed only 4 bare walls, with windows guarded in the same manner. It is customary to quarter several persons in the same room, and then each pays a share of the expense. I requested a separate apartment, which one can also have, but of course at a higher charge. Such a thing as a chair, a table, or a piece of furniture was quite out of the question. Whoever wishes to enjoy such a luxury must apply by letter to an innkeeper of the town, who lends anything of the kind, but at an enormously high rate. Diet must be obtained in the same way. In the quarantine establishment there is no host; everything must be procured from without. An innkeeper generally demands between 30 and 40 piastres per diem for supper and dinner. This I considered a little too exorbitant, and therefore ordered a few articles of food through one of the keepers. He promised to provide everything punctually, but I fear he cannot have understood me, for I waited in vain, and during the whole of the first day had nothing to eat. On the second day my appetite was quite ravenous, and I did not know what to do. I betook myself to the room of the Arab family who had come in the same ship with me, and were therefore also in quarantine. I asked for a piece of bread, for which I offered to pay, but the kind woman not only gave me bread, but pressed upon me a share of all the provisions she was preparing for her family, and would not be prevailed upon to accept any remuneration. On the contrary, she explained to me by signs that I was to come to her whenever I wanted anything. It was not until the evening of the second day that, perceiving it was hopeless to expect anything from my stupid messenger, I applied to the chief superintendent of the hospital, who came every evening at sunset to examine us and to lock us in our rooms. I ordered my provisions of him, and from this time forward always received them in proper time. The keepers were all Arabs, and not one of them could understand or speak any language but their own. This is also a truly Egyptian arrangement. I think that in an establishment of this kind, where travellers from all parts of the world are assembled, it would at least be advisable to have a person who understands Italian, if he cannot speak it. An individual of this kind could easily be obtained, for Italian, as I afterwards found, is such a well-known language throughout the East, but particularly at Alexandria and Cairo, that many people are to be met with, even among the lowest classes, who understand and can speak it. The supply of water is also very badly managed. Every morning, immediately after sunrise, a few skins of water are brought for the purpose of cleaning the cooking utensils. At 9 o'clock in the morning and 5 in the afternoon a few camels came laden with skins of fresh water, which are emptied into 2 stone tanks in the courtyard. Then all fill their cooking and drinking vessels, but in such an untidy way that I felt not the slightest inclination to drink. One man was ladling out the water with a dirty pot, while another dabbled in the tank with his filthy hands, and some even put their dirty feet on the run and washed them, so that some of the water ran back into the tank. This receptacle is moreover never cleaned, so that dirt accumulates upon dirt, and the only way to obtain clear water is by filtering it. On the second day of my residence here I was exceedingly surprised to observe that the courtyard, the staircases, the rooms, etc., were being cleaned and swept with particular care. The mystery was soon solved. The commissioner appeared with a great stick, and paused at the threshold of the door to see that the linen, clothes, etc., were hung up to air, the books opened, and the letters or papers suspended by strings. No idea can be formed of the stupid nervous fear of this commissioner. For instance, on passing through the first room on his way to my apartment, he saw the stalk of a bunch of grapes lying on the ground. With fearful haste he thrust this trifling object aside with his stick, for fear his foot should strike against it in passing, and as he went continually held his stick in rest, to keep us plague-struck people at a respectful distance. On the 7th day of our incarceration we were all sent to our rooms at 9 o'clock in the morning. Doors and windows were then locked, and great chafing dishes were brought, and a dreadful odor of brimstone, herbs, burnt feathers, and other ingredients filled the air. After we had been compelled to endure this stifling atmosphere for 4 or 5 minutes, the windows and doors were once more opened. A person of a consumptive habit could scarcely have survived this inhuman ordeal. On the 9th day the men were drawn up in a row, to undergo an examination by the doctor. The old gentleman entered the room, with a spy-glass in one hand and a stick in the other, to review the troop. Every man had to strike himself a blow on the chest and another in the side. If he could do this without feeling pain, it was considered a sign of health, because the plague spots appear first on these parts of the body. On the same day the women were led into a large room, where a great female dragoon was waiting for us to put us through a similar ceremony. Neither men nor women are, however, required to undress. A few hours later we were summoned to the iron grating which separated us from the disinfected people. On the farther side were seated several officers, to whom we paid the fee for our rooms and the keepers. The charge was very trifling. My room, with attendance, only cost me 3 piastres per diem. But how gladly would every traveller pay a higher price, if he could only have a table and a few chairs in his apartment, and an attendant who understood what was said to him! So far as cleanliness is concerned, there is nothing to complain of. The rooms, the staircases, and the courtyard were kept very neatly, and the latter was even profusely watered twice a day. We were not at all annoyed by insects, and were but little incommoded by the heat. In the sun the temperature never exceeded 33 degrees, and in the shade the greatest heat was 22 degrees Reaumur. August 17th. At 7 o'clock this morning our cage was at length opened. Now all the world rushed in, friends and relations of the voyagers, ambassadors from innkeepers, porters, and donkey drivers, all were merry and joyous, for every one found a friend or an acquaintance, and only I stood alone and friendless, for nobody hastened towards me or even took an interest in me, but the envoys of the innkeepers, the porters, and donkey drivers, cruel generation that they were, quarrelled and hustled each other for the possession of the solitary one. I collected my baggage, mounted a donkey, and rode to the Colombier, one of the best inns in Alexandria. Swerving a little from the direct road, I passed Cleopatra's Needles, 2 obelisks of granite, one of which is still erect, while the other lies prostrate in the sand at a short distance. We rode through a miserable, poverty-stricken village. The huts were built of stones, but were so small and low that we can hardly understand how a man can stand upright in them. The doors were so low that we had to stoop considerably in entering. I could not discover any signs of windows. And this wretched village lay within the bounds of the city, and even within the walls, which enclose such an immense space that they not only comprise Alexandria itself, but several small villages, besides numerous country houses and a few shrubberies and cemeteries. In this village I saw many women with yellowish brown countenances. They looked wretched and dirty, and were all clothed in long blue garments, sitting before their doors at work, or nursing children. These women were employed in basket making and in picking corn. I did not notice any men; they were probably employed in the fields. I now rode forward across the sandy plain on which the whole of Alexandria is built, and suddenly, without having passed through any street, found myself in the great square. I can scarcely describe the astonishment I felt at the scene before me. Everywhere I saw large, beautiful houses, with lofty gates, regular windows, and balconies, like European dwellings; equipages, as graceful and beautiful as any that can be found in the great cities of Europe, rolled to and fro amid a busy crowd of men of various nations. Franks, in the costume of their country, were distinguished among the turbans and fez caps of the Orientals, and tall women in their blue gowns wandered amidst the half-naked forms of the Arabs and Bedouins. Here a negro was running with an arguelé behind his master, who trotted along on his noble horse; there Frankish or Egyptian ladies were to be seen mounted on asses. Coming from the dreary monotony of the quarantine house, this sight made a peculiar impression upon me. Scarcely had I arrived at the hotel before I hastened to the Austrian consulate, where Herr von L., the government councillor, received me very kindly. I begged this gentleman to let me know what would be the first opportunity for me to continue my journey to Cairo. I did not wish to take passage on board an English steamboat, as the charge on this vessel for the short distance of about 400 sea miles is £5. The councillor was polite enough to procure me a berth on board an Arabian bark, which was to start from Atfeh the same evening. I also learnt at the consulate that Herr Sattler, the painter, had arrived by the packet boat a few days previously, and was now at the old quarantine house. I rode out in company with a gentleman to visit him, and was glad to find him looking very well. He was just returning from his journey to Palestine. I found the arrangements in the old quarantine building rather more comfortable than those in the new. The establishment is moreover nearer the town, so that it is easier to obtain the necessaries of life. On my return, my companion was so kind as to conduct me through the greater portion of the Turkish town, which appeared to be better built and more neatly kept than any city of the Turks I had yet seen. The bazaar is not handsome; it consists of wooden booths, displaying only the most ordinary articles of merchandise. On the same day that I quitted the quarantine house, I rode in the evening to the Nile Canal, which is 24 feet broad and about 26 miles long. A number of vessels lay there, on one of which a place had been taken for me, the smaller division of the cabin, as far as Atfeh, for the sum of 15 piastres. I at once took possession of my berth, made my arrangements for the night and for the following day, and waited hour after hour till we should depart. Late in the night I was at length told that we could not set out to-night at all. To pack up my things again and to set off to walk to the inn, a distance of 2 miles, and to return next morning would have been a rather laborious proceeding. I therefore resolved to remain on board, and sat down among the Arabs and Bedouins to eat my frugal supper, which consisted of cold provisions. Next day I was told every half hour that we should depart immediately, and each time I was again disappointed. Herr von L. had wished to supply me with wine and provisions for the passage, but as I had calculated upon being in Atfeh to-day at noon, I had declined his offer with many thanks. But now I had no provisions, I could not venture into the town on account of the distance, and found it quite impossible to make the sailors understand that they were to bring me some bread and baked fish from the neighbouring bazaar. At length hunger compelled me to venture out alone. I pushed through the crowd, who looked at me curiously, but suffered me to pass unmolested, and bought some provisions. In Alexandria I procured beef and beef soup for the first time since my departure from Smyrna. In Alexandria and throughout the whole of Egypt the white bread is very delicious. At 4 in the afternoon we at length set sail. The time had passed rapidly enough with me, for there was a great deal of bustle around this canal. Barks came and departed, took in or discharged cargo; long processions of camels moved to and fro with their drivers to fetch and carry goods; the soldiers passed by, to the sound of military music, to exercise in the neighbouring square; There was continually something new to see, so that when 4 o'clock arrived I could not imagine what had become of the time. With the exception of the crew, I was the only person on board. These vessels are long and narrow, and are fitted up with a cabin and an awning. The cabin is divided into 2 little rooms. The first and larger of these contains 2 little windows on each side. The second and smaller one is often only 6 feet long by 5 feet broad. The space under the awning is appropriated to the poorer class of passengers and to the servants. It is necessary to take on board, besides provisions, a little stove, wood for fuel, kitchen utensils and articles of this kind, and a supply of water. The water of the Nile is indeed very good and thoroughly tasteless, so that it is universally drunk in Alexandria, Cairo, and elsewhere, but it is very turbid and of a yellowish color, so that it must be filtered to render it clear and pure. Thus it happens that even on the river we are obliged to take water with us. Handsome country houses with gardens skirt the sides of the canal. The finest of these belongs to a Pasha, the son-in-law of Mehemet Ali. As we passed this palace I saw the Egyptian Napoleon for the first time. He is a very little old man, with a long snow-white beard. His eyes and his gestures are very animated. Several Europeans stood around him, and a number of servants, some of them clothed in Greek, others in Turkish costume. In the avenue his carriage was waiting, a splendid double-seated vehicle, with 4 beautiful horses, harnessed in the English style. The Franks are favourably disposed towards this despot, whose subjects cherish a very opposite feeling. His government is very lenient to Christians, while the Mussulmen are obliged to bend their necks beneath a yoke of iron slavery. This view of villas and gardens only lasts for 2 hours at the most. Afterwards we continue our journey to Atfe through a uniform and unsatisfactory region of sandy hills and plains. On the right we pass the Marotic Sea, and on both sides lie villages of a very wretched appearance. End of section 27. Section 28 of A Visit to the Holy Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 14 of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy, Part 2, by Ida L. Pfeiffer. August 19th. At 11 in the forenoon we reached Atfe, and had therefore travelled about 180 sea miles in 16 hours. Atfe is a very small town, or rather a mere heap of stones. The landing places were always the scene of my chief troubles. It was seldom that I could find a Frank, and was generally obliged to address several of the bystanders before I succeeded in finding one who could speak Italian and give me the information I required. I requested to be taken at once to the Austrian consulate, where this difficulty was usually removed. This was also the case here. The consul immediately sent to inquire how I could best get to Cairo, and offered me a room in his house in the meantime. A ship was soon found, for Atfe is a harbour of some importance. The canal joins the Nile at this place, and as larger vessels are used on the stream itself, all goods are transshipped here, so that barks are continually starting for Alexandria and Cairo. In a few hours I was obliged to re-embark, and had only time to provide myself with provisions and a supply of water, and to partake of a sumptuous dinner at the consul's, whose hospitality was doubly grateful to me as I had fasted the previous day. The chief compartment of the cabin had been engaged for me, at an expense of 100 piastres. On embarking, however, I found that this place had been so filled with goods that hardly a vacant space remained for the poor occupant. I at once hastened back to the consulate and complained of the captain, whereupon the consul sent for that worthy and desired him to clear my cabin, and to refrain from annoying me during the voyage if he wished to be paid on our arrival at Cairo. This command was strictly obeyed, and until we reached our destination I was left in undisturbed possession of my berth. At 2 in the afternoon I once more set sail alone in the company of Arabs and Bedouins. I would counsel any one who can only make this journey to Cairo once in his lifetime to do it at the end of August or the beginning of September. A more lovely picture, and one more peculiar in its character, can scarcely be imagined. In many places the plain is covered as far as the eye can trace by the Nile Sea; it can scarcely be called a river in its immense expanse, and everywhere little islands are seen rising from the waters, covered with villages surrounded by date palms and other trees, while in the background the high-masted boats, with their pyramidal sails, are gliding to and fro. Numbers of sheep, goats, and poultry cover the hills, and near the shore the heads of the dark grey buffaloes, which are here found in large herds, peer forth from the water. These creatures are fond of immersing their bodies in the cool flood, where they stand gazing at the passing ships. Here and there little plantations of 20 to 30 trees are seen, which appear, as the ground is completely overflowed, to be growing out of the Nile. The water here is much more muddy and of a darker color than in the canal between Atfe and Alexandria. The sailors pour this water into great iron vessels, and leave it to settle and become clearer. This is, however, of little use, for it remains almost as muddy as the river. Notwithstanding this circumstance, however, this Nile water is not at all prejudicial to health. On the contrary, the inhabitants of the valley assert that they possess the best and wholesomest water in the world. The Franks are accustomed, as I have already stated, to take filtered water with them. When the supply becomes exhausted, they have only to put a few kernels of apricots, or almonds, chopped small, into a vessel of Nile water, to render it tolerably clear within the space of 5 or 6 hours. I learnt this art from an Arab woman during my voyage on the Nile. The population of the region around the Nile must be very considerable, for the villages almost adjoin each other. The ground consists everywhere of sand, and only becomes fruitful through the mud which the Nile leaves behind after its inundation. Thus the luxuriant vegetation here only commences after the waters of the Nile have retired. The villages cannot be called handsome, as the houses are mostly built of earth and clay, or of bricks made of the Nile mud. Man, the crown of creation, does not appear to advantage here. The poverty, the want of cleanliness, and rude, savage state of the people cannot be witnessed without a feeling of painful emotion. The dress of the women consists of the usual long blue garment, and the men wear nothing but a shirt reaching to the knee. Some of the women veil their faces, but others do not. I was astonished at the difference between the fine, strongly built men and the ugly, disgusting women and neglected children. In general, the latter present a most lamentable appearance, with faces covered with scabs and sores, on which a quantity of flies are continually settling. Frequently, also, they have inflamed eyes. In spite of the oppressive heat, I remained nearly the whole day seated on the roof of my cabin, enjoying the landscape, and gazing at the moving panorama to my heart's content. The company on board could be called good or bad: bad, because there was not a soul present to whom I could impart my feelings and sentiments on the marvels of nature around me; good, because all, but particularly the Arab women who occupied the little cabin in the forepart of the vessel, were very good-natured and attentive to me. They wished me to accept a share of everything they possessed, and gave me a portion of each of their dishes, which generally consisted either of pilau, beans, or cucumbers, and which I did not find palatable. When they drank coffee in the morning, the first cup was always handed to me. In return I gave them some of my provisions, all of which they liked, excepting the coffee, which had milk in it. When we landed at a village, the inhabitants would inquire by signs if I wished for anything. I wanted some milk, eggs, and bread, but did not know how to ask for them in Arabic. I therefore had recourse to drawing. For instance, I made a portrait of a cow, gave an Arab woman a bottle and some money, and made signs to her to milk the cow and fill my bottle. In the same way I drew a hen, and some eggs beside her, pointed to the hen with a shake of my head, and then to the eggs with a nod, counting on the woman's fingers how many she was to bring me. In this way I could always manage to get on, by limiting my wants to such objects as I could represent by drawings. When they brought me the milk, and I explained to the Arab woman by signs that, after she had finished cooking, I wished to have the use of the fire to prepare my milk and eggs, she immediately took off her pot from the fire, and compelled me, in spite of all remonstrances, to cook my dinner first. If I walked forward towards the prow to obtain a better view of the landscape, the best place was immediately vacated on my behalf; and, in short, they all behaved in such a courteous and obliging way, that these uncultivated people might have put to shame many a civilized European. They certainly, however, requested a few favors of me, which, I am ashamed to say, it cost me a great effort to grant. For instance, the oldest among them begged permission to sleep in my apartment, as they only possessed a small cabin, while I had the larger one all to myself. Then they performed their devotions, even to the preliminary washing of face and feet, in my cabin. This I permitted, as I was more on deck than below. At first these women called me Mary, imagining probably that every Christian lady must bear the name of the Virgin. I told them my baptismal name, which they accurately remembered. They told me theirs in return, which I very soon forgot. I mention this trifling circumstance because I afterwards was frequently surprised at the retentive memory of these people during my journey through the desert towards the Red Sea. August 21st. Although I felt solitary among all the voyagers on the bark, these 2 days passed swiftly and agreeably away. The flatter the land grew, the broader did the lordly river become. The villages increased in size, and the huts, mostly resembling a sugar loaf, with a number of doves roosting on its apex, wore an appearance of greater comfort. Mosques and large country houses presently appeared, and in short, the nearer we approached towards Cairo, the more distinct became these indications of affluence. The sand hills appeared less frequently, though on the route between Atfe and Cairo I still saw 5 or 6 large barren places which had quite the look of deserts. Once the wind blew directly towards us from one of these burning wastes with such an oppressive influence that I could easily imagine how dreadful the hot winds Chamsir must be, and I no longer wondered at the continual instances of blindness among the poor inhabitants of these regions. The heat is unendurable, and the fine dust and heated particles of sand which are carried into the air by these winds cannot fail to cause inflammation of the eyes. Little towers of masonry, on the tops of which telegraphs have been fixed, are seen at intervals along the road between Alexandria and Cairo. Our vessel was unfortunate enough to strike several times on sandbanks, besides getting entangled among the shallows, a circumstance of frequent occurrence during the time that the Nile is rising. On these occasions I could not sufficiently admire the strength, agility, and hard-working perseverance of our sailors, who were obliged to jump overboard and push off the ship with poles, and afterwards were repeatedly compelled to drag it for half an hour together through shallow places. These people are also very expert at climbing. They could ascend without ratlines to the very tops of the slanting masts, and take in or unloose the sails. I could not repress a shudder on seeing these poor creatures hanging betwixt earth and heaven, so far above me that they appeared like dwarfs. They work with one hand, while they cling to the mast with the other. I do not think that a better or more active, agile, and temperate race of sailors exists than these. Their fare consists of bread or ship biscuit in the morning, with sometimes a raw cucumber, a piece of cheese, or a handful of dates in addition. For dinner they have the same diet, and for supper they have a dish of warm beans, or a kind of broth or pilau. Roast mutton is a rare delicacy with them, and their drink is nothing but Nile water. During the period of the inundation the river is twice as full of vessels as at other times. When the river is swollen, the only method of communication is by boats. On the last day of this expedition a most beauteous spectacle awaited me. The Delta! Here the mighty Nile, which irrigates the whole country with the hundreds of canals cut from its banks through every region, divides itself into 2 principal branches, one of which falls into the sea at Rosetta, and the other at Damietta. If the separate arms of the river could be compared to seas, how much more does its united vastness merit the appellation! When I was thus carried away by the beauty and grandeur of nature, when I thus saw myself placed in the midst of a new and interesting scenes, it would appear to me incredible how people can exist, possessing in abundance the gifts of riches, health, and leisure time, and yet without a taste for travelling. The petty comforts of life and enjoyments of luxury are indeed worth more in the eyes of some than the opportunity of contemplating the exalted beauties of nature, or the monuments of history, and of gaining information concerning the manners and customs of foreign nations. Although I was at times very badly situated, and had to encounter more hardships and disagreeables than fall to the lot of many a man, I would be thankful that I had had resolution given me to continue my wanderings whenever one of these grand spectacles opened itself before me. What, indeed, are the entertainments of a large town compared to the delta of the Nile, and many similar scenes? The pure and perfect enjoyment afforded by the contemplation of the beauty of nature is not for a moment to be found in the ball-room or the theatre, and all the ease and luxury in the world should not buy from me my recollections of this journey. Not far from the Delta we can behold the Libyan Desert, of which we afterwards never entirely lose sight, though we sometimes approach and sometimes recede from it. I became conscious of certain dark objects in the far distance; they developed themselves more and more, and at length I recognized in them the wonder buildings of ancient times, the Pyramids; far behind them rises the chain of mountains, or rather hills, the Makatam. Evening was closing in when we at length arrived at Balouk, the harbour of Cairo. If we could have landed at once, I might, perhaps, have reached the town itself this evening. As the harbour is, however, always overcrowded with vessels, the captain is often compelled to wait for an hour before he can find a place to moor his craft. By the time I could disembark, it had already grown quite dark, and the town gates were shut. I was thus obliged to pass the night on board. The journey from Atfe to Cairo had occupied 2 days and a half. This passage had been one of the most interesting, although the heat became more and more oppressive, and the burning winds of the desert were sometimes wafted over to us. The highest temperature at midday was 36 degrees, and in the shade from 24 degrees to 25 degrees Reaumur. The sky was far less beautiful and clear than in Syria; it was here frequently overcast with white clouds. End of section 28. Section 29 of A Visit to the Holy Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 15 of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy, Part 1. By Ida L. Pfeiffer. August 22nd. The aspect of this great Egyptian metropolis is not nearly so imposing as I had fancied it to be. Its situation is too flat, and from on board we can only discern scattered portions of its extended area. The gardens skirting the shore are luxuriant and lovely. At my debarkation, and on the road to the consulate, I met with several adventures, which I relate circumstantially, trifling as they may appear, in order to give a hint as to the best method of dealing with the people here. At the very commencement I became involved in a dispute with the captain of the vessel. I still had to pay him $3.50, and gave him $4 in the consideration that he would return me my change. This, however, he refused to do, and persisted in keeping the $half. He said it should be divided as baksheesh among the crew, but I am sure they would have seen nothing of it. Luckily, however, he was stupid enough not to put the money in his pocket, but kept it open in his palm. I quickly snatched a coin from him, and put it into my pocket, explaining to him at the same time that he should not have it back until he had given me my change, adding that I would give the men a gratuity myself. He shouted and stormed, and kept on asking me for the money. I took no heed of him, but continued quietly packing up my things. Seeing at length that nothing was to be done with me, he gave me back my $half, whereupon we parted good friends. This affair concluded, I had to look about for a couple of asses, one for myself and another for my baggage. If I had stepped ashore, I should have been almost torn in pieces by contending donkey drivers, each of whom would have lugged me in a different direction. I therefore remained quietly for a time in my cabin, until the drivers ceased to suspect that any one was there. In the meantime I had been looking upon the shore from the cabin window, and speculating upon which animal I should take. Then I quickly rushed out, and before the proprietors of the long-eared steeds were aware of my intention, I had seized one by the bridle and pointed to another. This concluded the matter at once, for the proprietors of the chosen animals defended me from the rest, and returned with me to the boat to carry my baggage. A fellow came up and arranged my little trunk on the back of the ass. For this trifling service I gave him a piastre, but observing that I was alone, he probably thought he could soon intimidate me into giving whatever he demanded. So he returned me my piastre, and demanded 4. I took the money, and told him, for fortunately he understood a little Italian, that if he felt dissatisfied with this reward he might accompany me to the consulate, where his 4 piastres would be paid so soon as it appeared that he had earned them. He shouted and blustered, just as the captain had done, but I remained deaf, and rode forward towards the custom house. Then he came down to 3 piastres, then to 2, and finally said he would be content with 1, which I threw to him. When I reached the custom house, hands were stretched out towards me from all sides. I gave something to the chief person, and let the remaining ones clamour on. When, after experiencing these various annoyances, I rode on towards the town, a new obstacle arose. My Arab guide inquired whither he should conduct me. I endeavoured in vain to explain to him where I wanted to go; he could not be made to understand me. Nothing now remained for me but to accost every well-dressed Oriental whom I met, until I should find one who could understand either French or Italian. The third person I addressed fortunately knew something of the latter language, and I begged him to tell my guide to take me to the Austrian consulate. This was done, and my troubles concluded. A ride of 3/4 of an hour, in a very broad, handsome street, planted with a double row of a kind of acacia altogether strange to me, among a crowd of men, camels, asses, etc., brought me to the town, the streets of which are in general narrow. There is so much noise and crowding everywhere, that one would suppose a tumult had broken out. But as I approached, the immense mass always opened as if by magic, and I pursued my way without hindrance to the consulate, which lies hidden in a little narrow blind alley. I went immediately to the office, and presented myself to the consul, with the request that he would recommend me a respectable inn of the second class. Herr Chamillon, the consul, interested himself for me with a heartfelt kindness. He immediately dispatched a kavass to an innkeeper whom he knew, paid my guide, and recommended the host strongly to take good care of me. In short, he behaved towards me with a true Christian kindliness. His house was ever open to me, and I could go to him with any petition I wished to make. It is a real pleasure to me to be able publicly once more to thank this worthy man. I had been furnished with a letter of recommendation to a certain Herr Palm. The consul kindly sent at once for this gentleman, who soon appeared, and accompanied me to the inn. I requested Herr P. to recommend me a servant who could either speak Italian or French, and afterwards to tell me the best method to set about seeing the lions of the town. Herr P. very willingly undertook to do so, and after the lapse of an hour the dragoman had already been found, and 2 asses stood before the door to carry me and my servant through the whole town. The animated bustle and hum of business in the streets of Cairo is very great. I can even say that in the most populous cities of Italy I never saw anything I could compare to it, and certainly this is a bold assertion. Many of the streets are so narrow that when loaded camels meet, one party must always be led into a by-street until the other has passed. In these narrow lanes I continually encountered crowds of passengers, so that I really felt quite anxious, and wondered how I should find my way through. People mounted on horses and donkeys tower above the moving mass, but the asses themselves appear like pygmies beside the high, lofty-looking camels, which do not lose their proud demeanour even under their heavy burdens. Men often slip by under the heads of the camels. The riders keep as close as possible to the houses, and the mass of pedestrians winds dexterously between. There are water carriers, vendors of goods, numerous blind men groping their way with sticks, and bearing baskets with fruit, bread, and other provisions for sale; numerous children, some of them running about the streets, and others playing before the house doors; and lastly the Egyptian ladies, who ride on asses to pay their visits, and come in long processions with their children and negro servants. Let the reader further imagine the cries of the vendors, the shouting of the drivers and passengers, the terrified screams of flying women and children, the quarrels which frequently arise, and the peculiar noisiness and talkativeness of these people, and he can fancy what an effect this must have on the nerves of a stranger. I was in mortal fear at every step, and on reaching home in the evening felt quite unwell; but as I never once saw an accident occur, at length I accustomed myself to the hubbub, and could follow my guide where the crowd was thickest without feeling uneasy. The streets, or, as they may be more properly called, the lanes of Cairo, are sprinkled with water several times in the day; fountains and large vessels of water are also placed everywhere for the convenience of the passers by. In the broad streets straw mats are hung up to keep off the sun's rays. The richer class of people wear the Oriental garb, with the exception that the women merely have their heads and faces wrapped in a light muslin veil. They wear also a kind of mantilla of black silk, which gives them a peculiar appearance. When they came riding along, and the wind caught this garment and spread it out, they looked exactly like bats with outstretched wings. Many of the Franks also dress in the Oriental style. The fellahs go almost naked, and their women only wear a single blue garment. Here, as throughout all the East, the rich people are always seen on horseback. I was not so much pleased with the Egyptians as the Syrian horses, for the former appeared to me less slim and gracefully built. The population of Cairo is estimated at 200,000, and is a mixed one, consisting of Arabs, Mamluks, Turks, Berbers, Negroes, Bedouins, Christians, Greeks, Jews, etc. Thanks to the powerful arm of Mehemet Ali, they all live peacefully together. Cairo contains 25,000 houses, which are as unsightly and irregular as the streets. They are built of clay, unburnt bricks and stones, and have little narrow entrances. The unsymmetrical windows are furnished with wooden shutters impenetrable to the eye. The interiors are decorated like the houses in Damascus, but in a less costly style, neither is there such an abundance of fresh water at Cairo. The Jews' quarter is the most hideous of all. The houses are dirty, and the streets so narrow that two persons can only just push by each other. The entire town is surrounded by walls and towers, guarded by a castle, and divided into several quarters, separated from each other by gates, which are closed after sunset. On the heights around Cairo are to be seen some castles from the time of the Saracens. As I rode to and fro in the town, my guide suddenly stopped, bought a quantity of bread, and motioned me to follow him. I thought he was going to take me to a menagerie, and that this bread was intended for the wild animals. We entered a courtyard with windows all round reaching to the ground, and strengthened with iron bars. Stopping before the first window, my servant threw in a piece of bread. What was my horror when I saw, instead of a lion or tiger, a naked, emaciated old man rush forth, seize the bread, and devour it ravenously. I was in the madhouse. In the midst of each dark and filthy dungeon is fixed a stone, with two iron chains, to which one or two of these wretched creatures are attached by an iron ring fastened round the neck. They sit there, staring with fearfully contorted faces, their hair and beard unkempt, their bodies emaciated, and the marrow of life drying up within them. In these foul and loathsome dens they must pine until the Almighty, in His mercy, loosens the chains which bind them to their miserable existence by a welcome death. There is not one instance of a cure, and truly the treatment to which they are subjected is calculated to drive a half-witted person quite mad. And yet the Europeans can praise Mehemet Ali! Ye wretched madmen, ye poor fellows, are ye too ready to join in this praise? Quitting this abode of misery, my dragoman led me to Joseph's Well, which is deeply hewn out of the rock. I descended more than 270 steps, and had got halfway to the bottom of this gigantic structure. On looking downward into its depths a feeling of giddiness overcame me. The new palace of Mehemet Ali is rather a handsome building, arranged chiefly in the European style. The rooms, or rather the halls, are very lofty, and are either tastefully painted or hung with silk, tapestry, etc. Large pier glasses multiply the objects around, rich divans are attached to the walls, and costly tables, some of marble, others of inlaid work, enriched with beautiful paintings, stand in the rooms, in one of which I even noticed a billiard table. The dining hall is quite European in its character. In the centre stands a large table, two sideboards are placed against one side of the wall, and handsome chairs stand opposite. In one of the rooms hangs an oil painting representing Ibrahim Pasha, Mehemet Ali's son. This palace stands in the midst of a little garden, neither remarkable for the rarity of the plants it contains, nor for the beauty of their arrangement. The views from some of the apartments, as well as from that garden, are very lovely. Opposite the palace a great mosque is being built as a mausoleum for Mehemet Ali. The despot probably reckons on having some years yet to live, for much remains to be done before the beautiful structure is completed. The pillars and the walls of the mosque are covered with the most splendid marble, of a yellowish white color. The before mentioned buildings, namely, Joseph's Well, the Palace and Gardens, and the Mosque, are all situate on a high rock, to which a single broad road leads from Cairo. Here we behold a threefold sea, namely of houses, of the Nile, and a sea of sand, on which the lofty pyramids rise in the distance like isolated rocks. The mountains of Mokattam close the background, and a number of lovely gardens and plantations of date palms surround the town. With one glance we can behold the most striking contrasts. A wreath of the most luxuriant vegetation runs round the town, and beyond lies the dreary monotony of the desert. The color of the Nile is so exactly similar to that of the sand forming its shores, that at a distance the line of demarcation cannot be traced. On my way homewards I met several fellahs carrying large baskets full of dates, and stopped one of them in order to purchase some of this celebrated fruit. Unfortunately for me, the dates were still unripe, hard, of a brick red color, and so unpalatable that I could not eat one of them. A week or 10 days afterwards I was able to procure some ripe ones. They were of a brown color like the dried fruit, the tender skin could easily be peeled off, and I liked them better than the dried dates, because they were more pulpy and not so sweet. A much more precious fruit, the finest production of Egypt and Syria, almost superior to the pineapple in taste, is the banana, which is so delicate that it almost melts in the mouth. This fruit cannot be dried, and is therefore never exported. Sugar melons and peaches are to be had in abundance, but their flavor is not very good. I also preferred the Alexandrian grape to that of Cairo. The bazaars, through which we rode in all directions, displayed nothing very remarkable in manufactures or in productions of nature and art. From first to last I spent a week at Cairo, and occupied the whole of my time from morning till night in viewing the curiosities of the town. I saw only 2 mosques, that of Sultan Hassan and Sultan Amru. Before I was permitted to enter the first of these edifices, they compelled me to take off my shoes, and walk in my stockings over a courtyard paved with great stones. The stones had become so heated by the solar rays that I was obliged to run fast to avoid scorching the soles of my feet. I cannot give an opinion touching the architectural beauty of this building, which is built in such a simple style that none but a connoisseur would discover its merits. I was better pleased with the Mosque of Sultan Amru, which contains several halls, and is supported on numerous columns. The mosques in Cairo struck me as having a more ancient and venerable appearance than those of Constantinople, while the latter, on the other hand, were larger and more elegant. I also visited the island of Rhoda, which is worthy of the name of a beautiful garden. It lies opposite to Old Cairo, on the Nile, and is said to be a favorite walk of the townspeople, though I was there twice without meeting any one. The garden is spacious, and contains all kinds of tropical productions. Here I saw the sugar cane, which greatly resembles the stem of the Indian maize; the cotton tree, growing to a height of 5 or 6 feet; the banana tree; the short stemmed date palm; the coffee tree; and many others. Flowers were also there in quantities which must be cultivated with great care in the hot houses of my native country. The whole of this collection of plants is very tastefully arranged, and shines forth in the height of luxuriant beauty. It is customary to lay the entire island under water every evening by means of artificial canals. This system is universally carried out throughout the Egyptian plantations, and is in fact the only method by which vegetation can be preserved in its freshest green in spite of the burning heat. The care of this fairy grove is entrusted to a German ornamental gardener. Unfortunately I was informed of this fact too late, otherwise I should have visited my countrymen and requested an explanation of many things which appeared strange to me. In the midst of the garden is a beautiful grotto, ornamented within and without by a great variety of shells from the Red Sea, which give it a most striking appearance. At this spot, towards which many paths lead, all strewed with minute shells instead of gravel, Moses is said to have been found in his cradle of bulrushes. Immediately adjoining the garden we find a summer residence belonging to Mehemet Ali. The wall shown as that into which Joseph was thrust by his brethren lies about 2 miles distant from the town, in a village on the road to Suez. Half a mile off a very large and very venerable sycamore tree was pointed out to me as the one in the shade of which the Holy Family rested on their way to Egypt, and a walk of another quarter of a mile brings us to the garden of Bogus Bey, in the midst of which stands one of the finest and largest obelisks of Upper Egypt. It is still in good condition, and completely covered with hieroglyphics. The garden, however, offers nothing remarkable. The ancient city of Heliopolis is said to have been built not far off, but at the present day not a vestige of it remains. The road to this garden already lies partly in the desert. At first the way winds through avenues of trees and past gardens, but soon the vast desert extends to the right, while beautiful orange and citron groves still skirt the left side of the path. Here we continually meet herds of camels, but a dromedary is a rare sight. End of section 29. Section 30 of A Visit to the Holy Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 15 of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy, Part 2, by Ida L. Pfeiffer. Excursion to the Pyramids of Giza, August 25, 1842. At 4 in the afternoon I quitted Cairo, crossed 2 arms of the Nile, and a couple of hours afterwards arrived safely at Giza. As the Nile had overflowed several parts of the country, we were compelled frequently to turn out of our way, and sometimes to cross canals and ride through water. Now and then, where it was too deep for our asses, we were obliged to be carried across. As there is no inn at Giza, I betook myself to Herr Klinger, to whom I brought a letter of recommendation from Cairo. Herr K. is a Bohemian by birth, and stands in the service of the Viceroy of Egypt, as musical instructor to the young military band. I was made very welcome here, and Herr Klinger seemed quite rejoiced at seeing a visitor with whom he could talk in German. Our conversation was of Beethoven and Mozart, of Strauss and Lana. The fame of the bravura composers of the present day, Liszt and Thalberg, had not yet penetrated to these regions. I requested my kind host to show me the establishment for hatching eggs that exists at Giza. He immediately sent for the superintendent, who happened, however, to be absent, and to have locked up the keys. In this place about 8,000 eggs are hatched by artificial warmth during the months of March and April. The eggs are laid on large flat plates, which are continually kept at an equal temperature by heat applied below the surface. They are turned several times during the day. As the thousands of little chicks burst their shells, they are sold, not by number or weight, but by the measure. This egg-hatching house has the effect of rendering poultry plentiful and cheap. After chatting away the evening very pleasantly, I sought my couch, tired with my ride and with the heat, and rejoicing at the sight of the soft divan, which seemed to smile upon me and promise rest and strength for the following day. But as I was about to take possession of my couch, I noticed on the wall a great number of black spots. I took the candle to examine what it could be, and nearly dropped the light with horror on discovering that the wall was covered with bugs. I had never seen such a disgusting sight. All hopes of rest on the divan were now effectively put to flight. I sat down on a chair, and waited until everything was perfectly still. Then I slipped into the entrance hall, and lay down on the stones, wrapped in my cloak. Though I had escaped from one description of vermin, I became a prey to innumerable gnats. I had passed many uncomfortable nights during my journey, but this was worse than anything I had yet endured. However, this was only an additional inducement for rising early, and long before sunrise I was ready to continue my journey. Before daybreak I took leave of my kind host, and rode with my servant towards the gigantic structures. To-day we were again obliged frequently to go out of our route on account of the rising of the Nile. Owing to this delay, 2 hours elapsed before we reached the broad arm of the Nile, dividing us from the Libyan desert, on which the pyramids stand, and over which 2 Arabs carried me. This was one of the most disagreeable things that can be imagined. 2 powerful men stood side by side. I mounted on their shoulders and held fast by their heads, while they supported my feet in a horizontal position above the waters, which at some places reached almost to their armpits, so that I feared every moment that I should sit in the water. Besides this, my supporters continually swayed to and fro, because they could only withstand the force of the current by a great exertion of strength, and I was apprehensive of falling off. This disagreeable passage lasted above a quarter of an hour. After waiting for another 15 minutes through deep sand, we arrived at the goal of our little journey. The two colossal pyramids are of course visible directly we quit the town, and we keep them almost continually in sight. But here the expectations I had cherished were once again disappointed, for the aspect of these giant structures did not astonish me greatly. Their height appears less remarkable than it otherwise would, from the circumstance that their base is buried in sand, and thus hidden from view. There is also neither a tree nor a hut, nor any other object which could serve to display their huge proportions by the force of contrast. As it was still early in the day and not very hot, I preferred ascending the pyramid before venturing into its interior. My servant took off my rings and concealed them carefully, telling me that this was a very necessary precaution, as the fellows who take the travellers by the hands to assist them in mounting the pyramids have such a dexterous knack of drawing the rings from their fingers that they seldom perceive their loss until too late. I took 2 Arabs with me, who gave me their hands, and pulled me up the very large stones. Any one who was at all subject to dizziness would do very wrong in attempting this feat, for he might be lost without remedy. Let the reader picture to himself a height of 500 feet, without railing or a regular staircase by which to make the ascent. At one angle only of the immense blocks of stone have been hewn in such a manner that they form a flight of steps, but a very inconvenient one, as many of these stone blocks are above 4 feet in height, and offer no projection on which you can place your foot in mounting. The 2 Arabs ascended first, and then stretched out their hands to pull me from one block to another. I preferred climbing over the smaller blocks without assistance. In 3/4 of an hour's time I had gained the summit of the pyramid. For a long time I stood lost in thought, and could hardly realize the fact that I was really one of the favoured few who are happy enough to be able to contemplate the most stupendous and imperishable monument ever erected by human hands. At the first moment I was scarcely able to gaze down from the dizzy height into the deep distance. I could only examine the pyramid itself, and seek to familiarize myself with the idea that I was not dreaming. Gradually, however, I came to myself, and contemplated the landscape which lay extended beneath me. From my elevated position I could form a better estimate of the gigantic structure, for here the fact that the base was buried in sand did not prejudice the general effect. I saw the Nile flowing far beneath me, and a few Bedouins, whom curiosity had attracted to the spot, looked like very pygmies. In ascending I had seen the immense blocks of stone singly, and ceased to marvel that these monuments are reckoned among the 7 wonders of the world. On the castle the view had been fine, but here, where the prospect was bounded only by the horizon and by the Mokattam Mountains, it is grander by far. I could follow the windings of the river, with its innumerable arms and canals, until it melted into the far horizon, which closed the picture on this side. Many blooming gardens, and the large extensive town with its environs, the immense desert with its plains and hills of sand, and the lengthened mountain range of Mokattam, all lay spread before me, and for a long time I sat gazing around me, and wishing that the dear ones at home had been with me to share in my wonder and delight. But now the time came not only to look down, but to descend. Most people find this even more difficult than the ascent, but with me the contrary was the case. I never grow giddy, and so I advanced in the following manner, without the aid of the Arabs. On the smaller blocks I sprang from one to the other. When a stone of 3 or 4 feet in height was to be encountered, I let myself glide gently down, and I accomplished my descent with so much grace and agility that I reached the base of the pyramid long before my servant. Even the Arabs expressed their pleasure at my fearlessness on this dangerous passage. After eating my breakfast and resting for a short time, I proceeded to explore the interior. At first I was obliged to cross a heap of sand and rubbish, for we have to go downwards towards the entrance, which is so low and narrow that we cannot always stand upright. I could not have passed along the passage leading into the interior if the Arabs had not helped me, for it is so steep and so smoothly paved that, in spite of my conductor's assistance, I slid rather than walked. The apartment of the king is more spacious, and resembles a small hall. On one side stands a little empty sarcophagus without a lid. The walls of the chambers and of the passages are covered with large and beautifully polished slabs of granite and marble. The remaining passages, or rather dens, which are shown here, I did not see. It may be very interesting for learned men and antiquarians thus to search every corner, but for a woman like myself, brought hither only by an insatiable desire to travel, and capable of judging of the beauties of nature and art only by her own simple feelings, it was enough to have ascended the Pyramid of Cheops, and to have seen something of its interior. This pyramid is said to be the loftiest of all. It stands on a rock 150 feet in height, which is invisible, being altogether buried in sand. The height of the vast structure is above 500 feet. It was erected by Cheops more than 3,000 years ago, and 100,000 men are said to have been employed in its construction for 26 years. It is a most interesting structure, built of immense masses of rock, fixed together with a great deal of art, and seemingly calculated to last an eternity. They look so strong and so well preserved that many travellers will no doubt repair hither in coming generations and continue the researches commenced long ago. The Sphinx, a statue of most colossal dimensions, situate at no great distance from the Great Pyramid, is so covered with sand that only the head and a small portion of the bust remain visible. The head alone is 22 feet in height. After walking about and inspecting everything, I commenced my journey back. On the way I once more visited Herr Klinger, strengthened myself with a hearty meal, and arrived safely at Cairo late in the evening. Here I wished to take my little purse out of my pocket, and found that it was gone. Luckily I had taken only one colonato (Spanish dollar) with me. No one can imagine what dexterity the Bedouins and Arabs possess in the art of stealing. I always kept a sharp eye upon my effects, and notwithstanding my vigilance several articles were pilfered from me, and my purse must also have been stolen during this excursion. The loss was very disagreeable to me, because it involved that of my box key. I was, however, fortunate in finding an expert Arabian locksmith, who opened my chest and made me a new key, on which occasion I had another opportunity of seeing how careful it is necessary to be in all our dealings with these people to avoid being cheated. The key locked and unlocked my box well, and I paid for it, but immediately afterwards observed that it was very slightly joined in the middle, and would presently break. The Arab's tools still lay on the ground. I immediately seized one of them and told the man I would not give it up until he made me a new key. It was in vain that he assured me he could not work without his tools. He would not give my money back, and I kept the implement. By this means I obtained from him a new and a good key. End of section 30. Section 31 of A Visit to the Holy Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16 of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy, Part 1, by Ida L. Pfeiffer. I visited many Christian churches, the finest among which was the Greek one. On my way thither I saw many streets where there can hardly have been room for a horseman to pass. The road to the Armenian church leads through such narrow lanes and gates that we were compelled to leave our asses behind. There was hardly room for two people to pass each other. On the other hand, I had nowhere seen a more spacious square than the Uzbeki place in Cairo. The square in Padua is perhaps the only one that can compare with it in point of size, but this place looks like a complete chaos. Miserable houses and ruined huts surround it, and here and there we sometimes come upon a part of an alley or an unfinished canal. The centre is very uneven, and is filled with building materials, such as stones, wood, bricks, and beams. The largest and handsomest house in this square is remarkable as having been inhabited by Napoleon during his residence at Cairo. It is now converted into a splendid hotel. Herr Chamion, the consul, was kind enough to send me a card of invitation for the theatre. The building looks like a private house, and contains a galley capable of accommodating 300 or 400 people. This gallery is devoted to the use of the ladies. The performers were all amateurs. They acted an Italian comedy in a very creditable manner. The orchestra comprised only 4 musicians. At the conclusion of the second act the consul's son, a boy of 12 years, played some variations on the violin very prettily. The women, all natives of the Levant, were very elegantly dressed. They wore the European garb, white muslin dresses with hair beautifully braided and ornamented with flowers. Nearly all the women and girls were handsome, with complexions of a dazzling whiteness, which we rarely see equalled in Europe. The reason of this is, perhaps, that they always stay in their houses, and avoid exposing themselves to the sun and wind. The following day I visited the abode of the Howling Dervishes, in whom I took a lively interest since I had seen their brethren at Constantinople. The hall, or rather mosque, in which they perform their devotions, is splendid. I was not allowed here to stand among the men as I had done at Constantinople, but was conducted to a raised gallery, from which I could look down through a grated window. The style of devotion and excitement of these dervishes is like that I had witnessed at Constantinople, without being quite so wild in its character. Not one of them sank exhausted, and the screeching and howling were not so loud. Towards the end of their performance many of the dervishes seized a small tambourine, on which they beat and produced a most diabolical music. In the slave market there was but a meagre selection. All the wares had been bought, and a new cargo of these unfortunates was daily expected. I pretended that I wished to purchase a boy and a girl, in order to gain admittance into the private department. Here I saw a couple of negro girls of most uncommon beauty. I had not deemed it possible to find anything so perfect. Their skin was of a velvety black, and shone with a peculiar lustre. Their teeth were beautifully formed and of dazzling whiteness, their eyes large and lustrous, their lips thinner than we usually find them among these people. They wore their hair neatly parted, and arranged in pretty curls round the head. Poor creatures! Who knows into what hands they might fall? They bowed their heads in anguish, without uttering a syllable. The sight of the slave market here inspired me with a feeling of deep melancholy. The poor creatures did not seem so careless and merry as those whom I had seen on the market-place at Constantinople. In Cairo the slaves seemed badly kept. They lay in little tents, and were driven out when a purchaser appeared, very much in the manner of cattle. They were only partially clothed in some old rags, and looked exhausted and unhappy. During my short stay at Cairo one of the chief feasts of the Mohammedans, namely, Mashtalanshur, or Birthday of the Prophet, occurred. This feast is celebrated on a great open space outside the town. A number of large tents are erected, they are open in front, and beneath their shelter all kinds of things are carried on. In one tent Mohammedans are praying. In another a party of dervishes throw themselves with their faces to the ground and call upon Allah, while in a third a juggler or storyteller may be driving his trade. In the midst of all stood a large tent, the entrance to which was concealed by curtains. Here the bayadirs were dancing. Any one can obtain admission by paying a trifling sum. Of course I went in to see these celebrated dancers. There were, however, only 2 pairs. 2 boys were elegantly clothed in a female garb, richly decorated with gold coins. They looked very pretty and delicate, so that I really thought they were girls. The dance itself is very monotonous, slow, and wearisome. It consists only of some steps to and fro, accompanied by some rather indecorous movements of the upper body. These gestures are said to be very difficult, as the dancer must stand perfectly still, and only move the upper part of his person. The music consisted of a tambourine, a flageolet, and a bagpipe. Much has been written concerning the indecency of these dances, but I am of the opinion that many of our ballets afford much greater cause of complaint. It may, however, be that other dances are performed of which the general public are not allowed to be spectators, but I only speak of what is done openly. I would also by far prefer a popular festival in the East to a fair in our highly civilized states. The Oriental feasts were to me a source of much enjoyment, for the people always behaved most decorously. They certainly shouted, and pushed, and elbowed each other like a European mob, but no drunken men were to be seen, and it was very seldom that a serious quarrel occurred. The commonest man, too, would never think of offering an insult to one of the opposite sex. I should feel no compunction in sending a young girl to this festival, though I should never think of letting her go to the fair held at Vienna on St. Bridget's Day. The people were assembled in vast numbers, and the crowd was very great, yet we could pass everywhere on our donkeys. At about 3 o'clock my servants sought out an elevated place for me, for the great spectacle was soon to come, and the crushing and bustle had already reached their highest point. At length a portly priest could be descried riding along on a splendid horse. Before him marched 8 or 10 dervishes with flags flying, and behind him a number of men, among whom were also many dervishes. In the midst of the square the procession halted. A few soldiers pushed their way among the people, whom they forced to stand back and leave a road. Whenever the spectators did not obey quickly, a stick was brought into action, which soon established order in a most satisfactory manner. The procession now moved on once more, the standard-bearers and dervishes making all kinds of frantic gestures, as though they had just escaped from a madhouse. On reaching the place where the spectators formed a lane, the dervishes and several other men threw themselves down with their faces to the ground in a long row, with their heads side by side. And then, oh horror, the priest rode over the backs of these miserable men as upon a bridge. They then sprang up again as though nothing had happened, and rejoined the advancing train with their former antics and grimaces. One man stayed behind, writhing to and fro as if his back had been broken, but in a few moments' time he went away as unconcernedly as his comrades. Each of the actors in this scene considers himself extremely fortunate in having attained to such a distinction, and this feeling even extends to his relations and friends. Shubra. One afternoon I paid a visit to the beautiful garden and country house of the Viceroy of Egypt. A broad, handsome street leads between alleys of sycamores, and the journey occupies about an hour and a half. Immediately upon my arrival I was conducted to an outbuilding, in the yard belonging to which a fine large elephant was to be shown. I had already seen several of these creatures, but never such a fine specimen as this. Its bulk was truly marvellous, its body clean and smooth, and of a dark brown colour. The park is most lovely, and the rarest plants are here seen flourishing in the open air, in the fullness of bloom and beauty, besides those we are accustomed to see every day. On the whole, however, I was better pleased with the garden at Rhoda. The palace, too, is very fine. The ceilings of the rooms are lofty, and richly ornamented with gilding, paintings, and marble. The rooms appropriated to the Viceroy's consort are no less magnificent. The ascent to them is by a broad staircase on each side. On the ground floor is situate the favourite apartment of the autocrat of Cairo, furnished in the style of the reception halls at Damascus. A fountain of excellent water diffuses a delicious coolness around. In the palace itself we find several large cages for parrots and other beautiful birds. What pleased me most of all was, however, the incomparable kiosk, lying in the garden at some distance from the palace. It is 130 paces long and 100 broad, surrounded by arcades of glorious pillars. This kiosk contains in its interior a large and beautiful fountain, and at the 4 corners of the buildings are terraces from which the water falls in the form of little cataracts, afterwards uniting with the fountain, and shooting upwards in the shape of a mighty pillar. All things around us, the pavilion and the pillars, the walls and the fountain, are alike covered with beautiful marble of a white or light brown colour. The pavilion is even arranged so that it can be lighted with gas. From this paradise of the living I rode to the abode of the dead, the celebrated world of graves, which is to be seen in the desert. Here are to be found a number of ancient sepulchres, but most of them resemble ruins, and to find out their boasted beauty is a thing left to the imagination of every traveller. I only admired the sepulchre of Mehemet Ali's 2 sons, in which the bones of his wife also rest. This is a beautiful building of stone. 5 cupolas rise above the magnificent chambers where the sarcophagi are deposited. The petrified date wood lies about 8 miles distant from Cairo. I rode out there, but did not find much to see, excepting here and there some fragments of stems and a few petrifications lying about. It is said that the finest part of this petrified wood begins some miles away, but I did not penetrate so far. During my residence in Cairo the heat once reached 36 degrees Reaumur, and yet I found it much more endurable than I had expected. I was not annoyed at all by insects or vermin, but I was obliged to be careful not to leave any provisions in my room throughout the night. An immense swarm of minute ants would seize upon every kind of eatable, particularly bread. One evening I left a roll upon the table, and the next morning found it half eaten away, and covered with ants within and without. It is here an universal custom to place the feet of the tables in little dishes filled with water, to keep off these insects. Excursion to Suez. It had originally been my intention to stay at Cairo a week at the furthest, and afterwards to return to Alexandria. But the more I saw, the more my curiosity became excited, and I felt irresistibly impelled to proceed. I had now travelled in almost every way, but I had not yet tried an excursion on a camel. I therefore made inquiry as to the distance, danger, and expense of a journey to Suez on the Red Sea. The distance was a 36 hours' journey, the danger was said to be nil, and the expense they estimated at about 250 piastres. I therefore hired 2 strong camels, one for me, the other for my servant and the camel driver, and took nothing with me in the way of provisions but bread, dates, a piece of roast meat, and hard-boiled eggs. Skins of water were hung at each side of the camels, for we had to take a supply which would last us the journey and during our return. If we rode every day for 12 hours, this journey occupies 6 days, there and back. But as I was unable to depart until the afternoon of the 26th, and was obliged to be in Alexandria at latest by the 30th, in order not to miss the steamer, I had only 4 days and a half to accomplish it. Thus, this excursion was the most fatiguing I had ever undertaken. At 4 in the afternoon I rode through the town gate, where the camels were waiting for us. We mounted them and commenced our journey. The desert begins at the town gates, but for the first few miles we have a sight of some very fruitful country on the left, until at last we leave town and trees behind us, and with them all the verdure, and find ourselves surrounded on all sides by a sea of sand. For the first 4 or 5 hours I was not ill pleased with this mode of travelling. I had plenty of room on my camel, and could sit farther back or forward as I chose, and had provisions and a bottle of water at my side. Besides this, the heat was not oppressive. I felt very comfortable, and could look down from my high throne almost with a feeling of pride upon the passing caravans. Even the swaying motion of the camel, which causes in some travellers a feeling of sickness and nausea like that produced by a sea voyage, did not affect me. But after a few hours I began to feel the fatigues and discomforts of a journey of this kind. The swinging motion pained and fatigued me, as I had no support against which I could lean. The desire to sleep also rose within me, and it can be imagined how uncomfortable I felt. But I was resolved to go to Suez, and if all my hardships had been far worse, I would not have turned back. I summoned all my fortitude, and rode without halting for 15 hours, from 4 in the afternoon until 7 the next morning. During the night we passed several trains of camels, some in motion, some at rest, often consisting of more than 100. We were not exposed to the least annoyance, although we had attached ourselves to no caravan, but were pursuing our way alone. From Cairo to Suez posts are established at every 5 or 6 hours' journey, and at each of these posts there stands a little house of 2 rooms for the convenience of travellers. These huts were built by an English innkeeper established at Cairo, but they can only be used by very rich people, as the prices charged are most exorbitant. Thus, for instance, a bed for one night costs 100 piastres, a little chicken 20, and a bottle of water 2 piastres. The generality of travellers encamped before the house, and I followed the same plan, lying down for an hour in the sand while the camels ate their scanty meal. My health and bodily stretch are, I am happy to say, so excellent that I am ready, after a very short rest, to encounter new fatigues. After this hour of repose I once more mounted my camel to continue my journey. End of section 31. Section 32 of A Visit to the Holy Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16 of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy, Part 2, by Ida L. Pfeiffer. August 27th. It may easily be imagined that the whole scene by which we are here surrounded has over it an air of profound and death-like stillness. The sea, where we behold nothing but water around us, presents more of life to divert the mind. The very rushing and splash of the wheels, the bounding waves, the bustle of bending or rafing sails, and the crowding of people on the steamer, brings varied pictures to temper the monotony around. Even the ride through stony deserts which I travelled in Syria has not so much sameness, for there at least we hear the tramp of the horse and the sound of many a rolling stone. The traveller's attention is, besides, kept continually on the stretch in guiding each step that his horse takes, to avoid the risk of a fall. But all this is wanting in a journey through a sandy desert. No bird hovers in the air, not a butterfly is here to gladden the eye, not even an insect or a worm crawls on the ground, not a living creature is, in fact, to be seen, but the little vultures preying on the carcasses of fallen camels. Even the tread of the heavy-footed camel is muffled by the deep sand, and nothing is ever heard but the moaning of these poor animals when their driver forces them to lie down and to take off their burden. Most probably the exertion of stooping hurts them. The driver beats the camel on the knee with a stick, and pulls its head toward him by a rope fastened to it like a halter. During this operation the rider must hold very fast in order not to fall off, for suddenly the creature drops on its fore knees, then on its hind legs, and at length sits completely down on the ground. When you mount the animal again, it becomes necessary to keep a vigilant eye upon him, for as soon as he feels your foot on his neck he wishes to rise. As I have already said, we see nothing on this journey but many and large companies of camels, which march one behind the other, while their drivers shorten the way with dreary inharmonious songs. Half-devoured carcasses of these ships of the desert lie everywhere, with jackals and vultures gnawing at them. Even living camels are sometimes seen staggering about, which have been left to starve by their masters as unfit for further service. I shall never forget the piteous look of one of these poor creatures, which I saw dragging itself to and fro in the desert, anxiously seeking for food and drink. What a cruel being is man! Why could he not put an end to the poor camel's pain by a blow with a knife? One would imagine that the air in the vicinity of these fallen animals was poisoned, but here this is less the case than it would be in a more temperate region, for the pure air and the great heat of the desert rather dry up than decompose corpses. From the same cause our piece of roast beef was still good on the 5th day. The hard-boiled eggs, which my servant packed so clumsily that they got smashed in the very first hour, did not become foul. Both meat and eggs were shrunk and dried up. On the 3rd day the white bread had become as hard as ship biscuit, so that we had to break it up and soak it in water. Our drinking water became worse day by day, and smelt abominably of the leathern receptacles in which we were compelled to keep it. Until we reached Suez our poor camels got not a drop to drink, and their food consisted of a scanty meal of bad provender once a day. At 8 in the morning we set off once more, and rode until about 5 in the afternoon. At about 4 I suddenly descried the Red Sea and its shores. This circumstance delighted me, for I felt assured that we should reach the coast in the course of another hour, and then our laborious journey to Suez would be accomplished. I called to my servant, pointed out the sea to him, and expressed my surprise that we had sighted it so soon. He maintained, however, that what I beheld was not the sea, but a fata morgana. At first I refused to believe him, because the thing seemed so real. But after an hour had elapsed, and we were as far from the sea as ever, and at length the mirage vanished, and I did not behold the real sea until 6 o'clock on the following morning, when it appeared in exactly the same way as the phantom of the previous evening. At 5 in the afternoon we at length halted. I lay down on the earth completely exhausted, and enjoyed a refreshing sleep for more than 3 hours, when I was awakened by my servant, who informed me that a caravan was just before us, which we should do well to join, as the remainder of our road was far less safe than the portion we had already traversed. I was at once ready to mount my camel, and at 8 o'clock we were again in motion. In a short time we had overtaken the caravan, and our camels were placed in the procession, each beast being tethered to the preceding one by a rope. It was already quite dark, and I could barely distinguish that the people sitting on the camels before me were an Arab family. They travelled in boxes resembling hen coops, about 1.5 feet in height, 4 feet in length, and as many broad. In a box of this kind 2 or 3 men sat cross-legged. Many had even spread a light tent over their heads. Suddenly I heard my name called by a female voice. I started, and thought I must be mistaken, for whom in the world could I meet here who knew my Christian name? But once more a voice cried very distinctly, "Ida! Ida!" and a servant came up, and told me that some Arab women, who had made the voyage from Atfe to Cairo in company with me, were seated on the first camel. They sent to tell me that they were on their way to Mecca, and rejoiced to meet me once more. I was indeed surprised that I should have made such an impression on these good people that they had not forgotten my name. To-night I saw a glorious and natural phenomenon, which so surprised me that I could not refrain from uttering a slight scream. It may have been about 11 o'clock, when suddenly the sky on my left was lighted up, as though everything were in flames. A great fiery ball shot through the air with lightning speed, and disappeared on the horizon, while at the same moment the gleam in the atmosphere vanished, and darkness descended once more on all around. We travelled on through the whole of this night. August 28th. At 6 o'clock this morning we came in sight of the Red Sea. The mountain chain of Makatum can be discerned some time previously. Some way from Suez we came upon a wall of bad, brackish water. Notwithstanding all drawbacks, the supply was eagerly hailed. Our people shouted, scolded, and pushed each other to get the best places. Camels, horses, asses, and men rushed pell-mell towards the well, and happy was he who could seize upon a little water. There are barracks near this well, and soldiers are posted here to promote peace, by means of the stick. The little town of Suez lies spread out on the seashore, and can be very distinctly seen from here. The unhappy inhabitants are compelled to draw their supplies either from this well, or from one of the sea-coast 4 miles below Suez. In the first case the water is brought on camels, horses, or asses. In the second it is transported by sea in boats or small ships. The Red Sea is here rather narrow, and surrounded by sand of a yellowish-brown hue. Immediately beyond the isthmus is the continuation of the great Libyan desert. The mountain ranges of Mukattam skirt the plain on the right, from Cairo to the Red Sea. We quite lose sight of this range until within the last 10 or 12 hours before reaching Suez. The mountains are of moderate elevation and perfectly bare, but still the eye rests with pleasure on the varied forms of the rocks. After an hour's rest beside the well, we were still unable to procure water for our poor beasts, and hastened therefore to reach the town. At 9 in the morning we were already within its walls. Of the town and its environs I can say nothing, excepting that they both present a very melancholy appearance, as there is nowhere a garden or a cluster of trees to be seen. I paid my respects to the consul, and introduced myself to him as an Austrian subject. He was kind enough to assign me a room in his own house, and would on no account permit me to take up my quarters at an inn. It was a pity that I could only converse with this gentleman by means of a dragoman. He was a Greek by birth, and only knew the Arabic language and his own. He is the richest merchant in Suez. His wealth is estimated at 150,000 colonnati, and only discharges the functions of French and Austrian consul as an honorary duty. In the little town itself there is nothing remarkable to be seen. On the sea-coast they showed me the place where Moses led the children of Israel through the Red Sea. The sinking of the tide at its ebb is here so remarkable that whole islands are left bare, and large caravans are able to march through the sea, as the water only reaches to the girths of the camels, and the Arabs and Bedouins even walk through. As it happened to be ebb tide when I arrived, I rode through also, for the glory of the thing. On these shores I found several pretty shells, but the real treasures of this kind are fished out of the deep at Taun, a few days' journey higher up. I saw whole cargoes of mother-of-pearl shells carried away. I remained at Suez until 4 in the afternoon, and recruited my energies perfectly with an excellent dinner, at which tolerably good water was not wanting. The consul kindly gave me a bottle, as provision for my journey. He has it fetched from a distance of 12 miles, as all the water that can be procured in the neighbourhood tastes brackish and salt. In the inn a bottle of water costs 2 piastres. The first night of my homeward journey was passed partly in a Bedouin encampment and partly on the road, in the company of different caravans. I found the Bedouins to be very good, obliging people, among whom I might wander as I pleased, without being exposed to injury. On the contrary, while I was in their encampment they brought me a straw mat and a chest, in order that I might have a comfortable seat. The homeward journey was just as monotonous and wearisome as that to Suez, with the additional fact that I had a quarrel with my people the day before its termination. Feeling exceedingly fatigued by a lengthened ride, I ordered my servant to stop the camels, as I wished to sleep for a few hours. The rascals refused to obey, alleging that the road was not safe, and that we should endeavour to overtake a caravan. This was, however, nothing but an excuse to get home as quickly as possible. But I was not to be frightened, and insisted that my desire should be complied with, telling them moreover that I had inquired of the consul at Suez concerning the safety of the roads, and had once more heard that there was nothing to fear. Notwithstanding all this, they would not obey, but continued to advance. I now became angry, and desired the servant once more to stop my camel, as I was fully determined not to proceed another step. I told him I had hired both camels and men, and had therefore a right to be mistress. If he did not choose to obey me, he might go his way with the camel driver, and I would join the first caravan I met, and bring him to justice, let it cost me what it would. The fellow now stopped my camel, and went away with the other and the camel driver. He probably expected to frighten me by this demonstration, and to compel me to follow, but he was vastly mistaken. I remained standing where I was, and as often as he turned to look at me, made signs that he might go his way, but that I should stay. When he saw how fearless and determined I was, he turned back, came to me, made my camel kneel down, and after helping me to alight, prepared me a resting place on a heap of sand, where I slept delightfully for 5 hours. Then I ordered my things to be packed up, mounted my camel, and continued my journey. My conduct astonished my followers to such a degree that they afterwards asked me every few hours if I wished to rest. On our arrival at Cairo the camel driver had not even the heart to make the customary demand for bakshish, and my servant begged pardon for his conduct, and hoped that I would not mention the difference we had to the consul. The maximum temperature during this journey was 43 degrees Reaumur, and when it was perfectly calm I really felt as if I should be stifled. This journey from Cairo to Suez can, however, be accomplished in a carriage in the space of 20 hours. The English innkeeper established at Cairo has had a very light carriage, with seats for 4, built expressly for this purpose, but a place in this vehicle costs £5 for the journey there, and the same sum for the return. On the following day I once more embarked on board an Arabian vessel for Alexandria. Before my departure I had a terrible quarrel with the donkey driver whom I usually employed. These men, as in fact all fellahs, are accustomed to cheat strangers in every possible way, but particularly with coins. They usually carry bad money about with them, which they can substitute for the good at the moment when they are paid, with the dexterity of jugglers. My donkey driver endeavoured to play me this trick when I rode to the ship. He saw that I should not require his services any more, and therefore wished to cheat me as a parting mark of attention. This attempt disgusted me so much that I could not refrain from brandishing my whip at him in a very threatening manner, although I was alone among a number of his class. My gesture had the desired effect,
the driver instantly retreated, and I remained victor. My reader would do me a great wrong by the supposition that I mention these circumstances to make a vaunt of my courage. I am sure that the fact of my having undertaken this journey alone will be sufficient to clear me of the imputation of cowardice. I wish merely to give future travellers a hint as to the best method of dealing with these people. Their respect can only be secured by the display of a firm will, and I am sure that in my case they were the more intimidated as they had never expected to find so much determination in a woman. End of section 32.
Section 33 of A Visit to the Holy Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17 of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy, Part 1, by Ida L. Pfeiffer. September 5th. At 5 o'clock in the evening of the 2nd of September, I commenced my journey back to Alexandria. During the fortnight I remained at Cairo, the Nile had continued to rise considerably, and the interest of the region had increased in proportion. In 3 days' time I arrived safely at Alexandria, and again put up at Columbier's. 2 days had still to elapse before the departure of the French steam vessel, and I made use of this time to take a closer survey of the town and its environs. On my arrival at Alexandria I met 2 Egyptian funerals. The first was that of a poor man, and not a soul followed the coffin. The corpse lay in a wooden box without a lid, a coarse blanket had been spread over it, and 4 men carried the coffin. The second funeral had a more respectable air. The coffin, indeed, was not less rude, but the dead man was covered with a handsome shawl, and 4 mourning women followed the body, raising a most dolorous howl from time to time. A motley crowd of people closed the procession. The corpse was laid in the grave without the coffin. The catacombs of Alexandria are very extensive, and well worth a visit. A couple of miles from them we see the celebrated plain on which the army of Julius Caesar was once posted. The cistern and bath of Cleopatra were both under water. I could therefore only see the place where they stood. The Viceroy's Palace, a spacious building inclining to the European style, has a pleasing effect. Its interior arrangement is almost wholly European. The bazaar contains nothing worthy of remark. The arsenal looks very magnificent when viewed from without. It is very difficult to obtain admission into this building, and you run the risk of being insulted by the workmen. The hospital has the appearance of a private house. I was astonished at the high commission which is here demanded on changing small sums of money. In changing a colonato, a coin very much used in this country, and worth about 2 guilders, the applicant must lose from half a piastra to 2 piastres, according to the description of coin he requires. If beshliks are taken, the commission charged is half a piastra, but if piastres are wanted, 2 must be paid. The government value of a colonato is 20 piastres. In general exchange it is reckoned at 22, and at the consulates at 21 piastres. Departure from Alexandria, September 7th. At 8 o'clock in the morning I betook myself on board the French steam packet Eurotas, a beautiful large vessel of 160 horsepower. At 9 o'clock we weighed anchor. The weather was very unfavourable. Though it did not rain, we continually had contrary winds, and the sea generally ran high. In consequence we did not sight the island of Candia until the evening of the 3rd day, 24 hours later than we should have done under ordinary circumstances. 2 women, who came on board as passengers to Syra, were so violently attacked by sea-sickness that they left the deck a few hours after we got under way, and did not reappear until they landed at Syra. A very useful arrangement on board the French vessel is the engagement of a female attendant, whose assistance sometimes becomes very necessary. Heaven be praised, I had not much to fear from the attacks of sea-sickness. The weather must be very bad, as, for instance, during our passage through the Black Sea, before my health is affected, and even then I recover rapidly. During our whole voyage, even when the weather was wretched, I remained continually on deck, so that during the day time I could not miss seeing even the smallest islet. On September 10th, late in the evening, we discovered the island of Candia, or Crete, and the next morning we were pretty close to it. We could, however, distinguish nothing but bare, unfruitful mountains, the tallest among which, my namesake Mount Ida, does not look more fertile than the rest. On the right loomed the island of Scarpanto. We soon left it in our wake, and also passed the Brothers Islands, and many others, some of them small and uninhabited, besides separate colossal rocks, towering majestically into the sea. Soon afterwards we passed the islands Santorini and Anaf. The latter of these islands is peculiarly beautiful. In the foreground a village lies at the foot of a high mountain, with its peak surmounted by a little church. On the side towards the sea this rock shoots downwards so perpendicularly that we might fancy it had been cut off with a saw. Since we had come in sight of Candia, we had not been sailing on the high seas. Scarcely did one island vanish from our view before it was replaced by another. On September 11th, between 3 and 4 in the morning, we reached Syra. The terrible contrary winds, with which we had been obliged to contend during almost the whole of our passage, had caused us to arrive a day behind our time, to make up for which delay we only stayed half a day here, instead of a day and a half. This was a matter of indifference to those of us who were travelling further, for as we came from Egypt, we should not have been allowed in any case to disembark. Those who landed here proceeded at once to the quarantine house. Syra possesses a fine harbour. From our vessel we had a view over the whole town and its environs. An isolated mountain, crowned by a convent and a church, the seat of the bishop, rises boldly from the very verge of the shore. The town winds round this mountain in the form of several wreaths, until it almost reaches the episcopal buildings. The background closes with the melancholy picture of a barren mountain chain. A lighthouse stands on a little neighbouring island. The quarantine establishment looks cheerful enough, and is situate at a little distance from the town on the seashore. It was Sunday when we arrived here, and as Syra belongs to Greece, I here heard the sound of bells like those of Mount Lebanon, and once more their strain filled me with deep and indescribable emotion. Never do we think so warmly of our home as when we are solitary and alone among strange people in a far distant land. I would have gladly turned aside from my route to visit Athens, which I might have reached in a few hours, but then I should once more have been compelled to keep quarantine, and perhaps on leaving Greece the affliction would have to be borne a third time, a risk which I did not want to run. I therefore preferred keeping quarantine at Malta, and having done with it at once. On the same day at 2 o'clock we once more set sail. This day and the following I remained on deck as much as possible, bidding defiance to wind and rain, and gazing at the islands as we glided past one after another. As one island disappeared, another rose in its place. Groups of isolated rocks also rose at intervals, like giants from the main, to form a feature in the changing panorama. On the right, in the far distance, we could distinguish Pharos and Antipharos; on the left the larger Chirmian islands, and at length we passed close to Cervo, Stag's Island, which is particularly distinguished by the beauty of its mountain range. Here, as at Syra, we found an isolated mountain, round which a town winds almost to its summit. September 12th. As I came on deck today with the sun, the mainland of the Morea was in sight on our right, a great plain with many villages scattered over its surface, and a background of bare hills. After losing sight of the Morea, we sailed once more on the high seas. This day might have had a tragical termination for us. I was sitting as usual on deck, when I noticed an unusual stir among the sailors and officers, and even the commander ran hastily towards me. Nevertheless, I did not dare to ask what had happened, for in proportion as the French are generally polite, they are proud and overbearing on board their steamers. I therefore remained quietly seated, and contented myself with watching every movement of the officers and men. Several descended to the coal magazine, returning heated, blackened by the coals, and dripping with water. At length a cabin boy came hurrying by me, and upon my asking him what was the matter, he replied in a whisper that fire had broken out in the coal room. Now I knew the whole extent of our danger, and yet could do nothing but keep my seat, and await whatever fate should bring us. It was most fortunate for us that the fire occurred during the daytime, and had been immediately discovered by the engine man. Double chain pumps were rigged, and the whole magazine was laid under water, a proceeding which had the effect of extinguishing the flames. The other passengers knew nothing of our danger; they were all asleep or sitting quietly in the cabins; the sailors were forbidden to tell them what had happened, and even my informant, the cabin boy, begged me not to betray him. We had 3 hundredweight of gunpowder on board. September 14th. We did not come in sight of land until this evening, when the goal of our journey appeared, Malta. We cast anchor in the harbour of La Valette at 7 o'clock. During the whole of our journey from Alexandria the wind had been very unfavourable; the sea was frequently so agitated that we could not walk across the deck without the assistance of a sailor. The distance from Alexandria via Syra to Malta is 950 sea miles. We took 8 days to accomplish this distance, landing only at Syra. The heat was moderate enough, seldom reaching 28° or 29° Reaumur. The appearance of Malta is picturesque. It contains no mountains, and consists entirely of hills and rocks. The town of La Valette is surrounded by 3 lines of fortifications, winding like steps up the hill on which the town lies. The latter contains large, fine houses, all built of stone. September 15th. This morning at 8 o'clock we disembarked, and were marched off to keep quarantine in the magnificent castle of the Knights of St. John. This building stands on a hill, affording a view over the whole island in the direction of Civita Vecchia. We found here a number of clean rooms, and were immediately supplied with furniture, bedding, etc., by the establishment at a very reasonable charge. Our host at once dispatched to every guest a bill of fare for our breakfast and dinner, so that each one can choose what he wishes, without being cheated as to the prices. The keepers here are very obliging and attentive; they almost all know something of Italian, and execute any commission with which they are entrusted punctually and well. The building for the incarcerated ones is situate on an elevated plateau. It has 2 large wings, one on each side, 1 story high, containing apartments, each with a separate entrance. Adjoining the courtyard is the inn, and not far from it the church; neither, however, may be visited by the newcomers. The requisite provisions are procured for them by a keeper, who takes them to the purchasers. The church is always kept locked. A broad, handsome terrace, with a prospect over the sea, the town of La Valette, and the whole island forms the foreground of the picture. The terrace and the ramparts behind the houses form very agreeable walks. The courtyard of our prison is very spacious, and we are allowed to walk about in it as far as the statue which stands in the middle. Until 10 o'clock at night we enjoy our liberty, but when this hour arrives we are sent to our respective rooms and locked up. The apartments of the keepers are quite separate from ours. The arrangements of the whole establishment are so good and comfortable, that we almost forget that we are prisoners. What a contrast to the quarantine house at Alexandria! If a traveller receives a visitor, he is not separated from his guest by ditches and bars, but stands only 2 steps from him in the courtyard. The windows here are not grated, and though our clothes were hung on horses to air, neither we nor our effects were smoked out. If it had not been for the delay it caused, I should really have spent the 18 days of my detention here very pleasantly. But I wished to ascend Mount Etna, and was a fixture here until the 2nd of October. End of section 33. Section 34 of A Visit to the Holy Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17 of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy, Part 2, by Ida L. Pfeiffer. October 1st. The quarantine doctor examined us in a very superficial manner, and pronounced that we should be free tomorrow. Upon this a boisterous hilarity prevailed. The prisoners rejoiced at the prospect of speedy release, and shouted, sang, and danced in the courtyard. The keepers caught the infection, and all was mirth and good humour until late in the night. October 2nd. At 7 o'clock this morning we were released from thraldom. A scene similar to that at Alexandria then took place. Every one rushed to seize upon the strangers. It is here necessary that the traveller should be as much upon his guard as in Egypt among the Arabs, in the matters of boat fares, porterage, etc. If a bargain is not struck beforehand, the people are most exorbitant in their demands. A few days before our release, I had made an arrangement with an innkeeper for board, lodging, and transport. Today he came to fetch me and my luggage, and we crossed the arm of the sea which divides Fort Manuel from the town of La Valette. A flight of steps leads from the shore into the town, past the 3 rows of fortifications rising in tiers above each other. In each of these divisions we find streets and houses. The town, properly speaking, lies quite at the top. It is therefore necessary to mount and descend frequently, though not nearly so often as at Constantinople. The streets are broad and well paved, the houses spacious and finely built. The place of roofs is supplied by terraces, frequently parcelled out into little flower beds, which present a very agreeable appearance. My host gave me a tiny room, and meals on the same principle, coffee with milk morning and evening, and 3 dishes at dinner time, but for all this I did not pay more than 45 kreutzers, or about 1 shilling and 6 pence. The first thing I did after taking up my quarters here was to hasten to a church to return thanks to the Almighty for the protection He had so manifestly extended to me upon my long and dangerous journey. The first church which I entered at La Valette was dedicated to St. Augustine. I was particularly pleased with it, for since my departure from Vienna I had not seen one so neatly or well built. Afterwards I visited the church of St. John, and was much struck with its splendor. This building is very spacious, and the floor is completely covered with monumental slabs of marble, covering the graves of the knights. The ceiling is ornamented with beautiful frescoes, and the walls are sculptured from ceiling to floor with arabesques, leaves, and flowers in sandstone. All these ornaments are richly gilt, and present a peculiarly imposing appearance. The side chapels contain numerous monuments, mostly of white marble, and one single one of black, in memory of a celebrated Maltese knights. At the right-hand corner of the church is the so-called rose-colored chapel. It is hung round with a heavy silk stuff of a red color, which diffuses a roseate halo over all the objects around. The altar is surrounded by a high, massive railing. 2 only of the paintings are well executed, namely that over the high altar and a piece representing Christ on the cross. The pillars round the altar are of marble, and at each side of the grand altar rose lofty canopies of red velvet fringed with gold, reaching almost to the vaulted cupola. The uncomfortable custom of carrying chairs to and fro during church time, which is so universal throughout Italy, begins already at Malta. The predilection for the clerical profession seems to prevail here, as it does throughout Italy. I could almost say that every 15th person we meet either is a clergyman or intends to become one. Children of 10 or 12 years already run about in the black gown and 3-cornered hat. The streets are handsome and cleanly kept, particularly the one which intersects the town. Some of them are even watered. The counters of the dealers' shops contain the most exquisite wares. In fact, everywhere we find indications that we are once more on European ground. When we see the Facchini here, with their dark worked caps or round straw hats, their short jackets and comfortable trousers, with jaunty red sashes round their waists, and their bold, free glance, when we contrast them with the wretched fellahs of Egypt, and consider that these men both belong to the same class in society, and that the fellahs even inhabit the more fruitful country, we begin to have our doubts of Mehemet Ali's benignant rule. The governor's palace, a great square building, stands on a magnificent open space. Next to it is the library, and opposite the chief guard-house rears its splendid front, graced with pillars. The coffee-houses here are very large. They are kept comfortably and clean, particularly that on the great square, which is brilliantly illuminated every evening. Women and girls appear dressed in black. They are usually accustomed to throw a wide cloak over their other garments, and wear a mantilla which conceals arms, chest, and head. The face is left uncovered, and I saw some very lovely ones smiling forth from the black drapery. Rich people wear these upper garments of silk. The cloaks of the poorer classes are made of merino or cheap woolen stuffs. It was Sunday when I entered La Valette for the first time. Every street and church was thronged with people, all of whom were neatly and decently dressed. I saw but few beggars, and those whom I met were less ragged than the generality of their class. The military, the finest I had ever seen, consisted entirely of tall, handsome men, mostly Scotchmen. Their uniforms were very tasteful. One regiment wore scarlet jackets and white linen trousers, another black jackets and shoulder knots. In fact, the whole uniform is black, with the exception of the trousers, which are of white linen. It seemed much more the fashion to drive than to ride here. The coaches are of a very peculiar kind, which I hardly think can be found elsewhere. They consist of a venerable old, rattling, double-seated box, swinging upon two immense wheels, and drawn by a single horse in shafts. The coachman generally runs beside his vehicle. October 3rd. To-day I drove in a carriage, for the first time since my departure from Vienna, a period of 6 months and a half, to Civita Vecchia, to view this ancient town of Malta, and particularly the celebrated church of St. Peter and St. Paul. On this occasion I traversed the whole length of the island, and had an opportunity of viewing the interior. Malta consists of a number of little elevations, and is intersected in all directions by excellent roads. I also continually passed handsome villages, some of them so large that they looked like thriving little towns. The heights are frequently crowned by churches of considerable extent and beauty. Although the whole island consists of rock and sandstone, vegetation is sufficiently luxurious. Fig, lemon, and orange trees grow everywhere, and plantations of the cotton shrub are as common as potato fields in my own country. The stems of these shrubs are not higher than potato plants, and are here cultivated in exactly the same way. I was told that they had been stunted this year by the excessive drought, but that in general they grew a foot higher. The peasants were everywhere neatly dressed, and live in commodious, well-built houses, universally constructed of stone, and furnished with terraces in lieu of roofs. Civita Vecchia is a town of splendid houses and very elegant country seats. Many inhabitants of La Valette spend the summer here, in the highest portion of the island. The church of St. Peter and St. Paul is a spacious building, with a simple interior. The floor is covered merely with stone slabs, the walls are whitewashed to the ceiling, but the upper portion is richly ornamented with arabesques. A beautiful picture hanging behind the high altar represents a storm at sea. The view from the hall of the convent is magnificent. We can overlook almost the entire island, and beyond our gaze loses itself in the boundless expanse of the ocean. Near the church stands a chapel, beneath which is St. Paul's grotto, divided into two parts. In the first of these divisions we find a splendid statue of St. Paul in white marble. The second was the dungeon of the Apostle. Not far from this chapel, at the extremity of the town, there are the catacombs, which resemble those at Rome, Naples, and other towns. During our drive back we made a little detour to see the gorgeous summer palace and garden of the governor. The whole excursion occupied about 7 hours. During my residence in Malta the heat varied from 20° to 25° Reaumur in the sun. End of section 34. Section 35 of A Visit to the Holy Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18 of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy, Part 1. By Ida L. Pfeiffer. October 4th. At 8 o'clock in the evening I embarked on board the Sicilian steamer Hercules, of 260 horsepower, the largest and finest vessel I had yet seen. The officers here were not nearly so haughty and disobliging as those on board the Eurotas. Even now I cannot think without a smile of the airs of the captain of the latter vessel gave himself. He appeared to consider that he had as good a right to be an admiral as Bruce. At 10 o'clock we steamed out of the harbour of La Valette. As it was already dark night, I went below and retired to rest. October 5th. When I hurried on deck this morning, I found we were already in sight of the Sicilian coast, and oh happiness! I could distinguish green hills, wooded mountains, glorious dells, and smiling meadows, a spectacle I had enjoyed neither in Syria, in Egypt, nor even at Malta. Now I thought at length to behold Europe, for Malta resembles the Syrian regions too closely to favour the idea that we are really in Europe. Towards 11 o'clock we reached Syracuse. Unfortunately we could get only 4 hours' leave of absence. As several gentlemen among the passengers wished to devote these few hours to seeing all the lions of this once rich and famous town, I joined their party and went ashore with them. Scarcely had we landed before we were surrounded by a number of servants and a mob of curious people, so that we were almost obliged to make our way forcibly through the crowd. The gentlemen hired a guide, and desired to be at once conducted to a restaurateur, who promised to prepare them a modest luncheon within half an hour. The prospect of a good meal seemed of more importance in the eyes of my fellow passengers than anything else. They resolved to have luncheon first, and afterward to take a little walk through the city. On hearing this I immediately made a bargain with the cicerone to show me what he could in 4 hours, and went with him, leaving the company seated at a table. Though I had got nothing to eat to-day but a piece of bread and a few figs, which I despatched on the road, I saw some sights which I would not have missed for the most sumptuous entertainment. Of the once spacious town nothing remains but a very small portion, inhabited by 10,000 persons at most. The dirty streets were everywhere crowded with people, as though they dwelt out of doors while the houses stood empty. Accompanied by my guide, I passed hastily through the new town, and over 3 or 4 wooden bridges to Neapolis, the part of ancient Syracuse in which monuments of the past are seen in the best state of preservation. First we came to the theatre. This building is tolerably well preserved, and several of the stone seats are still seen rising in terrace form one above the other. From this place we betook ourselves into the amphitheatre, which is finer by far, and where we find passages leading to the wild beasts' dens, and above them rows of seats for spectators. All is in such good condition that it might, at a trifling expense, be so far repaired as to be made again available for its original purpose. Now we proceeded to the Ear of Dionysus, with which I was particularly struck. It consists of a number of chambers, partly hewn out of the rock by art, partly formed by nature, and all opening into an immensely lofty hall, which becomes narrower and narrower towards the top, until it at length terminates in an aperture so minute as to be invisible from below. To this aperture Dionysus is said to have applied his ear, in order to overhear what the captives spoke. This place is stated to have been used as a prison for slaves and malefactors. It is usual to fire a pistol here, that the stranger may hear the reverberating echoes. A lofty opening, resembling a great gate, forms the entrance to these rocky passages. Overgrown with ivy, it has rather the appearance of a bower than that of a place of terror and anguish. Several of these side halls are now used as workshops by rope makers, while in others the manufacture of saltpetre is carried on. The region around is rocky, but without displaying any high mountains. I saw numerous grottoes, some of them with magnificent entrances, which looked as though they had been cut in the rocks by art. In one of these grottoes water fell from above, forming a very pretty cataract. During this excursion the time had passed so rapidly that I was soon compelled to think, not of a visit to the catacombs, but of my return on board. I proceeded to the seashore, where the Syracusans have built a very pretty promenade, and have rowed back to the steamer. Of all the passengers I was the only one who had seen anything of Syracuse. All the rest had spent the greater part of the time allowed them in the inn, and at most had been for a short walk in the town. But they had obtained an exceedingly good dinner, and thus we had each enjoyed ourselves in our own way. At 3 o'clock we quitted the beautiful harbour of Syracuse, and 3 hours brought us to Catania. This voyage was one of the most beautiful and interesting that can be imagined. The traveller continually sees the most charming landscapes of blooming Sicily, and at Syracuse we can already descry on a clear day the giant Etna rearing its head 10,000 feet above the level of the sea. At 6 in the evening we disembarked, but those going farther had to be on board again by midnight. I had intended to remain at Catania and ascend Mount Etna, but on making inquiries I was assured that the season was too far advanced for such an undertaking, and therefore resolved to set sail again at midnight. I went on shore in company with the Neapolitan and his wife, for the purpose of visiting some of the churches, a few public buildings, and the town itself. The buildings, however, were already closed, though the exteriors promised much. We could only deplore that we had arrived an hour too late and take a walk around the town. I could scarcely wonder enough at the bustle in the crowded squares and chief streets, and at the shouting and screaming of the people. The number of inhabitants is about 50,000. The two chief streets, leading in different directions from the great square, are long, broad, and particularly well paved with large stone slabs. They contain many magnificent houses. The only circumstance which displeased me was, that everywhere, even in the chief streets, the people dry clothes on large poles at balconies and windows. This makes the town look as though it were inhabited by a race of washerwomen. I should not even mind so much if they were clean clothes, but frequently I saw the most disgusting rags fluttering in front of splendid houses. Unfortunately this barbarous custom prevails throughout the whole of Sicily, and even in Naples the hanging out of clothes is only forbidden in the principal street, the Toledo; all the other streets are full of linen. Among the equipages, which were rolling to and fro in great numbers, I noticed some very handsome ones. Some were standing still in the great square, while their occupants amused themselves by looking at the bustle around them, and chatted with friends and acquaintances who crowded round the carriages. I found a greater appearance of life here than either at Naples or Palermo. The convent of St. Nicholas was unfortunately closed, so that we could only view its exterior. It is a spacious, magnificent building, the largest in fact in the whole town. We also looked at the walks on the seashore, which at our first arrival we had traversed in haste in order to reach the town quickly. Beautiful avenues extend along each side of the harbour; they are, however, less frequented than the streets and squares. We had a beautiful moonlight night. The promontory of Etna, with its luxurious vegetation, as well as the giant mountain itself, were distinctly visible in all their glory. The summit rose cloudless and free; no smoke came from the crater, nor could we discover a trace of snow as we returned to our ship. We noticed several heaps of lava piled on the seashore, of a perfectly black color. Late in the evening we adjourned to an inn to refresh ourselves with some good dishes, and afterwards returned to the steamer, which weighed anchor at midnight. October 6th. We awoke in the harbour of Messina. The situation of this town is lovely beyond description. I was so charmed with it that I stood for a long time on deck without thinking of landing. A chain of beautiful hills and large masses of rock in the background surround the harbour and town. Everywhere the greatest fertility reigns, and all things are in the most thriving and flourishing condition. In the direction of Palermo the boundless ocean is visible. I now bade farewell to the splendid steamer Hercules, because I did not intend to proceed directly to Naples, but to make a detour by way of Palermo. As soon as I had landed I proceeded to the office of the merchant M., to whom I had a letter of recommendation. I requested Herr M. to procure me a cicerone as soon as possible, as I wished to see the sights of Messina, and afterwards to continue my journey to Palermo. Herr M. was kind enough to send one of his clerks with me. I rested for half an hour, then commenced my peregrination. From the steamer Messina had appeared to me a very narrow place, but on entering the town I found that I had made quite a false estimate of its dimensions. Messina is certainly built in a very straggling oblong form, but still its breadth is not inconsiderable. I saw many beautiful squares, for instance the chief square, with its splendid fountain ornamented with figures, and a bas relief of carved work in bronze. Every square contains a fountain, but we seldom find anything particularly tasteful. The churches are not remarkable for the beauty of their facades, nor do they present anything in the way of marble statues or finely executed pictures. The houses are generally well built, with flat roofs; the streets, with few exceptions, are narrow, small, and very dirty. An uncommonly broad street runs parallel with the harbour, and contains, on one side at least, some very handsome houses. This is a favourite place for a walk, for we can here see all the bustle and activity of the port. Several of the palaces also are pretty. That appropriated to the Senate is the only one which can be called fine, the staircase being constructed entirely of white marble, in a splendid style of architecture. The halls and apartments are lofty, and generally arched. The regal palace is also a handsome pile. In the midst of the town I found an agreeable public garden. The Italians appear, however, to choose the streets as places of rendezvous, in preference to enclosures of this kind, for everywhere I noticed that the garden walks were empty, and the streets full. But on the whole there is not nearly so much life here as at Catania. In order to obtain a view of the whole of Messina and its environs, I ascended a hill near the town, surmounted by a Capuchin convent. Here I enjoyed a prospect which I have seldom seen equalled. As I gazed upon it I could easily imagine that an inhabitant of Messina can find no place in the world so beautiful as his native town. The promontory against which the town leans is clothed with a carpet of the brightest green, planted with fruit trees of all kinds, and enlivened with scattered towns, villages, and country seats. Beautiful roads, appearing like white bands, intersect the mountains on every side in the direction of the town. The background is closed by high mountains, sometimes wooded, sometimes bare, now rising in the form of Alps, now in the shape of rocky masses. At the foot of the hills we see the long-drawn town, the harbour with its numerous ships, and beyond it groups of Alps and rocks. The boundless sea flows on the spectator's right and left towards Palermo and Naples, while in the direction of Catania the eye is caught by mountains, with Etna towering among them. The same evening I embarked on board the Duke of Calabria, for the short trip of 12 or 14 hours to Palermo. This steamer has only engines of 80 horse-power, and everything connected with it is small and confined. The first-class accommodation is indeed pretty good, but the second-class places are only calculated to contain very few passengers. Though completely exhausted by my long and fatiguing walk through Messina, I remained on deck, for I could not be happy without seeing Stromboli. Unfortunately I could distinguish very little of it. We had started from Messina at about 6 o'clock in the evening, and did not come in sight of the mountain until 2 hours later, when the shades of night were already descending. We were, besides, at such a distance from it that I could descry nothing but a colossal mass rising from the sea and towering toward heaven. I stayed on deck until past 10 o'clock in the hope of obtaining a nearer view of Stromboli, but we had soon left it behind us in the far distance, with other islands which lay on the surface like misty clouds. October 7th. To-day I hastened on deck before sunrise, to see as much as possible of the Sicilian coast, and to obtain an early view of Palermo. At 10 o'clock we ran into the harbour of this town. I had been so charmed with the situation of Messina that I did not expect ever to behold anything more lovely, and yet the remembrance of this town faded from my mind when Palermo rose before me, surrounded by magnificent mountains, among which the colossal rock of St. Rosalia, a huge slab of porphyry and granite, towered high in the blue air. The combination of various colours unites with its immense height and its peculiar construction to render this mountain one of the most remarkable in existence. Its summit is crowned by a temple, and a good road, partly cut out of the rock, partly supported on lofty pillars of masonry, which we can see from on board our vessel, leads to the convent of St. Rosalia, and to a chapel hidden among the hills and dedicated to the same saint. At the foot of this mountain lies a gorgeous castle, inhabited, as my captain told me, by an English family, who pay a yearly rent of 30,000 florins for the use of it. To the left of Palermo the mountains open and show the entrance to a broad and transcendently beautiful valley, in which the town of Monreale lies with magical effect. Several of these gaps occur along the coast, affording glimpses of the most lovely vales, with scattered villages and pretty country seats. The harbour of Palermo is picturesque and eminently safe. The town numbers about 130,000 inhabitants. Here, too, our deck was crowded with facchini, innkeepers, and guides, before the anchor was fairly lowered. I inquired of the captain respecting the price of board and lodging, and afterwards made a bargain with the host before leaving the ship. By following this plan I generally escaped overcharge and inconvenience. Arriving at the inn, I sent to Herr Schmidt, to whom I had been recommended, with the request that he would dispatch a trustworthy cicerone to me, and make me a kind of daily scheme of what I was to see. This was soon done, and after hurrying over my dinner I commenced my wanderings. I entered almost every church I passed on my way, and found them all neat and pretty. Everywhere I came upon picturesque villas and handsome houses, with glass doors instead of windows, their lower portion guarded by iron railings, and forming little balconies. Here the women and girls sit of an evening, working and talking to their heart's content. The streets of Palermo are far handsomer and cleaner than those of Messina. The principal among them, Toledo and Cassaro, divide the town into 4 parts, and join in the chief square. The streets, as we pass from one into another, present a peculiar appearance, filled with bustling crowds of people moving noisily to and fro. In the Toledo street all the tailors seem congregated together, for the shops on each side of the way are uniformly occupied by the votaries of this trade, who sit at work half in their houses and half in the street. In the coffee houses and shops are all open, so that the passers-by can obtain a full view of the wares and of the buyers and sellers. The Regal Palace is the handsomest in the town. It contains a Gothic chapel, richly decorated. The walls are entirely covered with paintings in mosaic, of which the drawings do not display remarkable taste, and the ceiling is overcrowded with decorations and arabesques. An ancient chandelier, in the form of a pillar, made of beautiful marble and also covered with arabesques, stands beside the pulpit. On holy days an immense candle is put in this candlestick and lighted. I wished to enter this chapel, but was refused admittance until I had taken off my hat, like the men, and carried it in my hand. This custom prevails in several churches of Palermo. The space in front of the palace resembles a garden, from the number of avenues and beds of flowers with which it is ornamented. Second in beauty is the Palace of the Senate, but it cannot be compared with that at Messina. End of section 35. Section 36, of A Visit to the Holy Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18, of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy, Part 2, by Ida L. Pfeiffer. The town contains several very handsome squares, in all of which we find several statues and fountains. Foremost among the churches, the cathedral must be mentioned. Its Gothic façade occupies one entire side of a square. A spacious entrance hall, with 2 monuments, not executed in a very fine style of art, leads to the interior of the church, which is of considerable extent, but built in a very simple style. The pillars, 2 of which always stand together, and the 4 royal monuments at the entrance, are all of Egyptian granite. The finest part of the church is in the chapel of St. Rosalia on the right, not far from the high altar. Both its walls are decorated with large bas-reliefs in marble, beautifully executed. One of these represents the banishment of the plague, and the finding of St. Rosalia's bones. A splendid pillar of lapis lazuli, said to be the largest and finest specimen of this stone in existence, stands beside the high altar. The 2 basins with raised figures at the entrance of the church also deserve notice. The left side of the square is occupied by the episcopal palace, a building of no pretensions. Santa Teresia is a small church, containing nothing remarkable except a splendid bas-relief in marble representing the Holy Family, which an Englishman once offered to purchase for an immense sum. The neighbouring church of St. Pietà, on the contrary, can be called large and grand. The façades are ornamented with pillars of marble, the altar is richly gilt, and handsome frescoes deck the ceiling. St. Domenico, another fine church, possesses, my cicerone assured me, the largest organ in the world. If he had said the greatest he had seen, I could readily have believed him. In St. Ignazio, or Olivasa, near a minor altar at one side, we find a painting representing the Virgin and the infant Jesus. The sacristan persisted that this was a work of Raphael's. The colouring appeared to me not quite to resemble that of the great master, but I understand too little of these things to be able to judge on such a subject. At any rate, it is a fine piece. A few steps below the church lies the oratory, which nearly equals it in size, and also contains a handsome painting over the altar. St. Augustine also repays the trouble of a visit. It displays great wealth in marble, sculptures, frescoes, and arabesques. St. Joseph is also rich in various kinds of marble. Several of its large columns have been made from a single block. A clear, cold stream issues from this church. I have still to notice the lovely public gardens, which I visited after dining with the Consul General, Herr Wallenberg. I cannot omit this opportunity of gratefully mentioning the friendly sympathy and kindness I experienced on the part of this gentleman and his lady. To return to the gardens, the most interesting to me was the botanical, where a number of rare trees and plants flourish famously in the open air. The catacombs of the Augustine convent are most peculiar. They are situate immediately outside the town. From the church, which offers nothing of remarkable interest, a broad flight of stairs leads downward into a long and lofty passage cut in the rock, and receiving light from above. The skeletons of the dead line the walls, in little niches close beside each other. They are clothed in a kind of monkish robe, and each man's hands are crossed on his chest, with a ticket bearing his name, age, and the date of his death depending therefrom. A more horrible sight can scarcely be imagined than these dressed-up skeletons and death's hands. Many still have hair on the scalp, and some even beard. The niches in which they stand are surmounted by planks displaying skulls and bones, and the corridors are crowded with whole rows of coffins, their inmates waiting for a vacant place. If the relations of one of the favored skeletons neglect to supply a certain number of wax tapers on All Saints' Day, the poor man is banished from his position, and one of the candidates steps in and occupies his niche. The corpses of women and girls are deposited in another compartment, and look as though they were lying in state in their glass coffins, dressed in handsome silks, with ornamental coifs on their heads, ruffs and lace collars round their necks, and silk shoes and stockings, which, however, soon burst on their feet. A wreath of flowers decks the brow of each girl, and beneath all this ornament the skull appears with its hollow eyes, a parody upon life and death. Whenever anyone wishes to be immortalized in this way, his friends and relations must pay a certain sum for a place on the day of his burial, and afterwards bring wax tapers every year. The body is then laid in a chamber of lime, which remains for 8 months hermetically closed, until the flesh has been entirely eaten away. Then the bones are fastened together, dressed, and placed in a niche. On All Saints' Day these corridors of death are crowded with gazers. Friends and relations of the deceased resort thither to light candles and perform their devotions. I was glad to have had an opportunity of seeing these audience halls of the dead, but I still rejoiced when I hastened upwards to sojourn once more among the living. From here I drove to Olevutza to view the Moorish castle of Ziza, celebrated for the beauty of its situation and the region around. Not far from the old castle stands a new one, with a garden of much beauty, containing also a number of fantastic toys, such as little grottos and huts, hollow trees in which secret doors fly suddenly open, disclosing to view a nun, a monk, or some figure of the kind, etc. Here I still found a species of date tree growing in the open air, but the fruit it bears is very small, and never becomes completely ripe. This was the last date tree I saw. The royal villa Favourite, about a mile from the town, is situated in a lovely spot. It is built in the Chinese style, with a quantity of points, gables, and little bells. Its interior is, however, arranged according to European design, in a rich, tasteful, and artistic manner. We linger with pleasure in the rooms, each of which offers some attractive feature. Thus, for instance, one apartment contains beautiful fresco paintings, another life-size portraits of the royal family in Chinese costume. In a third, the effects of damp on walls and ceiling are so accurately portrayed that at first I was deceived by the resemblance, and regretted to find a room in such a condition among all the pomp and splendor around. One small cabinet is entirely inlaid with little pieces of all the various kinds of marble that are to be found in Sicily. The large tables are made of petrified and polished woods, etc. Besides these minor attractions, a much greater one exists in the splendid view which we obtain from the terraces and from the summit of the Chinese tower. I found it difficult to tear myself from contemplating this charming prospect. A painter would become embarrassed by the very richness of the materials around him. Everything I had seen from on board here appeared before my eyes with increased loveliness, because I here saw it from a higher position, and obtained a more extended view. An ornamental garden lies close to the palace. It is flagged with large blocks of stone, between which spaces are left for earth. These beds are parcelled out according to plans, bordered with box a foot in height, and arranged so as to form immense leaves, flowers, and arabesques, while in the midst stand vases of natural flowers. The park fills up the background. It consists merely of a few avenues and meadows, extending to the foot of Mount Rosalia. This mountain I also ascended. The finest paved street, which is sufficiently broad for 3 carriages to pass each other, winds in a serpentine manner around the rocky heights, so that we can mount upwards without the slightest difficulty. The convent is small and very simply constructed. The courtyard behind it, on the contrary, is exceedingly imposing. It is shut in on all sides by steep walls of rock, covered with clinging ivy in a most picturesque manner. On the left we find a little grotto containing an altar. In the foreground, on the right, a lofty gate, formed by nature and beautified by art, leads into a chapel wonderfully formed of pieces of rock and stalactites. A feeling of astonishment and admiration almost amounting to awe came upon me as I entered. The walls near the chief altar are overgrown with a kind of delicate moss of an emerald green color, with the white rock shining through here and there, and in the midst rises a natural cupola, terminating in a point. The extreme summit of this dome cannot be distinguished; it is lost in obscurity. Here and there natural niches occur, in which statues of saints have been placed. To the left of the high altar I saw the monument of St. Rosalia, beautifully executed in white marble. She is represented in a recumbent posture, the size of life. The statue rests on a pedestal 2 feet in height. In the most highly decorated or the most gorgeous church, I could not have felt myself more irresistibly impelled to devotion than in this grand temple of nature. From the 15th to the 18th of July in every year, a great feast is held in honor of St. Rosalia, the patron saint of the city, in the town and on the mountain. On these days a number of people make a pilgrimage to the grotto above described, where the bones of the saint were found at a time when the plague was raging at Palermo. They were carried with great pomp into the town, and from that moment the plague ceased. The road from the convent to the temple, built on the summit of a rock, and visible to the sailors from a great distance, leads us for about half a mile over loose stones. Its construction is extremely simple, and not remarkable in any way. In former times its summit was decked by a colossal statue of the saint. This fell down, and the head alone remained unmutilated. Like the statue, the fane is now in ruins, and its site is only visited for the sake of the beautiful view. On our way back to the convent, my guide drew my attention to a spot where a large tree had stood. Some years before, a family was sitting quietly beneath its shade, partaking of a frugal meal, when the tree suddenly came crashing down, and caused the death of 4 persons. The excursion to St. Rosalia's Hill can easily be made in 4 or 5 hours. It is usual to ride up the mountain on donkeys. These animals are, however, so sluggish compared with those of Egypt, that I often preferred dismounting and proceeding on foot. The Neapolitan donkeys are just as lazy. I wished still to visit Bagheria, the summer residence of many of the townspeople. One morning I drove to this lovely spot in the company of an amiable Swiss family. The distance from Palermo is about 2½ miles, and the road, frequently winding close to the sea, presents a rich variety of beautiful pictures. We went to view the palace of Prince Vasello. The proprietor appears, however, seldom to reside here, for everything wears an air of neglect. 2 halls in this building are worthy of notice. The walls of the smaller one are covered with figures and ornaments, beautifully carved in wood, with pieces of mirror glass placed between them. The vaulted ceiling is also decorated with mirrors, some of which are unfortunately already broken. The walls of the larger hall are completely lined with the finest Sicilian marble. Above the cornices the marble has been covered with thin glass, which gives it a peculiar appearance of polish. The immense ceiling of the great hall is vaulted, like that of the smaller one, and completely covered with mirrors, all of them in good preservation. Both apartments, but particularly the large one, are said to have a magical effect when lighted up with tapers. I spent a Sunday in Palermo, and was much pleased at seeing the peasants in their festive garb, in which, however, I could discover nothing handsome, nor, indeed, anything peculiar, save the long, pendant nightcaps. The men wear jackets and breeches, and have the before-mentioned caps on their heads. The dress of the women is a spencer, a petticoat, and a kerchief of white or coloured linen round the head and neck. The common people appeared to be neither cleanly nor wealthy. The rich are dressed according to the fashions of London, Paris, and Vienna. In all the Sicilian towns I found the mob more boisterous and impudent than in the East, and frequently it was my lot to witness most diabolical quarrels and fights. It is necessary to be much more on one's guard against theft and roguery among these people than among the Arabs and Bedouins. Now I acknowledge how falsely I had judged the poor denizens of the East when I took them for the most thievish of tribes. The people here and at Naples were far worse than they. I was doubly pained on making this discovery, from the fact that I saw more fasting and more praying, and more clergymen in these countries, than anywhere else. To judge from appearances, I should have taken the Sicilians and Neapolitans for the most pious people in the world. But their behaviour towards strangers is rude in the extreme. Never had I been so impudently stared out of the countenance as these Sicilian towns. Fingers were pointed at me amidst roars of laughter. The boys even ran after me and jeered at me, and all because I wore a round straw hat. In Messina I threw this article away, and dressed according to the fashion which prevails here and in my own country, but still the gaping did not cease. In Palermo it was not only the street boys who stood to gaze at me, the grandees also did me the same honour, whether I drove or walked. I once asked a lady the reason of this, and requested to know if my appearance was calculated either to give offence or to excite ridicule. She explained that neither was the case, but that the only thing the citizens remarked in me was that I went about alone with the servants. In Sicily this was quite an uncommon circumstance, for there I always saw two ladies walking together, or a lady and a gentleman. Now the grand mystery was solved, but notwithstanding this, I did not alter my mode of action, but continued to walk quietly about the town with my servant, for I preferred being laughed at a little to giving any one the trouble of accompanying me about everywhere. At first this staring made me very uncomfortable, but man can adapt himself to everything, and I am no exception to the rule. The vegetation in Sicily is eminent for its luxuriant loveliness. Flowers, plants, and shrubs attain a greater height and magnitude than we find elsewhere. I saw here numerous species of aloes, which we cultivate laboriously in hothouses, growing wild, or planted as hedges around gardens. The stems, from which blossoms burst forth, often attain a height of from 20 to 30 feet. Their flowering season was already past. October 10th. After a sojourn of 5 days, I bade farewell to Palermo, and took my departure in wet weather. This was the first rain I had seen fall since the 20th of April. The temperature remained very warm. On fine days the thermometer stood at 20 degrees or 23 degrees Reaumur in the sun at noon. The vessel on which I now embarked was a royal mail steamer. We left Palermo at noon. Towards evening the sea became rather rough, so that the spray dashed over me once or twice, although I continually kept near the steersman. At the commencement of our journey nothing was to be seen but sky and water. But the next day, as we approached the Neapolitan coast, island after island rose from the sea, and at length the mainland itself could be discerned. Capri was the first island we approached closely. Soon afterwards my attention was drawn to a great cloud rising towards the sky. It was a smoky column from the glowing hearth of Vesuvius. At length a white line glittered on the verge of the horizon, like a band through the clear air. There was a joyful cry of "Napoli! Napoli!" and Naples lay spread before me. End of Section 36. Section 37 of A Visit to the Holy Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19 of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy, Part 1. By Ida L. Pfeiffer. My imagination was so powerfully excited, I may say overexcited, by the accounts I had heard and read concerning this very city, that here once more my expectations were far from being realized. This was, perhaps, partly owing to the circumstance that I had already seen Constantinople and had just quitted Palermo, the situation of which latter town had so enchanted me that my enthusiasm was here confined within very narrow bounds, and I felt inclined to prefer Palermo to Naples. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon I landed, and the kind assistance of Herr Bretschneider at once procured me an excellent room in Santa Lucia, with a prospect of the harbour and the bay, besides a view of Vesuvius and the region surrounding it. As usual, I wished to commence my researches at once, but already, in Palermo, I had felt an unceasing pain in my side, so that my last walks there had been attended with considerable difficulty. Here I became really ill, and was unable to quit my room. I had a boil on my back, which required the care of the surgeon, and kept me in my room for a fortnight, until the fever had abated. If this misfortune had happened to me in the East, or even while I was in quarantine at Malta, who knows whether I should not have been looked upon as having a plague boil, and shut up for 40 days? During my imprisonment here, my only relaxation during the hours when I was free from fever and it did not rain, was to sit on the balcony, contemplating the beautiful prospect, and looking on the bustling, lively populace. The Neapolitans appeared to me to be very ill-behaved, boisterous, and quarrelsome, and seemed to entertain a great horror of work. The latter circumstance seems natural enough, for they require little for their daily support, and we hardly find that the common people anywhere work more than is necessary to shield them from immediate want. This is particularly the case in Italy, where the heat is oppressive during the day, and the temperature of the evening so agreeable that every one wishes to enjoy himself rather than to work. I sometimes saw men employ themselves for half a day together in pushing bullets with a little stick through a ring fastened to the ground. This is one of the most popular games. The women are always sitting or standing in front of the houses, chattering or quarrelling, and the children lie about in the streets all day long. The veriest trifle suffices to breed a quarrel among young or old, and then they kick one another with their feet, a very graceful practice for women or girls. Even with their knives they are ready on all occasions. For making observations on the Neapolitans, no better post can be chosen than a lodging in the quarter St. Lucia. The fishermen, lazzaroni, and sailors live in the little side lanes, and spend the greater part of the day in the large streets of St. Lucia, the chief resort both for pedestrians and people on horseback and in carriages. In and about the harbour we find numerous vendors of oysters and crabs, which they bring fresh from the sea. The lazzaroni no longer go about half naked, and the common people are dressed in a decent, though not in a picturesque manner. Here a number of handsome equipages rolled by; their lady occupants were very fashionably attired. Even among the better classes it is usual for the men to purchase all the household necessaries, such as fish, bread, poultry, etc. Poultry is very much eaten in Italy, particularly turkeys, which are sometimes sold ready cut up, according to weight. On Sundays and holy days the shops containing wares and provisions, and the meat and poultry stalls, are opened in the same way as on a week-day. Throughout all Italy we do not see them closed for the observance of a Sunday or holy day. On the 15th day I had so far recovered that I could begin my tour of observation, using, however, certain precautions. At first I confined my researches to churches, palaces, and the museum, particularly as the weather was unprecedentedly bad. It rained, or rather poured, almost every day, and in these cases the water rushes in streams out of the by-lanes towards the sea. The greater part of Naples is built on an acclivity, and there are no gutters, so that the water must force its way along the streets. This has its peculiar advantages, for the side lanes, which are filthy beyond description, thus get a partial cleansing by the stream. As I am not a connoisseur, it would be foolish in me to attempt a criticism upon the splendid productions of art which I beheld here, in Rome, and at Florence and other places. I can only recount what I saw. During my excursions I generally regulated my movements according to the divisions and instructions contained in August Lewald's Handbook, a work which every traveller will find very serviceable and correct. I began with the royal palace, which was situate near my lodging at St. Lucia, with one front facing the sea, and the other turned towards a large, fine square. This building contains 42 windows in a row. I could see nothing of its interior excepting the richly decorated chapel, as the royal family resided there during the whole time of my stay, and thus the apartments were not accessible to strangers. Opposite the castle stands the magnificent rotunda, also called the Church of San Francesco de Paola. Adjoining this church on either side were arcades in the form of a half circle, supported by handsome pillars, beneath which several shops are established. The roof of the rotunda is formed by a splendid cupola, resting on 34 marble pillars. The altars, with the niches between, occupied by colossal statues, are ranged round the walls, and in some instances decorated by splendid modern paintings. A great quantity of lapis lazuli has been used in the construction of the grand altar. In the higher regions of the cupola 2 galleries, with tasteful iron railings, are to be seen. The entire church, and even the confessionals, are covered with a species of grey marble. The peculiar appearance of this place of worship is exceedingly calculated to excite the visitor's wonder, for to judge from its exterior he would scarcely take the splendid building before him for a church. It was built on the model of the famous rotunda at Rome, but the idea of the porticos is taken from St. Peter's. 2 large equestrian statues of bronze form the ornaments of the square before this church. Quitting this square we emerge into the 2 finest and most frequented streets in the town, namely the Chiaga and Toledo. Not far off is the imposing theatre of St. Carlo, said to be not only the largest in Italy, but in all Europe. Its exterior aspect is very splendid. A large and broad entrance extends in front, with pillars beneath the shelter of which the carriages drive up, so that the spectators can arrive and depart without the chance of getting wet. This evening there was to be a particularly grand performance. I entered the theatre, and was much struck with its appearance. It contains 6 tiers, all parcelled off into boxes, of which I counted 24 on the grand circle. Each box is almost the size of a small room, and can easily accommodate from 12 to 15 people. A fairy-like spectacle is said to be produced when, on occasions of peculiar festivity, the whole exterior is lighted up. Here, as in nearly all the Italian theatres, a clock, showing not only the hours but the minutes, is fixed over the front of the stage. A particular performance commences at 6 o'clock, and usually terminates an hour or 2 before midnight. This evening I saw a little ballet, then 2 acts of an opera, and afterwards a comedy, the whole concluding with a grand ballet. It is usual on the benefit nights to give a great variety of entertainments in order to attract the public. On these occasions the prices are also reduced 1/5. The greatest square, Largo del Castello, almost adjoins the theatre. It is of an oblong form, and contains many palace-like buildings, including the finance and police offices. A pretty spring, the water of which falls down some rocks and forms a cascade, is also worthy of mention. A little to the left we come upon the Medina Square, boasting the finest fountain in Naples. Between these 2 squares, beside the seashore, lies Castel Nuovo, said to be built quite in the form of the Bastille. It is strongly fortified, and serves as a defence for the harbour. This is a very lively neighbourhood. Many an hour's amusement have I had, watching the motley crowd, particularly on Sundays and holy days, when it is frequented by improvisadors, singers, musicians, and mountebanks of every description. Not far from the harbour is a long street in which numerous kitchens and many provision stalls are established. Here I walked in the evenings to see the people assembled round the macaroni pots. It is advisable, however, to leave watch and purse at home, and even one's pocket handkerchief is not safe. Of the shouting and crowding here no conception can be formed. Large kettles are placed in front of the shops, and the proprietors sit beside them, plunging a great wooden fork and spoon into the cauldron to fill the plates of expectant customers. Some eat their favourite dish with fat and cheese, others without, according to the state of their exchequer for the time being, but one and all eat with their fingers. The army of hungry mortals seems innumerable, and during feeding time the stranger finds no little difficulty in forcing a passage, notwithstanding the breadth of the street. Not far from this thoroughfare of the people, the two punchinellos are erected. In one of these the marionettes are a foot and a half, in the other no less than 3 feet high. There is, besides, a theatre for the people, where pieces of tragic and comic character are performed, in all of which the clown plays a prominent part. The remaining theatres, the Nuovo, the Carlini, and others, are about the size of those in the Leopold and Josaphat at Vienna, and can accommodate about 800 spectators. Their exteriors and interiors are alike undistinguished, but in some of them the singing and playing are very creditable. In one of these theatres we are obliged to descend instead of to ascend to reach the pit in the first tier of boxes. Naples contains more than 300 churches and chapels. I visited a number of them, for I entered every church that came my way. St. Fernando, a church of no great size, but of very pleasing appearance, struck me particularly. The ceiling of this edifice is covered with frescoes, and the walls enriched with marble. At the 2 side altars we find a pair of very fine half-length pictures of saints. St. Gesù Nuovo, another exceedingly handsome church, stands on the borders of the Lago Maggiore, and is full of magnificent frescoes, surrounded by arabesque borders. The latter appear as though they were gilded, and the effect thus produced is remarkably fine. This spacious building contains a number of small chapels, partitioned off by massive gratings. The great cupola is exceedingly handsome, and every chapel boasts a separate one. St. Gesù Maggiore does not carry out its appellation, for it is a small, unpretending church, though some splendid Gothic ornaments beautify the exterior. St. Maria de Piedigrata, another little church, is much frequented, from the fact that the common people place great confidence in the picture of the Virgin there displayed. The church contains nothing worthy of notice. The grotto of Posilip, a cavern of immense length, now called Puzzoli, is not far distant. This grotto, hewn out of a rock, is about 1,200 paces long, between 50 and 60 feet in height, and of such breadth that 2 carriages can easily pass each other. A little chapel cut out of the rock occupies the middle of the cavern, and both grotto and chapel are illuminated night and day. As in the whole of Naples, the pavement here is formed of lava from Mount Vesuvius. Immediately above the grotto, in the direction of the town, we come upon a simple gravestone of white marble, the monument of the poet Virgil. A long flight of steps leads to the garden containing this monument. The poet's ashes do not, however, rest here. The spot where he sleeps cannot be accurately determined, and this monument is only raised to his memory. The prospect from these heights as well repays a visit to the grotto of Posilip, where we wander for a long time in deep darkness, until we suddenly emerge into the broad light of day, to find ourselves surrounded by a most lovely landscape. The public garden of Naples is also situate in this quarter of the town. It extends to the lower portion of the Strada Chiaga, is of great length without being broad, and displays a vast number of beautiful statues, prospects, and rare plants. A large and handsome street, containing many fine houses, adjoins it on one side. I also rode to the Vomero, on which are erected the King's Pleasure Palace and a small convent. A glorious prospect here unfolds itself, Naples with its bay, Puzzoli and a number of beautiful islands, the Lake Agnaro, the extinct craters of Solfatara, Baiae, Vesuvius with its chain of mountains, and the stupendous ocean, lie grouped, in varied forms and gorgeously blending colours, before the gaze of the astonished spectator. This is the place of which the Neapolitans say, with some justice, "Hither should men come, and gaze, and die." Still, the prospects from St. Rosalia's Mount, and from the royal palace Favorita at Palermo, had better pleased me, for there the beauties of nature are more crowded together, are nearer to the spectator; he can obtain a more complete view of them, while in varied gorgeousness they do not yield the palm even to the fairy pictures of Naples. I more than once spent half a day in the Academy degli Studi, for in this place much was to be seen. The entrance to the building is indescribably beautiful. Both the portico and the handsome staircases are ornamented with statues and busts executed in most artistic style. A door on the right leads us to a hall in which the paintings from Pompeii and Herculaneum are displayed. Several of these relics have no small pretensions to beauty, and the colours of almost all are still wonderfully bright and fresh. In the great hall at the end of the courtyard we find on one side the Farnese Hercules, and on the other the Bull, both works of the Athenian Glycon. These two antiques, particularly the latter, have been in a great measure restored. The gallery of great bronzes is considered the first in the world, for here we find united the finest works of ancient times. So many beautiful creations of art were here brought together, that if I attempted a description of them I should not know where to begin. Opposite the gallery of bronzes is that allotted to the marbles, among which a beautiful Venus stands prominently forth. In the gallery of Flora a statue of the same goddess, called the Farnese, is also the principal attention. A statue of Apollo playing on the lyre, of Porphyry, is the greatest masterpiece in the hall of coloured marbles, while in the gallery of the Muses a basin of Athenian porphyry occupies the first place. In the Adonis room the beautiful Venus Anadyomene engrossed my chief attention, and in the cabinet of Venus the Venus Callipygos forms an exquisite side piece to the Venus de Medicis. The upper regions of this splendid building contain an extensive library and a picture gallery. I also paid a visit to the catacombs of St. Janarius, which extend 3 stories high on a mountain, and are full of little niches, 5 or 6 of which are often found one above the other. In the chapel Santa Maria della Pietà, in the palace St. Severino, I admired 3 of the finest and most valuable marble statues that can be found anywhere, I mean, Veiled Innocents, Malice in a Net, and a veiled recumbent figure of Christ. All 3 are by the sculptor Bernini. The largest church in the town is the cathedral dedicated to St. Janarius. This structure rests on 110 columns of Egyptian and African granite, standing 3 by 3, embedded in the walls. The church has not a very imposing appearance. The chief altar, beneath which the body of St. Janarius is deposited, is ornamented with many kinds of valuable marble. Here I saw a great number of pictures, most of them of considerable merit. The chapel of St. Janarius, also called the Chapel of the Treasure, is one of the most gorgeous shrines that can be conceived. The Neapolitans built it as a thank offering at the cessation of a plague. The cost was above 1,000,000 of ducats, and the wealth of this chapel is greater than that of any church in Christendom. It is built in a circular form, and all the resources of art have been lavished on the decoration of the chief altar. Every spot is covered with treasures and works of art, and the roof is supported by 42 Corinthian pillars of dark red stone. All the decorations of the high altar, the immense candelabra and massive flower vases, are of silver. At a grand festival, when everything is richly illuminated, the appearance of this chapel must be gorgeous in the extreme. The head and 2 bottles of the blood of St. Janarius are preserved here. The people assert that this blood liquefies every year. The frescoes on the ceiling are splendidly painted, and on the square before the church is to be seen an obelisk surmounted by a statue of St. Janarius. St. Geronimo has an imposing appearance when one first enters. The whole roof of this church, as far downwards as the pillars, is covered with beautiful arabesques and figures. It also contains some fine paintings, and is besides renowned for its architecture. St. Paolo Maggiore, another spacious church, is well worth seeing on account of its magnificent arabesques and fresco paintings. Besides these, it also contains some handsome monuments and statues of marble. Two very ancient pillars stand in front of the church. St. Chiara, a fine, large church, offers some fine monuments and oil paintings. Among the excursions in the neighborhood of Naples, that to Pozzoli is certainly the most interesting. After passing through the great grotto, we reach the ancient and rather important town of Pozzoli, with 8,000 inhabitants. Cicero called this place a little Rome. In the centre of the town stands the church of St. Proculus, which was converted from a heathen into a Christian temple, and is surrounded by fine-looking Corinthian pillars. Remarkable beyond all else is the ruined temple of Seriopas. Almost the entire magnitude and arrangement of this magnificent building can yet be discerned. A few of the pillars that once supported the cupola are still erect, and several of the cells, which surrounded the temple and were once used as baths, can still be seen. Everything here is of fine white marble. The greater portion of the ruin was dismantled to be used in the construction of the royal villa of Caserta. The harbour of Pozzoli is related to have been the finest in Italy. From this place Caligula had a bridge erected to Baiae, about 4,000 paces in length. He undertook this gigantic work in consequence of a prophecy that was made to him, that he would no more become emperor than he could ride to Baiae on horseback. This prophecy he confuted, and became emperor. Of the amphitheatre and the Colosseum not a trace remains. A little chapel now occupies the site on which they stood. Tradition asserts that it is built on the very spot where St. Gennarius was thrown to the bears. Not far from this chapel we are shown the labyrinth of Daedalus. Several of its winding walks still exist, through which it would be difficult to find the way without a cicerone. We ascended the hill immediately beyond the city, on which some remains of Cicero's villa are yet to be seen. Here we enjoyed a splendid prospect. End of section 37. Section 38 of A Visit to the Holy Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19 of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy, Part 2, by Ida L. Pfeiffer. In this region we continually wander among ruins, and see everywhere around us the relics of the past. Thus, a short walk brought us from Cicero's villa to the remains of 3 temples, those of Diana, Venus, and Mercury. Of the first, one side and a few little cells, called the Baths of Venus, alone remain. Part of Venus's temple stands in the rotunda. It was built on acoustic principles, so that anyone who puts his ear to a certain part of the wall can hear what is whispered at the opposite extremity. A few fragments of the rotunda were the only trace left of the temple of Diana. The vapor baths of Nero, hewn out of the rock, consist of several passages, into which it is impossible to penetrate far on account of the heat. A boy ran to the spring and brought us some boiling water. He returned from his expedition fiery red in the face, and covered with perspiration. These poor lads are accustomed to remain at the spring until they have succeeded in boiling some eggs, but I would not allow any such cruelty, and did not even wish them to fetch me the water. But Herr Brettschneider would have it so in spite of me. From this place we crossed by sea to Baiae, where at one time many of the rich people had their villas. Their proceedings here are said, however, to have been of so immoral a character, that at length it was considered wrong to have resided here any time. Every visitor must be enchanted with the fertility of this region, and with its lovely aspect. A castle, now used as a barrack for veterans, crowns the summit of a rock which stands prominently forth. A few unimportant traces can still be here discovered of an ancient temple of Hercules. Some masonry, in the form of a monument, marks the alleged spot where Agrippina was murdered and buried by order of her son. The immense reservoir built by order of the Emperor Augustus for the purpose of supplying the fleet with fresh water is situate in the neighborhood of Baiae. It is called Piscina. This giant structure contains several large chambers, their roofs supported by numerous columns. To view this reservoir we are compelled to descend a flight of steps. Not far from the before-mentioned building we come upon the Cento Camarelle, a prison consisting of a multitude of small cells. On our way back we visit Solfatara, the celebrated crater plain, about 1,000 feet in length by 800 in breadth, skirted by hills. Its volcanic power is not yet wholly extinct. In several places brimstone fumes, whence the plain derives its name, are still seen rising into the air, which they impregnate with a most noxious odor. On striking the ground with a stick a sound is produced, from which we can judge that the whole space beneath us is hollow. The excursion is a very disagreeable one. We are continually marching across a mere crust of earth, which may give way at any moment. I found here a manufactory of brimstone and alum. A little church belonging to the Capuchins, where we are shown a stone on which St. Gennarius was decapitated after the bears had refused to tear him to pieces, stands on a hill near the Solfatara. Towards evening we reached the Dog's Grotto. A huntsman from the Royal Preserve Astroni accompanied us, and fetched the man who keeps the keys of the grotto. This functionary soon appeared with a couple of dogs, to furnish us with a practical illustration of the convulsions caused by the foul air of the cavern. But I declined the experiment, and contented myself with viewing the grotto. It is of small extent, about 8 or 10 feet long, not more than 5 in breadth, and 6 or 8 high. I entered the cave, and so long as I remained erect felt no inconvenience. So soon as I bent towards the ground, however, and the lower stratum of air blew upon my face, I experienced a most horrible choking sensation. After we had satisfied our curiosity, the huntsman led us to the neighboring hunting lodge, and to a little lake where a number of ducks are fattened. This man spoke of another and much more remarkable grotto, of which he possessed the keys, and which he should have great pleasure in showing us. Though twilight was rapidly approaching, we determined to go, as the place was not far off. The man opened the door, and invited us to enter the cavern, advising us at the same time to bend down open-mouthed, as we had done in the Dog's Grotto, and at the same time to fan the air upwards with our hands, so that we might the better inhale it, a proceeding which he asserted to be peculiarly good for the digestive organs. His eloquence was so powerful that we could not help suspecting the man, and it struck us as very strange that he was so particularly anxious we should enter the cavern together. This, therefore, we refused to do, and Herr Brutschneider remained outside with our guide, while I entered alone and did as he had directed. Though the lower stratum of air in the Dog's Grotto had been highly mephitic, the atmosphere here was more stifling still. I rushed forth with the speed of lightning, and now we clearly saw through the fellow's intention. If Herr Brutschneider and myself had entered together, he would undoubtedly have shut the door, and we should have been stifled in a few moments. We did not allow him to notice our suspicions, but merely said that we could not spend any more time here to-day on account of the lateness of the hour. Our worthy friend accompanied us through a wild and gloomy region, with his gun on his shoulder, and I was not a little afraid of him, for he kept talking about his honesty and the good intentions he had towards us. We kept, however, close beside him, and watched him narrowly without betraying any symptom of apprehension, and at length, to our great relief, we gained the open road. The royal villa of Portici lies about 4 miglia from Naples, and we made an excursion thither by railway. Both the palace and the gardens are handsome and of considerable size. Thence we proceed to Resina. Portici and Resina are so closely connected together by villas and houses, that a stranger would take them for one place. Beneath Resina lies Herculaneum, a city destroyed 79 years after the birth of our Saviour. In the year 1689 a marquis caused a well to be dug in his garden, when, at a depth of 65 feet, the labourers came upon fragments of marble with diverse inscriptions. It was not until 1720 that systematic excavations were made. Even then great caution was necessary, as Resina is unfortunately built upon Herculaneum, and the safety of the houses became endangered. At Resina we procured torches and a guide, and descended to view the subterranean city. We saw the theatre, a number of houses, several temples, and the Forum. Some fine frescoes are still to be distinguished on the walls of the apartments. The floors are covered with mosaic, but still this place does not offer nearly so many objects of interest as another which was overwhelmed at the same time, Pompeii. Pompeii is without doubt the most remarkable city of its kind that exists. A great portion of the town is surrounded by walls, and entire rows of houses, several temples, the theatre, the Forum, in short a vast number of buildings, streets, and squares lay open before us. The more I wandered through the streets and open places, the more I involuntarily wondered not to find the inhabitants and labourers employed in repairing the houses. I could hardly realize the idea that so many beautiful houses and well-preserved apartments should be untenanted. The deserted aspect of this town had a very melancholy effect in my eyes. Though a great portion of the town has already been dug out, only 300 skeletons have been found, a proof that the greater portion of the inhabitants effected their escape. In many houses I found splendid tessellated pavements, representing flowers, wreaths, animals, and arabesques. Even the halls and courtyards were decorated with the larger kind of mosaic work. The walls of the rooms are plastered over with a description of firm, polished enamel, frequently looking like marble, and covered with beautiful frescoes. In Sallust's house a whole row of wine jugs still stands in the cellar. In the houses the division of the rooms, and the purposes to which the different apartments were devoted, can still be distinctly traced. In general they are very small, and the windows seldom look out upon the street. Deep ruts of carriages can still be seen in the streets. All the treasures of art which could be removed, such as statues, pictures, etc., were carried off to Naples and placed in the museum there. In the agreeable society of Herr M. and Madame Bretschneider, I rode away from Resina at 11 in the forenoon. A pleasant road, winding among vineyards, brought us in an hour's time to the neighbourhood of the great lava field, Torre del Greco. It is a fearful sight to behold these grand mounds of lava towering in a most various form around us. All traces of vegetation have vanished. Far and wide we can descry nothing but hardened masses, which once rushed in molten streams down the mountain. A capitally constructed road leads us, without the slightest fatigue, through the midst of this scene of devastation, to the usual resting place of travellers, the Hermitage. At this dwelling we made halt, ascended to the upper story, and called for a bottle of Lacrimae Christi. The view here, and at several other points of our ascent, is most charming. The hermit seems, however, to lead anything but a solitary life, for a day seldom passes on which strangers do not call in to claim his attention in proportion as they run up a score. The clerical gentleman is, in fact, no more and no less than a very common innkeeper, and partakes of the goodly obesity frequently noticed among persons of his class. We stayed 3/4 of an hour in the domicile of this hermit host, and afterwards rode on toward the heights, along a beautiful road amid fields of lava. In half an hour's time, however, we were completely shut in by lava fields, and here the beaten track ended. We now dismounted, and continued our ascent on foot. It is difficult for one who has not seen it to picture to himself the scene that lay around us. Devastation everywhere, lava covering the whole region in heaps upon heaps, fantastically piled one on the other. Here a large isolated mound rises, seemingly cut off on all sides from the lava around. There we see how a mighty stream once rushed down the mountain side and cooled gradually into stone. Immense chasms are filled with lava masses, which have lain here for many years cold and motionless, and will probably remain for as many more, for their fury has spent itself. The lava is of different colors, according as it has been exposed to the atmosphere for a longer or a shorter period. The oldest lava has the hue of granite, and almost its hardness, for which reasons it is largely used for building houses and paving streets. From the place where we left our donkeys we had to climb upwards for nearly an hour over the lava before reaching the crater. The ascent is somewhat fatiguing, as we are obliged to be very careful at every step to avoid entangling our feet among the blocks of lava. Still, the difficulty is not nearly so great as people make out. It is merely necessary to wear good thick boots, and then all goes extremely well. The higher we mount, the more numerous do the fissures become from which smoke bursts forth. In one of these clefts we placed some eggs, which were completely boiled in 4 minutes' time. Near these places the ground is so hot that we could not have stood still for many minutes. Still, we did not get burnt feet or anything of the kind. On reaching the crater we found ourselves enveloped in so thick a fog that we could not see 10 paces in advance. There was nothing for it but to sit down and wait patiently until the sun could penetrate the mist and spread light and cheerfulness among us. Then we descended into the crater and approached as closely as possible to the place from which the smoky column whirls into the air. The road was a gloomy one, for we were shut in as in a bowl, and could discern around us nothing but mountains of lava, while before us rose the huge smoky column, threatening each moment to shroud us in darkness as the wind blew it in clouds in our direction. When the ground was struck with a stick, it gave forth a hollow rumbling sound like at Solfatara. In the neighbourhood of the column of smoke we could see nothing more than at the edge from which we had climbed downwards, a peculiar picture of unparalleled devastation. The circumference of the crater seems not to have changed since the visit of Herr Leuwald, who a few years ago estimated its dimensions at 5,000 feet. After once more mounting to the brim, we walked round a great part of the edge of the basin. At the particular desire of Herr M., who was well acquainted with all the remarkable points about the volcano, our guide now led the way to the so-called Hell, a little crater which formed itself in the year 1834. To reach it we had to climb about over fields of lava for half an hour. The aspect of this hell did not strike me as particularly grand. An uneven wall of lava suddenly rose 15 paces in advance of us, with a whole strata of pure sulphur and other beautifully coloured substances depending from its projecting angles. One of these substances was of a snowy white colour, light and very porous. I took a piece with me, but the next day on proceeding to pack it carefully, I found that above half had melted and become quite soft and damp, so that I was compelled to throw the whole away. The same thing happened to a mass of a red colour that I had brought away with me, and which had a beautiful effect, like glowing lava, clinging to the fissures and sides of the rocks. We held pieces of paper to the fissures in this wall, and they immediately became ignited. Herr M. then threw in a cigar, which also burst into flame. The heat proceeding from these clefts was so great that we could not bear to hold our hands there for an instant. We laid our ears to the ground, and could hear a rushing, bubbling sound as though water was boiling beneath us. There was really much to see in this hell, without the discomfort of being enveloped in the offensive sulphurous smoke of the chief crater. After staying for several hours in and about the crater we left it, and returned by the steep way over the cone of cinders. The descent here is almost perpendicular, and we could hardly escape with whole skins if it were not for the fact that we sink ankle deep into sand and cinders at every step. To avoid falling, it is requisite to bend the body backwards and step upon the heel. By observing this precaution, the worst that can happen to one is to sit down involuntarily once or twice, without danger to life or limb. In 12 minutes we had reached the spot where our donkeys stood. We reached Resina during the darkness of night, having spent 8 hours in our excursion. My last trip was to the castle of Caserta, distant 16 miglia from Naples, in the direction of Capua. It is considered one of the finest pleasure palaces in Europe, and I was exceedingly pleased with its appearance. The building is of a square form, with a portico 507 feet long, supported by 98 columns of the finest marble. The staircase and halls in the upper story alone must have cost enormous sums, as well as the chapel on the first floor, which is very rich and gorgeous. The saloons and apartments are decorated in a peculiarly splendid manner, with a multiplicity of frescoes, oil paintings, sculptures, gildings, costly silk hangings, marbles, etc. A pretty little theatre, with well-painted scenery, is to be found in the palace. The garden is extensive, particularly as regards length. A hill, from which a considerable stream rushes foaming over artificial rockwork into the deeper recesses of the garden, rises at its extremity. Scarcely has this river sunk to rest, flowing slowly and majestically through a bed formed of large square stones, before it is compelled to form another cascade, and another, and one more, until it almost reaches the castle, near which a large basin has been constructed, from whence the water is led into the town. Seen from the portico, these waterfalls have a lovely appearance. From Caserta we drove 10 miles farther on to the celebrated aqueduct, which supplies the whole of Naples with water. It is truly a marvellous work. Over 3 stupendous arched ways, one above the other, the necessary quantity of water flows into the city. This was my last excursion. On the following day, the 7th of November, at 3 in the morning, I left Naples. Apart from the delightful reminiscences of lovely natural scenes, I shall always think with pleasure on my sojourn in Naples in connection with Herr Bretschneider and his lady. I was a complete stranger to them when I delivered my note of introduction, and yet they at once welcomed me as kindly and heartily as though I had belonged to their family. How many hours, and even days, did they not devote to me, to accompany me sometimes to one place, sometimes to another; how eagerly did they seek to show me all the riches of nature and art displayed in this favored city! I was truly proud and delighted at having found such friends, and once more do I offer them my sincere thanks. Section 39 of A Visit to the Holy Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 20 of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy, Part 1, by Ida L. Pfeiffer. November 7th. I travelled by the mail carriage. By 7 in the morning we were at Caserta, and an hour later at Capua, a pretty, bustling town on the banks of a river. Our road was most picturesque. We drove among vineyards and gardens through the midst of a lovely plain. On the right were mountains, increasing in number as we proceeded, and imparting a rich variety to the landscape. At noon we halted before a lovely inn. From this point the country increases in beauty at every step. The heights are strikingly fertile, and in the valley an excellent road winds amid pleasant gardens. The mountains frequently seem to approach as though about to form an impenetrable pass, while ruins crown the summits of the rocks, and give a romantic appearance to the whole. At about 3 o'clock we reached the little town of Geromania, lying in the midst of vegetable gardens. Above this town the handsome convent of Monte Cassino stands on a rock, and in its neighbourhood we noticed the ruins of an amphitheatre. To-day the weather was not in the least Italian, being, on the contrary, gloomy and rough, as we generally find it in Austria at the same time of the year. Yesterday it was so cold at Naples that Mount Vesuvius was covered with snow during several hours. The dress of the peasants in these regions is of a more national character than I had yet found it. The women wear short and scanty petticoats of blue or red cloth, tight-fitting bodices, and gaily striped aprons. Their head-dress consists of a white handkerchief, with a second above it folded in a square form. The men look like robbers, with their long, dark blue or brown cloaks, in which they wrap themselves so closely that it is difficult to get a glimpse of their faces, and their steeple-crowned black hats. They quite resemble the pictures of the bandits in the Abruzzi. They glide about in so spectral a manner, and eye travellers with such a sinister look, that I almost became uncomfortable. From Geromania we still had a few miles to travel until we entered the Roman territory, near Ceprano. In Naples, and in fact throughout the whole of Italy, the passports are continually called for, a great annoyance to the traveller. In the course of to-day my passport was visé 5 times, making once in every little town through which we had passed. It was our fortune at Ceprano to lodge with a very cheating host.
In the evening, when I inquired the price of a bedroom and breakfast, they told me a bed would cost 2 paus, and breakfast half a paul; but when I came to pay, the host asked 3 paus for my bedroom, and another for a cup of the worst coffee I have ever drunk, and the whole company was subjected to the same extortion. We expostulated and complained, but were at length compelled to comply with the demand. November 8th. The landscape remains the same, but the appearance of the towns and villages is not nearly so neat and pretty as in the Neapolitan domain. The costume of the peasants is like that worn by the people whom we met yesterday, excepting that the women have a stiff stomacher, fastened with a red lace, instead of the spencer. The dress of the men consists of short knee breeches, brown stockings, heavy shoes, and a jacket of some dark color. Some wear, in addition to this, a red waistcoat, and a green sash round the waist. All wear the conical hat. In cold weather the dark bandit's cloak is also seen. As we approach Rome the country becomes more and more barren, the mountains recede, and the extended plains have a desert, uncultivated look. Towns and villages become so thinly scattered that it seems as though the whole region were depopulated. The road is rather narrow, and, as the country is in many places exceedingly marshy, a great portion of it has been paved. For many miles before we enter Rome we do not pass a single town or village. At length, some 3 hours before we reach the city, the dome of St. Peter's is seen looming in the distance, one church after another appears, and at length the whole city lies spread before us. Many ruins of aqueducts and buildings of every kind showed at every step what treasures of the past here awaited us. I was particularly pleased with the old town gate Lateran, by which we entered. It was already quite dark when we reached the Dogana. I at once betook myself to my room, and retired to rest. I remained a fortnight at Rome, and walked about the streets from morning till night. I visited St. Peter's almost every day, and went to the Vatican several times. All the squares in Rome, and there are a great many, are decorated with fountains, and still more frequently with obelisks. The finest is the Piazza del Popolo. To the right rises the terrace hill Pisino, rich in pillars, statues, fountains, and other ornaments, a favorite walk of the citizens. On this hill, which is arranged after the manner of a beautiful garden, we have a splendid view. The city of Rome here appears to much greater advantage than when we approach it from the direction of Naples. We can see the whole town at one glance, with the yellow Tiber flowing through the midst, and a vast plain all around. The background is closed by beautiful mountain ranges, with villas, little towns, and cottages on the declivities. But I missed one feature, to which I had become so accustomed that the most beautiful view appeared incomplete without it: the sea. To make up for this drawback, we here encounter wherever we walk such a number of ruins, that we soon become forgetful of all around us, and live only in the past. The Piazza del Popolo forms the termination of the 3 principal streets in Rome. On the largest and finest of these, the Corso, many palaces are to be seen. The splendid post office, of white marble, rises on the Colonna Square. 2 clocks are erected on this building, one with our dial, one with the Italian. At night both are illuminated, a very useful as well as an ornamental arrangement. The ancient column of Antoninus also stands in this square. The façade of the Dogana boasts some pillars from the temple of Antoninus Pius. The objects I have just enumerated struck me particularly as I wended my way to St. Peter's. I cannot describe how deeply I was impressed by the sight of this colossal structure. I need only state the fact that on the first day I entered the cathedral at 9 in the morning, and did not emerge from its gates until 3 in the afternoon. I sat down before the pictures in mosaic, underneath the huge dome and the canopy; then I stood before the statues and monuments, and could only gaze in wonder at everything. The expense of building and decorating this church is said to have amounted to $45,852,000. It occupies the site of Nero's circus. 2 arcades, with 4 rows of pillars and 96 statues, surround the square leading to the church. The façade of St. Peter's is decorated with Corinthian pillars, and on its parapet stand statues 52 feet in height. The entrance is so crowded with statues, carved work, and gilding, that several hours may be spent in examining its wonders. The traveller's attention is particularly attracted by the gigantic gates of bronze. I cannot adequately describe the splendor of the interior, nor have I seen anything with which I could compare it. The most beautiful mosaics, monuments, statues, carvings in bronze, gilded ornaments, in short, everything that art can produce, are here to be found in the highest perfection. Oil paintings alone are excluded. Everything here is in mosaic; even the cupola displays mosaic work instead of the usual fresco paintings. Immense statues of white marble occupy the niches. Beneath the cupola, the finest portion of the building, stands the great altar, at which none but the Pope may read Mass. Over this altar extends a giant canopy of bronze, with spiral pillars richly decorated with arabesques. The weight of metal used in its construction was 186,392 pounds, and the cost of the gold for gilding was $40,000. The entire canopy is worth above $150,000. The cupola was executed by Michelangelo. It rests on 4 massive pillars, each of them furnished with a balcony. In the interior of these pillars, chapels are constructed, where the chief relics are kept, and only displayed to the people from the balcony at particular times. I was in the church at the time when the handkerchief which wiped the drops of agony from our Lord's brow, and a piece of the true cross, were shown. The pulpit stands in a very elevated position, and was executed in bronze by Bernini. 219,161 pounds of metal and $172,000 were spent upon its construction. In the interior is concealed the wooden pulpit from which St. Peter preached, and immediately beside this we find a pillar of white marble, said to have belonged to Solomon's temple at Jerusalem. The lions on the monument of Clement XIII, by Canova, are considered the finest that were ever sculptured. I was fortunate enough to penetrate into the catacombs of St. Peter's, a favor which women rarely obtain, and which I only owed to my having been a pilgrim at Jerusalem. These catacombs consist of handsome passages and pillars of masonry, which do not, however, exceed 8 or 9 feet in height. A number of sarcophagi, containing the remains of emperors and popes, are here deposited. The roof of St. Peter's covers an immense area, and is divided into a number of cupolas, chambers, and buildings. A fountain of running water is even found here. From this roof we have a splendid view as far as the sea and the Apennines. We can descry the entire Vatican, which adjoins the church, as well as the Pope's gardens. I ascended to the ball in the great cupola, where there is nothing to be seen, as there is not the slightest opening, much less a window, left in it. Nothing is to be gained by mounting into this dark, narrow receptacle but the glory of being able to say, "I have been there." It is far more interesting to look down from the windows and galleries of the great cupola into the body of the church itself, for then we can estimate the grandeur of the colossal building, and the people who walk about beneath appear like dwarfs. 2 noble fountains deck the square in front of St. Peter's, and in the midst towers a magnificent obelisk from Heliopolis, said to weigh 992,789 pounds. Near this obelisk are 2 slabs, by standing on either of which we can see all the rows of columns melted as it were into one. My journey to Jerusalem also obtained for me an audience of the Pope. His Holiness received me in a great hall adjoining the Sistine Chapel. Considering his great age of 78 years, the Pope still has a noble presence and most amiable manners. He asked me some questions, gave me his blessing, and permitted me, at parting, to kiss the embroidered slipper. My second walk was to the Vatican. Here I saw the immense halls of Raphael, the staircases of Bramante and Bernini, and the Sistine Chapel, containing Michelangelo's masterpieces, the world-renowned frescoes. The immense wall behind the high altar represents the Last Judgment, while the ceilings are covered with prophets and sibyls.
The picture gallery contains many works of the great masters, as does also the gallery of vases and candelabra. The Biga chamber. The Biga is an antique carriage of white marble, drawn by two horses. In the gallery of statues the figure representing Nero as Apollo playing on the lyre is the finest. In the gallery of busts those of Menelaus and Jupiter preeminently attract attention. The name of the Laocoon cabinets indicates the masterpiece it contains, as also the cabinet of the Apollo Belvedere. The latter statue was found in Nero's baths at Porto d'Anzio. The celebrated torso of the Belvedere, a fragment of Greek art, which Michael partly used as his model, is placed in the square vestibule. Never was flesh so pliably counterfeited in stone as in this masterpiece. A long gallery contains a series of tapestries, the designs for which were drawn by Raphael. The Vatican contains 10,000 rooms, 20 large halls, 8 large and about 200 small staircases. The Quirinal Palace, the summer residence of the Pope, lies on the hill of the same name, Monte Cavallo, which is quite covered with villas and beautiful houses, on account of the salubrity of the air. I visited most of the private palaces and picture galleries. The principal are, the Colonna Palace, on the Quirinal Hill; the Barberini Palace, where we find a portrait of Raphael's mistress, Fornarina, painted by himself, and an original picture of Beatrice Cenci, by Guido Steri. The finest of all the Roman palaces is that of the Borghese. From its form, which resembles a piano, this building has obtained the name of Il Cembalo de' Borghese. The gallery contains 1,600 paintings, most of them masterpieces by celebrated artists. The Farnese Palace is remarkable for its architecture, and the Stoppani for its architect, Raphael. Besides these, there are many other palaces. I saw but few villas, for the weather was generally bad, and it rained almost every day. I visited the Villa Borghese on a Sunday, when there is a great bustle here, for a stream of people on foot, on horseback, and in carriages, sets in towards its beautiful park, situate just beyond the Piazza del Popolo, on the same way that the crowds flock to our beloved Prater on a fine day in spring. I also saw the Villa Medicis and the Villa Pamphili. The latter boasts a very extensive park. I took care to visit most of the churches. My plan was to go out early in the morning, and to inspect several churches until about 11 o'clock, when it was time to repair to the galleries. When I went to the principal churches, for instance, those of St. John of Lateran, St. Paul, St. Maria Maggiore, St. Laurus, and St. Sebastian, I was always accompanied by a guide specially appointed to conduct strangers to the churches. I could fill volumes with the description of the riches and magnificence they display. The church of St. John of Lateran possesses the wooden altar at which St. Peter is said to have read Mass, the wooden table at which Jesus sat to eat the Last Supper, and the heads of the disciples Peter and Paul. Near this church, in a building specially constructed for it, is the Scala Santa, Holy Staircase, which was brought from Jerusalem and deposited here. This is a flight of 28 steps of white marble, covered with boards, which no one is allowed to ascend or descend in the regular way, every man being required to shuffle up and down on his knees. Near this holy stair a common one is built, which it is lawful to ascend in the regular way. The Basilica of St. Paul lies beyond the gate of the same name, in a very insalubrious neighborhood. It is only just rebuilt, after having been destroyed by fire. The Basilica Maria Maggiore, in which is deposited the Holy Gate, has the highest belfry in Rome, and above its portico we see a beautiful chamber where the new Pope stands to dispense the first blessing among the people. In the chapel of the Crucifix 5 pieces of the wood of the Saviour's manger are preserved in a silver urn. St. Lorenzo, a mile from the town, is a very plain-looking edifice. Here we find the Campo Santo, or cemetery. The graves are covered with large blocks of stone. St. Bessoriana is also called the Church of the Holy Cross of Jerusalem, from the fact that a piece of the cross is preserved here. Besides the letters INRI, some thorns, and a pail. St. Sebastian in the suburbs, one of the most ancient Roman churches, is built over the great catacombs, in which 174,000 Christians were buried. The catacombs are some stories deep, and extend over a large area. All the above named basilicas are so empty, and stand on such lonely spots, that I was almost afraid to visit them alone. The handsome church of Santa Maria in Trastevere contrasts strangely with the quarter of the town in which it lies. This part of Rome is inhabited by people calling themselves descendants of the ancient Trojans. Santa Maria ad Martires, or the Rotunda, once the Pantheon of Agrippa, is in better preservation than any other monument of ancient Rome. The interior is almost in its pristine condition. It contains no less than 15 altars. In this church Raphael is buried. The rotunda has no windows, but receives air and light through a circular opening in the cupola. The best view of ancient Rome is to be obtained from the tower of the Senate House. From this place we see stretched out beneath us Mount Palatine, the site of ancient Rome, the Capitol, in the midst of the city, the Quirinal Hill, Monte Cavallo, with the summer residence of the Pope, the Esquiline Mount, the loftiest of the hills, Mount Aventine, the Vatican, and lastly Monte Testaccio, consisting entirely of broken pottery which the Romans throw down here. I also paid a visit to the Ponte Publicus, the most ancient bridge in Rome, in the neighbourhood of which Horatius Clocles achieved his heroic action, and the Tullian prison, beneath the church of St. Joseph of Falignani, where Jugurtha was starved to death. The staircase leading up to the building is called the Steps of Sighs. The Capitol has unfortunately fallen into decay. We can barely distinguish a few remains of temples and other buildings. Of the graves of the Scipios I could discover also little more than the site. The subterranean passages are nearly all destroyed. The Marsfield is partly covered with buildings, and partly used as a promenade. Cestius's grave is uncommonly well preserved, and a pyramid of large square stones surrounds the sarcophagus. The aqueducts are built of large blocks of stone fastened together without mortar. They are now no longer used, as they have partly fallen into decay, and some of the springs have dried up. The hot baths of Titus are well worth a visit, though in a ruined condition. Here the celebrated Laconian group was found. Near these baths is the great reservoir called the Seven Halls of Titus. One of the greatest and best preserved buildings of ancient Rome is the amphitheatre of Flavius, or the Colosseum, once the scene of the combats with wild beasts. It was capable of holding 87,000 spectators. 4 stories yet remain. This building is seen to the greatest advantage by torchlight. I was fortunate enough to find an opportunity of joining a large party, and we were thus enabled to divide the expense. The triumphal arch of Titus, of white marble, covered with glorious sculptures, the arches of Septimus Severus, that of Janus, and several other antique monuments, are to be seen near the Colosseum. The beautiful bridge of St. Angelo, constructed entirely of square blocks of stone, leads across the Tiber to the castle of the same name, the tomb of Hadrian. The emperor caused this large round building to be erected for his future mausoleum. It is built of immense stone blocks, and now serves as a fortress and a state prison. The temple of Marcus Aurelius is converted into the Dogana. That of Minerva Medica lies in the midst of a vineyard, and is built in the form of a rotunda. The upper part has sunk in. There are 12 obelisks in the different public squares of Rome, all brought from Egypt. I still have to mention the 108 fountains, from which fresh water continually spouts into the air. Foremost among them in size and beauty is the Fontana Trevi. I was prevented by the bad weather from making trips to any distance, but one afternoon I drove to Tivoli. The road leading thither is called the Tiburtinium. After travelling for about 6 miles, we became conscious of a dreadfully offensive sulphurous smell, and soon found that it proceeds from a little river running through the Solfatara. A ride of 18 Italian miles brought us to the town of Tivoli, lying amidst olive woods on the declivity of the Apennines,
and numbering about 7,000 inhabitants. Towards evening I took a short walk in the town, beneath the protection of an umbrella, and was not much pleased. Next morning I left the house early, and proceeded to the temple of Sibella, built on a rock opposite to the waterfall. Afterwards I went to view the Grotto of Neptune, and that through which the Arno flows, rushing out of the cavern to fall headlong over a ledge of lofty rocks, and form the Cascade of Tivoli. The best view of this fall is obtained from the bridge. Besides many pretty minor cascades, I saw a number of ruins. The most remarkable among these was the villa of Mycenaeus. End of section 39. Section 40 of A Visit to the Holy Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 20 of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy, Part 2. By Ida L. Pfeiffer. November 23rd. At 6 o'clock this morning I commenced my journey to Florence with a Venturino. Almost the whole distance the weather was in the highest degree unfavorable. It was foggy, rainy, and very cold. A journey through Italy during autumn or winter is far from agreeable, for there are generally cold and rain to be encountered, and no warm rooms to be found in the inns, where fires are never kindled until after the guests have arrived. And the fires they light in the grates are, after all, quite inadequate to warm the damp, unaired rooms, and the traveller feels scorched and cold almost at the same moment. The floors are all of stone, but a few straw mats are sometimes spread beneath the dining tables. The landscape through which we travelled today did not possess many attractions. For about 40 miles, as far as Ronciglione, we saw neither town nor village. The aspect of Ronciglione is rather melancholy, though it boasts a broad street and many houses of 2 stories. But the latter all have a gloomy look, and the town itself appears to be thinly populated. We passed the night here. According to Italian custom, I had made a bargain with the proprietor of our vehicle for the journey, including lodging and board. I was well satisfied, for he strictly kept his contract. But whoever expects more than 1 meal a day under an arrangement of this sort will find himself grievously mistaken. The traveller who wishes to take anything in the morning or in the middle of the day must pay out of his own pocket. I found everything here exceedingly expensive and very bad. November 24th. To-day we passed through some very pretty, though not populous districts. In the afternoon we at length reached 2 towns, namely, Viterbo, with 13,000 inhabitants, lying in a fruitful plain, and Montefiascone, built on a high hill, and backed by lofty mountains, on which a celebrated vine is cultivated. At the foot of the hill, near Montefiascone, lies a small lake, and farther on, one of considerable size, the Lago di Balsana, with a little town of the same name, once the capital of the Volsci. An ancient fortress rises in the midst of this town, surrounded by tall and venerable houses as with a wreath. We now had to cross a considerable mountain, an undertaking of some difficulty when we consider how heavy the rain had fallen. By the aid of an extra pair of horses we passed safely over the miserable roads, and took up our quarters for the night in the little village of Lorenzo. We had already reached the domain of the Apennines. November 25th. We had now only a few more hours to travel through the Papal dominions. The river Centino forms the boundary between the states of the Church and Tuscany. The greater portion of the region around us gave tokens of its volcanic origin. We saw several grottoes and caverns of broken stone resembling lava, basaltic columns, etc. The Dogana of Tuscany, a handsome building, stands in the neighbourhood of Ponte Centino. The country here wears a wild aspect as far as the eye can stretch. It rests upon mountains of different elevations. The little town of Radicofani lies on the plateau of a considerable hill, surrounded by rocks and huge blocks of stone. A citadel, or ancient fortress, towers romantically above the little town, and old towers look down from the summit of many a hill and cliff.
The character of the lower mountain range is exceedingly peculiar; it is split into gaps and fissures in all directions, as though it had but recently emerged from the main. For many hours we almost rode through a flood. The water streamed down the streets, and the wind howled round our carriage with such violence that we seriously anticipated being blown over. Luckily the streets in the Tuscan are better than those in the Roman territory, and the rivers are crossed by firm stone bridges. November 26th. To-day our poor horses had a hard time of it. Up hill and down hill, past yawning chasms, our way lay for a long time through a desert and barren district, until, at a little distance from the village of Buoncovento, the scene suddenly changed, and a widely extended, hilly country, with beautiful plains, the lovely town of Siena, numerous villages great and small, with homesteads and handsome farms, and solitary churches built on hills, lay spread before us. Everything showed traces of cultivation and opulence. Most of the women and girls we met were employed in plaiting straw. Here all wear straw hats, men, women, and children. At 5 in the evening we at length reached Siena. Our poor horses were so exhausted by the bad roads of the Apennines, that the driver requested leave to make a day's halt here. This interruption to our journey was far from being unwelcome to me, for Siena is well worthy to be explored. November 27th. The town numbers 16,000 inhabitants, and is divided almost into two halves by a long, handsome street. The remaining streets are small, irregular, and dirty. The Piazza del Campo is very large, and derives a certain splendor of appearance from some palaces built in the Gothic style. In the midst stands a granite pillar, bearing a representation in bronze of Romulus and Remus suckled by the she-wolf. I saw several other pillars of equal beauty in different parts of the town, while in Rome, where they would certainly have been more appropriate, I did not find a single one. All the houses in the streets of Siena have a gloomy appearance. Many of them are built like castles, of great square blocks of stone, and furnished with loopholes. The finest building is undoubtedly the cathedral. Though I came from the city of churches, the beauty of this edifice struck me so forcibly that for a long time I stood silently regarding it. It is in truth considered one of the handsomest churches in Italy. It stands on a little elevation in the midst of a large square, and is covered outside and inside with white marble. The lofty arches of the windows, supported by columns, have a peculiarly fine effect, and the frescoes in the sacristy are remarkably alike for the correctness of outline and brilliancy of color. The drawings are said to be by Raphael, and the freshness of color observed in these frescoes is ascribed to the good qualities of the Siena earth. The mass books preserved in the sacristy contain some very delicate miniatures on parchment. Some of the woods in the neighboring hospital are also decorated with beautiful frescoes, which appear to date from the time of Raphael. The grace and beauty of the women of Siena have been extolled by many writers. As to-day was Sunday, I attended high mass for the purpose of meeting some of these graceful beauties. I found that they were present in the usual average, and no more; beauty and grace are no common gifts. In the afternoon I visited the promenade, the Prato di Lisa, where I found but little company. A fine prospect is obtained from the walls of the town. November 28th. The country now becomes very beautiful. The mountains are less high, the valleys widen, and at length hills only appear at intervals, clothed with trees, meadows, and fields. In the Tuscan dominions I noticed many cypresses, a tree I had not seen since my departure from Constantinople and Smyrna. The country seems well populated, and villages frequently appear. At 5 in the evening we reached Florence, but I did not arrive at Madame Moccoli's hotel until an hour and a half later, for the examination of luggage and passes, and other business of this kind, always occupies a long time. The country round Florence is exceedingly lovely, without being grand. The charming Arno flows through the town; it is crossed by 4 stone bridges, one of them roofed and lined with booths on either side. Florence contains 8,000 houses and 90,000 inhabitants. The exterior of the palaces here is very peculiar. Constructed chiefly of huge blocks of stone, they almost resemble fortresses, and look massive and venerable. The cathedral is said to be the finest church in Christendom. I thought it too simple, particularly the interior. The walls are only whitewashed, and the painted windows render the church extremely dark. I was best pleased with the doors of the sacristy, with the celebrated works of Luca del Robin, and the richly decorated high altar. The Battisterio, once a temple of Mars, with 8 very fine doors of bronze, which Michelangelo pronounced worthy to be the gates of Paradise, stands beside the cathedral. The other principal churches are St. Lorenzo, also with a white interior and grey pillars, containing some fine oil paintings, and the Chapel of the Medici, a splendid structure, decorated with costly stones, and monuments of several members of the royal family. St. Croce, a handsome church, full of monuments of eminent men, is also called the Italian Pantheon. The sculptures are beautiful, and the paintings are good. The remains of Michelangelo rest here, and the Buonaparte family possess a vault beneath a side chapel. Another chapel of considerable size contains some exquisite statues of white marble. St. Annunziat is rich in splendid frescoes. Those placed round the walls in the courtyard of the church, and surrounded by a glass gallery, are particularly handsome. On the left as we enter we find the costly chapel of Our Lady dell'Annunziata, in which the altar, the immense candelabra, the angels and draperies, in short everything is of silver. This wealthy church contains an addition with some good pictures and a quantity of marble. St. Michel is outwardly beautified by some excellent statues. The interior displays several valuable paintings and an altar of great beauty, beneath a white marble canopy in the Gothic style. St. Spirito contains many sculptures, among which a statue of the Saviour in white marble claims particular attention. All these churches are rather dark from having stained windows. Foremost among the palaces we may reckon the Palais Pitti, built on a little hill. This structure has a noble appearance, constructed entirely of pieces of granite. It seems calculated to last an eternity. Of all the palaces I had seen, this one pleased me most. It would be difficult to find a building in the same style which should surpass it. As a rule, indeed, I particularly admired the Florentine buildings, which seemed to me to possess a much more decided national appearance than the palaces of modern Rome. The picture gallery of this palace numbers 500 paintings, most of them masterpieces, among which we find Raphael's Madonna della Sedia. Besides the pictures, each apartment contains gorgeous tables of valuable stone. Behind the palace the Boboli Gardens rises, somewhat in the form of a terrace. Here I found numerous statues distributed with much taste throughout the charming alleys, groves, and open places. From the higher points a splendid view is obtained. The Palace degli Uffizi on the Arno has an imposing effect, from its magnificent proportions and peculiar style of architecture. Some of the greatest artistic treasures of the world are united in the 20 halls and cabinets and 3 immense galleries of this building. The Tribuna contains the Venus de Medicis found at Tivoli, and executed by Cleomenes, a son of Apollodorus of Athens. Opposite to it stands a statue of Apollino. In the centre of the hall of the Artist's Portrait Gallery we find the celebrated Medician vase. The cabinet of jewels boasts the largest and finest onyx in existence. The Palazzo Vecchio resembles a fortified castle. The large courtyard, surrounded by lofty arcades, is crowded with paintings and sculptures. A beautiful fountain stands in the midst, and 2 splendid statues, one representing Hercules and the other David, adorn the entrance. The glorious fountain of Ammanato, drawn by sea-horses and surrounded by Tritons, is not far off. In the Gherardesca Palace we find a fresco representing the horrible story of Ugolino. The Palazzo Strozzi should not be left out of the catalogue. It has already stood for 360 years, and looks as though it had been completed but yesterday. In the Specola we are shown the human body and its diseases,
modelled and waxed by the same artist who established a similar cabinet at Vienna, in the Josephineum. In the Museum of Natural History stuffed animals and their skeletons are preserved. The traveller should not depart without visiting the workshops for hard stones, where beautiful pictures, table slabs, etc., are put together of Florentine marble. Splendid works are produced here. I saw flowers and fruits constructed of stone which would not have dishonoured the finest pencil. The enormous table in the Palace degli Uffizi is said to have cost 40,000 ducats. 25 men were employed for 20 years in its construction. It is composed of Florentine mosaic. This table did not strike me particularly; it appeared overloaded with ornament. Of the environs of Florence I only saw the Grand Duke's milk farm, a pleasant place near the Arno, amid beautiful avenues and meadows. Departure from Florence, December 3rd. At 7 in the evening I quitted Florence, and proceeded in the mail carriage to Bologna, distant about 80 miles. When the day broke we found ourselves on an acclivity commanding a really splendid view. Numerous valleys extending between low hills opened before our eyes. The snow-clad Apennines formed the background, and in the far distance shone a gleaming stripe, the Adriatic Sea. At 5 in the evening of December 4th we reached Bologna. This town is of considerable extent, numbers 50,000 inhabitants, and has many fine houses and streets. All of these, however, are dull, with the exception of a few principal streets. Beggars swarm at every corner, an unmistakable token that we are once more in the States of the Church. December 5th. This was a day of rest. I proceeded at once to visit the cathedral, which is rich in frescoes, gilding, and arabesques. A few oil paintings are also not to be overlooked. In the church of St. Dominic I viewed with most interest the monument of King Enzio. The picture gallery contains a St. Cecilia, one of the earlier productions of Raphael. A fine fountain with a figure of Neptune graces the principal square. In the Palazzo Pubblico I saw a staircase up which it is possible to ride. The most remarkable edifices at Bologna are the two square leaning towers at Porta Romagna. One of these towers is 5, and the other 7 feet out of the perpendicular. Their aspect inspired me with a kind of nervous dread. On standing close to the wall to look up at them it really appeared as though they were toppling down. In themselves these towers are not interesting, being simply constructed of masonry, and not very lofty. The finest spot in Bologna is the Campo Santo, the immense cemetery, with its long covered ways and neat chapels, displaying a number of costly monuments, the works of the first modern sculptors. 3 large and pleasant spots near these buildings serve as burial places for the poorer classes. In one the men are interred, in the second the women, and in the third the children. A hall 3 miglia in length, resting on 640 columns, leads from this cemetery to a little hill, surmounted by the church of the Madonna di St. Luca, and from thence almost back into the town. The church just mentioned contains a miraculous picture, namely, a true likeness of the Virgin, painted by St. Luke after a vision. The complexion of this picture is much darker than that of the commonest women I have seen in Syria. But faith is everything, and so I will not doubt the authenticity of the picture. The prospect from the mountains is exceedingly fine. I returned in the evening completely exhausted, and in half an hour afterwards was already seated in the post-carriage to pursue my journey to Ferrara. On the whole the weather was unfavourable, it rained frequently, and the roads were mostly very bad, particularly in the domains of the Pope, where we struck fast 4 or 5 times during the night. On one occasion of this kind we were detained more than an hour, until horses and oxen could be collected to drag us onwards. We were 12 hours getting over these 54 miles, from 6 in the evening until the same hour in the morning. December 6th. This morning I awoke at Ferrara, where the carriage was to be changed once more. I availed myself of a few spare hours to view the town, which on the whole rather resembles a German than an Italian place. It has fine broad streets, nice houses, and a few arched ways in front of them. In the centre of the town stands a strong castle, surrounded by fortifications. This was once the residence of the bishop. At 9 o'clock we quitted this pretty town, and reached the Po an hour afterwards. We were ferried across the stream, and now, after a long absence, I once more stood on Austrian ground. We continued our journey through a lovely plain to Rovigo, a place possessing no object of interest. Here we stayed to dine, and afterwards passed the Adige, a stream considerably smaller than the Po. The country between Rovigo and Padua was hidden from us by an impenetrable fog, which prevented our seeing 50 paces in advance. At 6 o'clock in the evening we reached Padua, our resting place for the night. Early next morning I hastened onwards, for I had already seen Padua, Venice, Trieste, etc., in the year 1840. I reached my native town safely and in perfect health, and had the happiness of finding that my beloved ones were all well and cheerful. During my journey I had seen much and endured many hardships. I had found very few things as I had imagined them to be. Friends and relations have expressed a wish to read a description of my lonely wanderings. I could not send my diary to each one, so I have dared, upon the representations of my friends, and at the particular request of the publisher of this book, to tell my adventures in a plain, unvarnished way. I am no authoress, I have never written anything but letters, and my diary must not, therefore, be judged as a literary production. It is a simple narration, in which I have described every circumstance as it occurred, a collection of notes which I wrote down for private reference, without dreaming that they would ever find their way into the great world. Therefore I would entreat the indulgence of my kind readers, for, I repeat it, nothing can be farther from my thoughts than any idea of thrusting myself forward into the ranks of those gifted women who have received in their cradle the Muse's initiatory kiss. End of Section 40. End of A Visit to the Holy Land, Egypt and Italy. Read by Sibella Denton, in Carrollton, Georgia, October 2007.